Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Merci d'être des nôtres aujourd'hui. On sait que pour un samedi, surtout dans la matinée, c'est compliqué. C'est une journée qui est très chargée aussi parce qu'il y a de nombreuses manifestations de part et d'autre, comme une manifestation nationale qui avait regroupé plus de 20 000 personnes l'année passée. Et on a de nombreux amis syndicalistes qui sont en route actuellement. J'ai le grand plaisir de faire cette première discussion d'ouverture. Je suis Justin Yilmaz, avocat indépendant, et je vous parle maintenant au nom de la Fondation Mesopotamia Observatory of Justice, l'Observatoire mésopotamien de justice. Notre fondation a été fondée en 2018 par un petit comité. Nous avons chacun de notre côté travaillé sur divers sujets et nous avons estimé qu'il était important de nous réunir, de aussi avoir des discussions sur les différents thèmes où nous nous spécialisions pour apporter une contribution dans la défense des droits humains et dans la défense des victimes, qu'il s'agisse des violations individuelles des droits humains, mais aussi des violations collectives. Depuis notre fondation, nous avons à la fois produit une documentation sur les différents thèmes. Nous avons de nombreuses brochures et un livre qui sont déjà rédigés et nous sommes en train de revoir quelques détails avant les publications. Nous avons déjà publié une brochure sur la destruction des tombes des résistants et vous avez également une brochure disponible sur les prisonniers transgenres, une brochure préparée par les amis Hêvi LGBTQ. Notre fondation a, depuis le début, fonctionné avec les contributions bénévoles et puis aussi les contributions financières de ses fondateurs. Et aujourd'hui, c'est la première fois qu'on fait une apparition publique sur la question de l'identité de genre, sur les prisonniers transgenres, mais aussi au-delà. Dès que nous avons su que les camarades de Hêvi LGBT travaillaient sur la question des prisonniers transgenres en Turquie, nous avons essayé de réunir nos forces pour voir qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait faire de ce sujet. Et comme il nous semblait important d'avoir un partage d'expériences dans le monde et d'avoir également les bonnes pratiques d'autres pays, nous avons commencé à prendre des contacts pour ensuite dresser un programme. Le nombre de participants, les présentations que vous aurez tout à l'heure et durant toute la journée, c'est une toute petite partie du travail que nous avons fait parce que nous avons contacté plus d'une centaine de personnes pour déjà échanger, essayer de voir quels seraient les sujets les plus importants et puis quelles seraient les personnes les plus aptes à faire ces présentations. Donc, je remercie déjà toutes ces personnes que je ne pourrais pas citer les noms ici, vu leur nombre, de ces discussions et de ces contributions. Nous avons, dès le début, Mojust, donc Mesopotamia Observatory of Justice et Hêvi LGBT, commencé à chercher des partenariats. Et dans ce cadre-là, je remercie toutes les organisations que je vais citer d'avoir, dès le début, avoir l'ouverture d'esprit et une volonté d'avoir des synergies pour aboutir à cette journée. Donc tout d'abord, un grand merci à l'Association pour la prévention de la torture, qui est basée ici à Genève, SOMOS, qui est basé à Porto Alegre au Brésil, qui a contribué à la réalisation de cette journée, et vous aurez un représentant de cette association qui va nous parler aujourd'hui. ILGA WORLD, qui est une ONG qui regroupe plus de 160 associations, qui regroupe plus de nombreuses associations à travers 160 pays dans le monde. PRISMI, qui est un réseau de solidarité à l'échelle internationale, mais qui contribue et qui soutient des initiatives locales. SIX-RAN, qui est une organisation, un réseau en Iran, qui travaille sur la question transgenre et des personnes lesbiennes. Hêvi LGBTQ, avec qui nous avons débuté notre collaboration, qui est basée à Istanbul et qui a 2 représentants aujourd'hui qui vont vous faire des présentations. Proud Libanon. Nous avons un ami qui a fait le déplacement depuis le Liban pour nous partager leur expérience et nous les remercions vivement de leur contribution. D'ailleurs, la session où Sophie Heller devait faire la modération ne serait pas présente. Elle voulait bien qu'on l'excuse et c'est notre ami de Liban qui va faire à la fois une présentation mais aussi la modération de cette séance. Nous remercions également l'Association des étudiants kurdes de l'Université de Genève qui ont contribué largement tant au niveau du travail quotidien mais aussi au niveau des infrastructures à la réalisation de cette journée. La Conférence universitaire des associations d'étudiants de l'Université de Genève a également grandement contribué et la commission de gestion des taxes fixes a soutenu dès le départ cette initiative et qui a bien voulu aussi participer financièrement pour que nous puissions avoir une chaîne YouTube avec une traduction simultanée pour que les personnes qui ne pouvaient pas être là aujourd'hui avec nous, qui ne pouvaient pas faire non plus de déplacement depuis d'autres États, puissent se mettre devant leur ordinateur et suivre cette journée. Je remercie également le canton de Genève qui, dès le début, avec son fonds de solidarité, nous a accueillis, nous a écoutés et qui a eu aussi une très grande ouverture pour soutenir et nous faire des propositions en lien avec cette journée. Et je vais finir au niveau de remerciements avec deux personnes. D'abord, notre ami Denis, qui est un des fondateurs de Mojust et depuis Irlande, il participe de manière très active à tous les travaux et surtout un très grand merci à Rushd Demirkaya qui a été la personne qui a contacté tout le monde, qui a fait la coordination entre les différentes sessions, entre les différents interlocuteurs, entre les différents partenaires et sans sa motivation, sans son travail quotidien et minutieux, on n'aurait pas pu réaliser cette journée-là. Et sans tarder, je vais directement passer la parole à Agrin Kaya. C'est une amie avec qui nous avons travaillé à la réalisation de cette journée. Elle est requérante d'asile en Norvège. On aurait bien voulu qu'elle puisse être là aujourd'hui avec nous. Mais pour les requérants d'asile, c'est très compliqué d'avoir des autorisations de quitter le pays et les autorités norvégiennes ne souhaitaient pas qu'elle prenne le risque de se déplacer. Donc, du coup, elle n'a pas pu venir, mais on va l'écouter maintenant en Zoom et je la remercie d'ores et déjà d'avoir pris le temps de participer en Zoom et je vous remercie surtout d'être là aujourd'hui, de partager ce moment avec nous. Il y aura donc plusieurs sessions. Entre les sessions, il y aura une pause où vous pouvez partager un moment à l'extérieur en prenant un café ou un thé. À midi, il y a un repas qui est organisé et l'après-midi, il y a encore à manger et à boire. Et en fin de journée, nous allons aussi avoir un apéritif chez APT, donc l'Association pour la prévention de la torture. Je pense qu'on y sera vers 18h30 ou un peu plus tard pour toutes les personnes intéressées qui ne pourraient pas être là peut-être toute la journée, mais qui pourraient venir partager un moment. Vous êtes cordialement invités et je vous remercie.
Ben de orada bulunan katılımcılara teşekkür ediyorum. Yani ben de orada olmayı isterdim. Yüz yüze olmak da her zaman benim için daha önemli oluyor bu tür etkinliklerde. Ama işte bir sığınma sürecindeyim yaklaşık 1 yıldır ve ülkeyi terk edemiyorum. Bu nedenle aslında buradan başlayabilirim yani bir Kürt bir trans olarak şu an 1 sene öncesine kadar kendimi mülteci olarak tanımlamıyordum. Ama şu an mülteci olarak da tanımlıyorum yani. Ve bu bakalım daha nerelere gidecek bu tanımlama işleri. Ama yani çok böyle hayatta bir şeyin değiştiğine inanmıyorum aslında. Bu işte Orta Doğu'dan gelen işte Kürt bir trans kadın ama şu an burada da benzer şeyleri de deneyimleyebiliyor bence. Ekstra ne oluyor? Bunu bir de işte Avrupalı beyazlardan görüyorsunuz bazı benzer şeyleri. Ama yani sığınma sürecini deneyimleyenler bilir ki o sığınma sürecinde çok da kendinizi farklı bir ülkede hissedemiyorsunuz. Yani o yüzden şey diyemiyorum yani işte o Orta Doğu deneyimi burada bitti ve işte burada başka bir deneyim başlıyor diyemiyorum. Yani demek isterdim aslında. Çünkü zaten beni Orta Doğu'dan işte Türkiye'den, İstanbul'dan buraya getiren o nedenlerde yani 2015'ten beri aktivizmin özellikle LGBT ve Kürt LGBT artı aktivizmin içindeydim. E, Şimdi burada da buradaki yerel derneklerle iletişim halindeyim. Yönetim kurulundayım. Ama buradaki aktivizmle Türkiye'deki aktivizm asla yani benim için bir değil. Bunu söylemek gerekiyor. Çünkü e, öyle bir güvenlik riski buradaki bir aktivizmde yok. Görmedim henüz. Hmm, Beni getiren işte nedenlerden işte bahsediyordum en son. Ee, Yani oradan buraya gelmek işte ve o mücadeleyi bırakmak tabii ki kolay olmadı benim için. Ama buraya geldiğimde şunu fark ettim ki çok da bir şey değişmiyormuş. Yani o Orta Doğu'nun içinden çıkıp yani kaçtığın insanlar var mesela. Yani kaçtığın insanlar derken böyle bireysel belli insanlar değil elbette. Ancak toplumun belli bir kesimi ve artık o mücadeleye devam edemediğin bir kesim var. Sonra işte belli şeylerle çıkıp geldiğin yolda aynısını burada görüyorsun. Ve işte dediğim gibi bunun içine beyazlar da ekleniyor. Ee, Yani şimdi Orta Doğu'da bir Türk trans olmak var, bir de Kürt trans olmak var. Yani ve bunun ötekinin ötekisi olmak var aslında. Yani şey değil, sadece tek taraflı bir kimlikten doğru bir ayrımcılık değil burada söz konusu olan şey. Hêvi de zaten aslında kurulduğu günden beri bunu çalışan bir kurum. E, Ben de Hêvi'nin zaten kurucularından biriyim. Neden böyle bir şey çalışıyoruz diye yani hiç kendimize aslında yani sorduğumuzda şöyle bir yani Hêvi'de bulunan insanların çoğu böyle çoklu kimliklere sahip olan insanlar. Hepsi bir şekilde başka kimliklerle kesişmişler yani o kesişimselliği mevcut. Ve evi şu an zaten mülteci çalışıyor. Ben mülteci çalışırken kendimin mülteci olacağı aklıma gelmiyordu açıkçası yani. Hani böyle bir gün mülteci olacağım düşüncesi yoktu. Tabii ki insan her zaman yani gelecek hakkında kesin ve net kararlar veremeyebiliyor. Ama işte mülteci çalışırken mülteci konumuna düşmek de böyle düşündükçe biraz beni güldüren bir şeye dönüşüyor. Hêvi mülteci çalışıyor. Kürt azınlık LGBT çalışıyor. Kimlikler bakımından ve de cinsel sağlık çalışıyor. Ee, Yani şu an değineceğim sadece işte mülteci ve Kürt ve azınlığa değineceğim. Türkiye'de bunu aslında çalışmak hiç kolay değil. Ee, Çünkü Türkiye'de diğer LGBT artı dernekleri çok kimlik çalışmıyorlar aslında. Etnisite ve Hêvi gibi işte Kürt ya da işte mülteci çalışmıyorlar. Ve bu da aslında Hêvi yapıyor yani. Hem alanda tek yapması önemli olan değil o. Ama yalnız kalıyor aslında. Yani alanda tek olmak bazen iyi bir şey olabiliyor ama yalnız olmak tabii ki değil yani. Ee, Ve bu da yani Kürt LGBT artı, mülteci LGBT artı çalışmanın zorluğunu beraberinde getiriyor. Riskleri de artırıyor. Çünkü iki riskli alan var burada. Birincisi Kürt, diğeri mülteci bence yani. Bir hiyerarşik sıralaması yok bence bunun. Türkiye'de bunlar birbirlerini çok destekleyen iki yani Kürt düşmanlığı ve mülteci düşmanlığı. Ayrıca LGBT artı düşmanlığı. Ee, Ve işte Hêvi ile birlikte aslında ben de bu alanın içinde çalışmaya başlamıştım 2015 yılından beri. Hêvi hala tabii ki bunu çalışıyor. Ben de hala Hêvi'ye destek olmaya çalışıyorum bir şekilde uzaktan da olsa. Geçen sene uzaktan da olsa diyemeyeceğim çünkü bayağı uzaktan böyle ım, yoğun bir destek verdim. Bu sığınma sürecinde insan bayağı boş kalıyormuş. Hayatımın hiçbir döneminde bu kadar boş kalmamıştım. Ee, öyle biraz e, yani dediğim gibi Türkiye'de Kürt olmak, mülteci olmak başlı başına zor bir şey. Ancak bunlarla birlikte Kürt LGBT artı ve mülteci LGBT artı olmak da bu yaşadığın ayrımcılığı katmanlaştırıyor. Ben yani Kürt ve trans olmanın yani o translığın verdiği şeyin daha zor olduğunu düşünüyorum. Çünkü e, kabul görme yani oranın aslında bayağı düşen bir şeye neden oluyor. Yani o translığın verdiği şeyler öncelikle kişi belki kendisini kabul etmekte çok zorlanıyor. Herkesin deneyimi tabii ki biricik özel ama e, bazı deneyimlerde bunu da görüyoruz. Yani o kabul etme sürecinin zorluğunu görüyoruz. Onun dışında aile meselesi var tabii ki. Yani aile ve toplum. Aileden sonra toplum yani toplum. Buradaki kabul görme oranı çok düşük. Yani aslında şeye kadar bunlarla mücadele ediyorsun. Yani bir noktaya kadar mücadele ediyorsun bunlarla ve bir noktadan sonra mücadeleyi bırakıyorsun bence. Çünkü o değişimi görmedikçe bu sefer sen kendini değiştirmeye başlıyorsun. Sen olmadığın gibi olmaya çalışıyorsun. E, ve bu da senin hayatını tabii ki ve düşüncelerini iyi bir şekilde etkilemiyor bir noktada yani. E, evet tabii ki yani aile toplum dedik devleti de söylemeden edemeyeceğim yani artık söyleyebilirim. Yani orada da söylüyordum bu arada. Oradayken de devlete kafa tutuyordum mevzu o değildi. Ama tabii ki devlet de var. Devlet seni belli prosedürlerden geçiriyor ve en sonunda yani tamam sen şusun sen busun diyor sana. Ancak bunu derken senden belli şeyler de götürüyor. Yani bu senin o istediğin şeye kavuşmanı sağlamak çok zor oluyor Türkiye'de. Hmm, nasıl söyleyeyim yani belli bir süreçten geçiyorsun Türkiye'de işte bunun için ve işte belli doktorların sana onay verdiği ya da onay vermediği bir sürece dönüşüyor ve bunlar da işte çoğu açıkçası erkek doktorlar ve böyle işte yaşını başına almış insanlar yani. Yani anlatacaklarım biraz böyle karışık olmuş olabilir. Bilmiyorum eğer öyle olduysa özür dilerim. Ama biraz böyle heyecanlandım da. Ee, şimdilik bu kadar desem daha sonra belki hani aklıma geldikçe şey yapabilirim diye düşünüyorum.
Dear audiences, thank you so much in this morning. You spare your time and come here to listen us. In this session, we are going to debate legal protection of LGBTI rights and what is their situation in penitentiary systems, and focus on the Turkey example. Without taking so much time from our speakers, I would like to introduce them briefly. I'm Rafael Bagi, is a PhD candidate in law and a faculty research assistant at the University of Lausanne, specializing in the protection of LGBT rights within international law. Buggy serves as the head of legal services at Association 360 in Geneva. Jerome Mengelix, he will attend by Zoom with us today, is a global policy manager at Panel Reform International. He draws on extensive experience in drug policy reforms, penal and penitentiary reform, and human rights, having played a key role as a co-founder of the Research Center on Drugs and Human Rights. Yağmur Birdal, she is one of the authors of the Transgenders in Prison. Is a human rights lawyer in the field, in the courthouse, in the detention centers, running all around, specializing on LGBT, refugees, and women's rights. She has completed her master's degrees in criminology and criminal law justice at Istanbul University and practicing law in Istanbul, Turkey. And Quentin Markarian is a PhD student in the Department of Public Law at the University of Geneva. He is also co-director of the Law Clinic on the Rights of the Vulnerable Persons and has been an assistant at the Human Rights Continuing Education course since 2021. His doctoral thesis is about the separation of inmates in prison regarding peoples based on their sex. In each presentation of speakers will take probably around 15 and 20 minutes. And after all, we do have enough time for Q&A. And we are going to start with Raphaël.
Alors, bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je tiens à remercier tout le monde, le comité qui a organisé cet événement aujourd'hui. C'est un réel plaisir pour moi de pouvoir parler avec vous aujourd'hui de sujets qui sont tellement importants et pourtant si peu parlés et si peu étudiés, notamment en Suisse. Donc, c'est vraiment un réel plaisir pour moi d'être là avec vous aujourd'hui. Je vais vous parler de la protection des droits des personnes LGBTQ dans l'ordre juridique international, donc de manière globale. Je crois que j'ai été un petit peu trop optimiste. C'est vrai que j'ai préparé beaucoup de slides, donc je vais essayer d'être le plus succinct possible, parce que c'est vrai qu'il y a quand même énormément de choses à dire, mais pour aujourd'hui, je vais essayer d'être le plus succinct possible. Donc ça, c'est le menu du jour pour vous, qui a été préparé par mes soins. Donc, je vais commencer par vous parler de manière plutôt générale des droits LGBTQ face aux traités internationaux et quels sont les enjeux sur cette question. La Suisse, comme de nombreux pays, a ratifié divers traités universels de droit international qui protègent de manière générale les droits humains. Ces traités ont donné vie à une jurisprudence spécifique en ce qui concerne l'orientation sexuelle, l'identité de genre et les caractéristiques sexuelles. À titre d'exemple, le pacte ONU 2 qui protège toute personne, qui sont égales devant la loi et ont droit à une protection égale sans discrimination à l'article 26, qui dit que la loi doit interdire toute discrimination et garantir à toutes les personnes une protection égale et efficace contre toute discrimination, notamment de race, de couleur, de sexe, de langue, de religion, d'opinion politique ou de toute autre situation. L'orientation sexuelle et l'identité de genre et les caractéristiques sexuelles ne sont pas mentionnées spécifiquement. C'est malheureusement souvent le cas, que ce soit à l'égard du droit international ou du droit suisse, mais peut être compris de manière implicite dans toute autre situation. En l'absence de droits positifs explicites, comme on vient de le voir concernant les personnes LGBTQ, le rôle de la jurisprudence nationale et internationale est donc majeur dans l'application des dispositions à ces personnes. Cela est notamment, en tout cas en droit international, cela est notamment dû aux réticences de certains pays à reconnaître des droits aux personnes LGBTQ, et ce, même les droits les plus fondamentaux. Ce que je préconise toujours, évidemment, est ce que tous les chercheurs que les chercheurs dans ce domaine préconisent, c'est l'impératif d'une législation claire en matière de droits LGBTQ. Parce qu'évidemment, quand on a des dispositions qui manquent de spécificité, on n'est jamais à l'abri qu'elles soient interprétées d'une manière qui aille à l'encontre de la protection des droits des personnes LGBTIQ. Pour un petit peu illustrer cela, je vous propose d'avoir un petit aperçu d'une carte qui a été établie par ILGA et qui montre les pays dans lesquels le fait d'avoir des relations sexuelles entre adultes consentants est criminalisé. On voit donc que ça concerne quand même un très grand nombre de pays. Alors, au regard du droit international, je pense que l'instrument le plus complet et le plus important que l'on a, ce sont ce qu'on appelle les principes de Yogyakarta. Les principes de Yogyakarta, c'est un texte qui reconnaît les droits des personnes LGBTIQ comme étant des droits humains fondamentaux. Ce texte qui a été établi par un groupe d'experts sur le sujet de manière indépendante a notamment contribué à la création de la toute première résolution supportant les droits des personnes LGBTIQ adoptée par le Conseil des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies. Les principes de Yogyakarta constituent un catalogue de droit international qui porte sur l'application de la législation internationale des droits humains en matière d'orientation sexuelle, d'identité de genre et de caractéristiques sexuelles. Ce catalogue de normes s'est souvent inspiré des droits fondamentaux que l'on retrouve notamment dans d'autres textes de droit internationaux et qui les adapte pour les besoins spécifiques des personnes LGBTIQ. Quand ces experts se sont retrouvés pour créer ce catalogue, ils avaient vraiment une volonté de préciser l'état du droit international quant aux droits des communautés LGBTIQ en les regroupant dans un même document unique et ordonné. Ce qu'il faut savoir au sujet de ces principes, c'est qu'ils n'ont pas de valeur contraignante. Il s'agit de la soft law, donc c'est pas de la hard law. Voilà. Donc, c'est pas possible de se fonder uniquement sur ces principes devant les juridictions en vue de les faire appliquer. Toutefois, cela ne signifie pas qu'ils sont dépourvus de tout effet juridique, car l'appui de ces principes peut s'avérer très utile lors de l'interprétation de conventions internationales. Je suis en train d'ailleurs de rédiger une thèse sur la protection des droits des personnes LGBTQ dans l'ordre juridique, dans l'ordre international. Et évidemment, je base toutes mes propositions à l'aune de ces principes. Malheureusement, ces principes souffrent d'un manque d'utilisation par les juridictions et les gouvernements. À titre d'exemple, en Suisse, le tribunal fédéral ne les a mentionnés que dans un arrêt en 2021, puis récemment dans un arrêt de 2024. Il n'existe pas à ce jour de convention internationale spécifique pour la protection des droits des personnes LGBTIQ, comme on a par exemple la CIDO, la CEDEF en français. C'est quelque chose que très peu de chercheurs préconisent par la même occasion. Moi, je le fais dans mes recherches, je le fais dans ma thèse. Je préconise absolument que des gouvernements puissent élaborer un tel instrument juridique, car c'est un petit peu une sorte de serpent qui se mord la queue, parce que si on n'a pas de convention spécifique protégeant les droits des personnes LGBTIQ, du coup, on n'a pas les gouvernements ne peuvent pas s'appuyer sur une telle convention pour établir un droit interne beaucoup plus inclusif au regard des personnes LGBTIQ. Toutefois, même si on n'a pas de convention internationale protégeant spécifiquement les droits des personnes LGBTIQ, on a plusieurs autres instruments qui, après interprétation, peuvent servir de moyens de protection contre les discriminations fondées sur l'orientation sexuelle, l'identité de genre et les caractéristiques sexuelles. Il s'agit bien évidemment de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme, les pactes ONU 1 et 2, la Convention sur l'élimination de toutes les formes de discrimination à l'égard des femmes, la Convention relative aux droits de l'enfant également et la Convention relative aux droits des personnes handicapées. Mais voilà, il n'y a pas de mécanisme d'application cohérent et efficace au niveau international par rapport à ces conventions existantes, puisque certains pays n'admettront pas que ces conventions s'appliquent également aux personnes LGBTIQ. Alors, un organe bien sûr important dans la protection de ces droits, c'est évidemment les Nations Unies. 99 États membres ont signé une déclaration de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies sur les droits des personnes LGBTIQ en 2011. Toutefois, 54 États membres ont soutenu une contre-déclaration et d'autres sont restés obstinément neutres et silencieux sur la question des droits des personnes LGBTIQ. Les Nations unies offrent de nombreuses possibilités de défense des intérêts de ces droits, notamment par l'adoption de textes officiels au Conseil des droits de l'homme des Nations unies. Le Haut-Commissariat a lancé en 2012 également UN Free and Equal, ce qui est une campagne mondiale d'information visant à promouvoir l'égalité des droits et le traitement équitable des personnes LGBTIQ. En 2014, le Conseil des droits de l'homme des Nations unies a adopté une deuxième résolution relative à ces droits. En 2016, il y a eu l'adoption d'une troisième résolution sur la protection contre la violence et la discrimination fondée sur l'OCIEG. En 2019, une autre résolution adoptée qui crée le mandat de l'expert indépendant chargé de la question de la protection contre la violence et la discrimination liée à l'orientation sexuelle et l'identité de genre. La personne en poste qui vient de rentrer en poste continue le travail qui a été fait par le tout premier expert indépendant, Victor Borlo-Madrigal. L'Assemblée générale des Nations unies joue également un rôle important puisqu'elle a reconnu dans ses résolutions que le terme sexe peut être interprété comme incluant les personnes issues de minorités sexuelles et marginalisées. Elle a notamment aussi exhorté les États membres à protéger les droits de la vie de toute personne placée sous leur juridiction, y compris les personnes LGBTIQ. Le Conseil de sécurité des Nations unies joue également un rôle important, puisqu'en 2015, il a établi une première réunion pour traiter les droits des personnes LGBTIQ sous l'emprise de l'État islamique. En 2016, il a émis une condamnation de la fusillade, cette fameuse fusillade de la boîte de nuit d'Orlando aux États-Unis. Et c'était la première fois que cet organe utilisait un langage reconnaissant spécifiquement les violences ciblant les communautés LGBTIQ. Évidemment, le Comité des droits de l'homme des Nations unies joue également un rôle important, notamment au travers de l'affaire Tounen contre Australie, qui est une affaire topique en matière d'orientation sexuelle et qui a abouti à l'abrogation des dernières lois australiennes sur la sodomie. C'est une décision, cependant, qui a été perçue comme un moyen plutôt de contourner la question du statut en définissant l'orientation sexuelle dans la catégorie de sexe et a entraîné des limites incertaines pour les exceptions à ces droits. Aujourd'hui, presque tous les organes des traités ont développé leur interprétation des droits humains LGBTQ par le biais de recommandations et d'observations générales. Et depuis 2000, les organes des traités des Nations unies ont adopté 45 observations et recommandations générales sur différents problèmes rencontrés par les personnes LGBTQ et clarifiant les obligations des États à leur égard. Au niveau du droit régional, étant donné que on est en Suisse, je vais un petit peu vous parler du Conseil de l'Europe et de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme. Le Conseil de l'Europe reconnaît différentes caractéristiques à protéger. L'orientation sexuelle, l'identité de genre et les caractéristiques sexuelles peuvent être comprises dans toute autre situation. Donc là, encore une fois, on voit qu'il n'y a pas de protection spécifique, mais qu'il faut encore une fois interpréter. Il a émis notamment une recommandation du comité des ministres aux États membres sur des mesures visant à combattre la discrimination fondée sur l'orientation sexuelle ou l'identité de genre. L'instrument principal utilisé, bien évidemment, est la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme, la CEDH, qui est l'instrument primordial, et des dispositions peuvent être directement invoquées dans les ordres juridiques internes pour protéger les droits des personnes LGBTQ. La Cour EDH condamne toute conduite visant à l'exclusion des personnes en raison de leur orientation sexuelle, identité de genre ou caractéristiques sexuelles. Elle possède une jurisprudence qui est assez dense, mais parfois au désavantage des personnes LGBTQ, dû notamment à la disparité et l'absence de consensus entre les États membres en ce qui concerne ces questions, notamment sur la question du mariage et de l'adoption. À titre d'exemple, on peut citer l'arrêt Frété contre France qui traitait d'une question d'adoption et l'arrêt, je vais essayer de le prononcer, c'est en polonais, c'est pas forcément évident, PRISMI et autres contre Pologne. Voilà, excusez-moi s'il y a des Polonais dans la salle. Cette affaire traitait de la question de mariage. Alors, la Cour DH n'a pas exhorté ses États membres à autoriser le mariage, ou plutôt à obliger les gouvernements à traiter sur cette question, mais ça a plutôt abouti à l'obligation pour les États membres de prévoir une forme de reconnaissance et protection juridique pour les couples de même sexe. La Cour EDH a développé une jurisprudence, comme j'ai dit, assez conséquente au fil des années concernant la protection des droits des personnes LGBTIQ, notamment au regard du respect de la vie privée et familiale, de protection contre les discriminations et l'égalité de traitement. Maintenant, je vais passer à un autre volet qui est vraiment, je pense, un des plus importants dans le fond quand on parle de protection des droits des personnes LGBTQ. Et je pense que nous tous dans cette salle en sont la preuve vivante. C'est évidemment les actions entreprises par la société civile qui jouent depuis toujours un rôle décisif. Les ONG et les activistes LGBTIQ influent les organismes régionaux et internationaux, bien entendu, en plaidant en faveur de réformes politiques et législatives. Leur travail inclut notamment la documentation et la violation des droits des personnes LGBTIQ. À titre d'exemple, l'ILGA, fondée en 1978, réunit plus de 750 groupes LGBTIQ à travers le monde. Elle fait activement campagne pour les droits des personnes LGBTIQ sur la scène internationale des droits humains et civils. Et elle adresse régulièrement des pétitions aux Nations Unies et aux différents gouvernements. Elle a notamment contribué à ce que l'OMC retire l'homosexualité de sa liste des maladies. Elle sort périodiquement une base de données permettant de recenser les droits, mais aussi les manquements de certains pays envers les droits des personnes LGBTIQ. Je vous en parlais tout à l'heure, mais évidemment aussi les principes de Yogyakarta, qui est un parfait autre exemple de ce que la société civile est capable d'apporter à l'édifice, assurant la protection de ses droits. Sinon, j'ai un autre exemple aussi au Botswana où un tribunal a rendu une décision historique en 2016 où elle a ordonné au gouvernement d'enregistrer le groupe LGB après 11 ans de refus. Là, de nouveau, c'est la société civile puisque c'est une association qui, en saisissant la justice, a fait avancer les droits de ces personnes dans leur pays. Un autre volet de protection au regard du droit international qui est un petit peu plus excentrique au regard des droits humains, mais qui sert notamment, j'ai pu le constater au travers de mes recherches, envers les pays qui ne reconnaissent pas les droits LGBT comme étant des droits humains. Ça peut servir de levier en disant que l'homotransphobie a des répercussions sur l'économie et qu'elle a un coût. Donc, c'est les institutions économiques internationales qui peuvent également servir de levier de protection de ces droits. Elles jouent un rôle important car elles prennent des mesures visant à promouvoir et protéger ces droits et qui contribuent ainsi à une approche globale et concertée de l'inclusion et de l'égalité. À titre d'exemple, la Banque mondiale, elle, reconnaît que l'exclusion des personnes LGBTIQ a un impact négatif sur la société et sur les économies dans lesquelles elles vivent. Elle a notamment constaté que les personnes LGBTIQ sont susceptibles de recevoir une éducation inférieure en raison des discriminations et violences, qui a bien évidemment comme résultat de ce qu'on appelle les school dropouts, hein, de la part des jeunes personnes LGBTIQ, et qui ont évidemment des répercussions après dans leur travail, dans leur accès au marché du travail. Le taux de chômage est bien évidemment plus élevé chez les personnes LGBTIQ et l'accès à la santé est restreint par rapport aux personnes hétéro-cisgenres. En 2023, elle a suspendu l'aide à l'Ouganda après que ce dernier a promulgué une loi discriminatoire à l'encontre des personnes LGBTIQ. Étant donné que l'objectif, en tout cas un des objectifs de la Banque mondiale, c'est d'éradiquer la pauvreté et que cela ne peut pas être atteint quand on a des gouvernements comme l'Ouganda qui promulguent de telles lois. Il y en a bien sûr bien d'autres de ces institutions économiques, notamment l'OCDE, mais je vais un petit peu passer. En ce qui concerne l'Union européenne, je pense qu'il faut quand même la mentionner parce que c'est une organisation très importante dans la protection des droits des personnes LGBTIQ en Europe. Les institutions de l'Union européenne sont très inclines à accorder une place importante aux droits des personnes LGBTIQ. La CGUE a notamment une jurisprudence assez inclusive en faveur des droits LGBTIQ. Par exemple, l'arrêt C356-21 qui traite du cas d'un travailleur indépendant protégé de la discrimination sur l'orientation sexuelle. Elle transcende notamment les frontières, la jurisprudence de la CGUE, lorsque, par exemple, quand elle a déclaré que la persécution fondée sur l'orientation sexuelle était un motif d'asile en 2013. À titre d'information, le nom de cette affaire, c'est C199-12 à C201-12. L'Union européenne aussi a une directive large et horizontale antidiscrimination couvrant la plupart des domaines de la vie publique et privée est en cours d'élaboration en ce moment. Une un petit peu plus restreinte qui peut être invoquée dans le secteur de l'emploi existe depuis les années 2000. Un autre instrument important régional qu'on peut mentionner est le système interaméricain des droits de l'homme. L'Assemblée générale a émis une résolution déjà en 2008 sur les droits humains, l'orientation sexuelle et l'identité de genre, dans laquelle les États signataires exprimaient leurs préoccupations en ce qui concerne les actes de violence liés aux violations et persécutions d'individus en raison de leur orientation sexuelle ou identité de genre. Entre 2009 et 2013, l'Assemblée générale a aussi pris de nombreuses résolutions concernant les droits des personnes LGBTIQ. Elle a aussi émis de nombreuses recommandations pour entreprendre des efforts et allouer des ressources suffisantes pour collecter et analyser systématiquement les données sur la prévalence et la nature de la violence et discrimination fondée sur l'orientation sexuelle et l'identité de genre. Pour conclure, la protection des droits des personnes LGBTQ dans l'ordre juridique international repose sur une série de directives et recommandations ainsi que sur l'interprétation de traités existants. Personnellement, je préconise une convention internationale qui protégerait de manière explicite les droits des personnes LGBTQ. Les principes de Yogyakarta constituent un modèle exemplaire à suivre puisqu'il fournit un ensemble de normes internationales sur l'application des droits humains en matière d'orientation sexuelle, identité de genre et caractéristiques sexuelles. Les résolutions du Conseil des droits de l'homme de l'ONU ainsi que les rapports du Haut-Commissaire aux droits de l'homme mettent en lumière les violations des droits des personnes LGBTIQ. Le Conseil de l'Europe et la Cour EDH ont pris des positions importantes en faveur de ces droits, en condamnant notamment les lois discriminatoires et en imposant les obligations positives aux États membres pour protéger ces droits. La société civile, les organisations non gouvernementales et les institutions économiques internationales ont également entrepris des actions significatives pour promouvoir les droits des personnes LGBTIQ. De même que l'UE a développé un cadre juridique conséquent pour la protection de ces droits, comprenant notamment des directives antidiscriminatoires et des résolutions du Parlement européen. Concernant les instruments régionaux, le système interaméricain des droits humains a également émis des décisions et recommandations cruciales pour protéger ces droits. Je vous remercie pour votre attention. J'espère que c'était pas trop long. Voilà.
Thank you so much, Rafael, for bringing the international, especially aspect and legal framework. And our second speaker will be Jerome, or I don't know if I'm sorry for my wrong pronunciation. He will be on.
I'm going to share my presentation. Share. Can you see it? Okay. Many thanks, Mohammed, and congratulations to the organizers for such an important and timely event. And it is an honor to take part in this session. So last week, Penal Reform International launched the 2024 edition of its Global Prison Trends, a report that is co-published with the Thailand Institute of Justice. The report, while having a focus on transgender people, highlights emerging issues in global prison systems. So I will share some of the highlights now of the report, but to give you a broader scope, there are currently 11.5 million people in prison, mostly men, and 1 in 3 people in prison are held in pretrial detention. A key focus this year for PRI is the treatment and placement of transgender and non-binary individuals in prisons. And this focus coincides with the release of a guide titled Placement of Trans and Non-Binary People, a guide for prisons, developed by Penal Reform International in partnership with Trans Europe and Central Asia, TGEU. The guide establishes a human rights-based framework aiming at ensuring the safety and dignity of transgender and non-binary people in detention facilities. Of course, accurate data on transgender persons in prisons is difficult to obtain due to inadequate data collection, privacy concerns, and fears of discrimination. So studies have shown that transgender people are often hesitant to disclose their gender identity due to fears of violence and stigma. In 2023, the UK reported, for instance, 268 transgender prisoners, up 17% from the previous year. Spain recorded 79 transgender prisoners in April 2023, while the US reported nearly 5,000 transgender people in prison in 2020. However, the overall invisibility of this population in many countries remains significant. Trans and non-binary prisoners face numerous risks, including physical, sexual, and psychological violence from both staff and other prisoners. And these risks are often compounded by the stigma and discrimination they face in broader society. So, for example, in Argentina, many transgender people in prison belong to disadvantaged socioeconomic groups. In Peru, nearly half of LGBTQI people in prison have not completed their basic education. And similarly, in Canada, a 2024 study found that over 70% of gender diverse prisoners had experienced childhood trauma, with Indigenous individuals being disproportionately represented. So despite increasing legal recognition of gender diversity in some countries around the world, most prison systems still operate within binary frameworks, and this often results in the complete abandonment of transgender and non-binary individuals, with many prisons lacking policies to safeguard their rights or address their unique needs within the prison system. Finally, transgender people are often over-criminalized, leading to their over-representation in prison populations as a result of the criminalization of same-sex relations, sex work, drug use, and other socioeconomic disadvantages. In Argentina, again, for instance, transgender prisoners frequently come from marginalized backgrounds, while in Canada, in 2024, a study revealed high rates of trauma and abuse among imprisoned gender diverse individuals. So moving on. Transgender prisoners are often at heightened risk of violence and mistreatment within prisons. To provide an example, 59% of transgender women in California prisons reported experiencing sexual assault, compared to just 4.4% of the general population in prison. In other countries, such as Kuwait or Cameroon, transgender women have reported sexual violence and physical abuse, mostly in male prisons. Transgender individuals often endure degrading treatment, including invasive searches by staff of a different gender. Many are also denied the ability to maintain their gender expression, whether through clothing, hair, or makeup. In the US, for example, trans prisoners have been punished for asserting their gender identity, while in Thailand, transgender women are allowed to keep their hair shoulder length and wear makeup, offering a glimpse of more inclusive practices. But globally, prison systems struggle to answer basic questions about the number of transgender people in custody, and often fail to identify and meet their specific needs. And the lack of data, as I already mentioned, hampers the development of effective policies, whether national policies or regional or international guidelines. So many transgender and non-binary people hesitate to disclose their identity due to safety concerns, which leads to further their marginalization within the prison system. So authorities may also rely on prejudiced or stereotypical notions of gender diversity, which leads to inaccurate identification of transgender prisoners as well. Access to healthcare and gender-affirming health treatment within prisons. So regarding access to adequate healthcare, so including gender-affirming care, represent another major challenge for transgender people in prison. Research highlights that transphobia in prisons is linked to mental health issues such as depression and anxiety. In some countries, efforts have been made to restrict transgender prisoners access to gender-affirming treatment, including hormone therapy and surgery. So international bodies have emphasized the need for individualized, risk-based decisions when placing transgender people in prisons, allowing transgender prisoners to participate in their in the decisions to be made about their placement, which can help ensure their safety and well-being. And these policies should not be seen as granting special rights, but rather as recognizing the unique risks and the unique needs to be met by transgender people in prisons. Regarding international human rights standards, the UN Nelson Mandela rules, the Bangkok rules, and European prison rules provide general guidance on prison management, but do not specifically address the needs of LGBTQI people, including transgender persons in prison. However, non-discrimination provisions mandate that vulnerable populations, such as transgender prisoners, receive special attention within prison systems. So as Rafael already mentioned, several international guidelines, such as the Yogyakarta Principles from 2007 and the Yogyakarta Principles +10 from 2017, outline the rights of transgender people in prisons. These guidelines stress the importance of respecting the gender identity and allowing transgender individuals to participate in decisions about their placement. Other recommendations, as already mentioned, from bodies like the UN Subcommittee on Prevention of Torture and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, echo the need for individualized placement decisions and participation in determining where transgender persons will be housed in a prison. Some recommendations drawn from PRI and TGEU's guide. So here I wanted to outline essential human rights principles for the placement of trans and non-binary persons in prisons, focusing on core recommendations and practical implementation of these recommendations. You can find them in our guide, which is available on PRI's website. So the guide emphasizes the importance of aligning placement policies with individual gender identity, ensuring safe and dignified conditions within prison, and fostering meaningful participation of trans people in decision-making processes, especially regarding their housing situation in a specific prison. So key recommendations include adopting policies based on self-determination, enhancing protection against torture and ill treatment, and involving trans groups in shaping policies. There is a need for non-discrimination, privacy, and effective oversight in prison placement policies as well. The guide underscores the importance of eliminating discriminatory practices, ensuring privacy, safety, as already mentioned, managing risks in a fair manner, and involving trans advocates in monitoring the implementation of these policies. So by integrating and implementing these recommendations, prisons can uphold the rights and dignity of trans and non-binary people while ensuring policies are both effective and humane. So the harsh realities faced by transgender prisoners highlight the urgent need for prison systems to adapt and adopt human rights-based policies that protect their safety and dignity. Decisions about the placement of transgender and non-binary people in prison must be made on a case-by-case basis with full participation from the individuals involved and affected. So authorities must also take steps to eliminate violence, discrimination, and the denial of healthcare services that transgender prisoners currently endure. So moving forward, policymakers and prison administrators must prioritize the development of inclusive and protective policies that address the unique challenges faced by transgender and non-binary people in prisons. And these reforms are essential for reducing harm and ensuring that the human rights of all individuals, regardless of gender identity, are upheld within prison systems worldwide. So I would like to thank you again, thank the organizers for this important and timely event. Feel free to stay in touch with Penal Reform International, and I'll gladly share the guide on the placement of trans and non-binary people in prisons as well. Many thanks.
Hello, everyone. Today I will present this important report that addresses the discrimination and human rights violations faced by trans prisoners in correctional facilities. The report covers the challenges trans prisoners encounter globally with a particular focus on Turkey, including issues of solitary confinement and access to healthcare. Prepared in collaboration with national and international civil society organizations and human rights defenders, this study offers significant data on the legal and social dimension of gender identity-based discrimination. In this presentation, I will share the main findings of the report and offer our recommendations for addressing the problems faced by trans prisoners in prison. The legal recognition of gender identity in Turkey is a complex and burdensome process. Article 40 of the Turkish Civil Code mandates that trans individuals undergo gender confirmation surgery as a prerequisite for changing their gender marker on official documents. This step is not only required for changing one's legal gender marker, but is also seen as necessary for the social and legal recognition of trans individuals. However, this legal process involves both medical and judicial procedures, each posing distinct challenges for trans individuals. To obtain legal recognition of their gender identity, trans individuals in Turkey must first obtain permission for gender confirmation surgery from a court. The legal criteria include being at least 18 years old, unmarried, and providing medical reports that confirm the individual's transsexual nature. This process is under state control and involves detailed medical and psychological evaluations. To obtain court permission for gender confirmation, trans individuals must provide an official medical report stating that gender confirmation is necessary for their mental health. This report is issued following a psychiatric evaluations at a state hospital where individuals must be deemed fit for surgery. After receiving court approval, individuals undergo hormone therapy and eventually receive permission for gender confirmation surgery. However, performing such surgeries, especially procedures like phalloplasty, is particularly challenging in Turkey due to the limited number of qualified surgeons. These surgeries are both costly and risky, and without completing them, trans individuals are unable to change their gender marker on official documents. Turkey does not provide legal recognition of gender identity without gender confirmation surgery. These legal requirements significantly restrict individuals' ability to express themselves both socially and legally. While 2018 ruling by the Turkish Constitutional Court annulled the requirement of being permanently infertile to obtain permission for gender confirmation, the mandatory surgery requirement for legal gender confirmation persists. This requirement remains inconsistent with Turkey's obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights and international human rights standards. In this regard, 2017 decision by the Constitutional Court is also noteworthy. The court rejected appeals to change gender markers on official documents without undergoing surgery. According to Article 152.4 of the Constitution, no appeal may be made on the same grounds for 10 years following a substantive rejection by the Constitutional Court. Thus, trans individuals demand to change their gender markers without surgery can only be reconsidered by the court in 2027. This legal barrier effectively forces trans individuals to undergo surgery to obtain legal recognition, violating their fundamental human rights. This decision has left Turkey lagging far behind international standards. The European Court of Human Rights, in its ruling in AP Garçon and Nicot versus France, found that requiring individuals to undergo surgery for legal gender recognition violates the principles of bodily autonomy and self-determination. Despite this, Turkey continues to mandate surgical intervention for legal recognitions of gender identity, limiting individuals' control over their own bodies. The Constitutional Court's decision is adds with the recommendations of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and the ACHR's jurisprudence. This inconsistency with international standards creates a significant legal deadlock for trans individuals seeking to assert their rights in Turkey. Trans individuals are subjected to process that is both medically risky and financially burdensome without adequate start support. These legal hurdles result in trans individuals facing violations not only in civilian life, but also within correctional facilities. Solitary confinement practices practices for trans prisoners in Turkey's correctional system are closely linked to their placement based on their assigned gender at birth. Under Turkish law, trans prisoners who have not completed their gender affirming process and have not changed their gender marker on official documents are placed into prisons according to their assigned gender. This practice often results in trans women being placed in men's prisons, where they are subjected to solitary confinement for security reasons. However, the issue is not just the confinement itself, but the indefinite duration of solitary confinement and the lack of appropriate conditions for these individuals. Solitary confinement, while considered violations of international human rights standards, is justified in Turkey as necessary due to incomplete gender confirmation surgery of the prisoners. The indefinite nature of this confinement, with no clear end in sight, constitutes a grave human rights violations. Trans women particularly face heightened risk of sexual assault and physical violence when placed in mass prisons, leading to prolonged periods of isolations. Research has shown that solitary confinement has severe psychological and physical consequences, including perceptual distortions, depressions, anxiety, and hallucinations. When trans prisoners are subjected to solitary confinement, they are also deprived of rehabilitation programs and other prison services, further isolating them from social, professional, and psychological support. In one now case, trans prisoners in Alanya L-type closed prison were held in solitary confinement for 3 years. This case are not solely the result of security measures, but also stem from systematic discrimination against trans individuals within the prison system. Solitary confinement is considered torture and cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment under international law. The United Nations Nelson Mandela rules stipulate that solitary confinement should only be used in exceptional circumstances and for the shortest possible duration. Long-term solitary confinement, defined as lasting more than 50 days, is prohibited. Moreover, the use of solitary confinement for individuals with mental or physical disabilities is entirely banned. Despite these international standards, Turkey does not comply, and solitary confinement durations for trans prisoners are often arbitrarily extended without considering their gender identity. The arbitrary extension of solitary confinement is a clear indicator of systematic human rights violations in Turkey's correctional facilities. One of the most significant cases concerning solitary confinement of trans prisoners in Turkey is X versus Turkey. The ACHR found that the applicants' solitary confinement due to their gender identity violated Article 3 of the European Convention of Human Rights. The court ruled that solitary confinement based on gender identity is a violation of human dignity and has irreversible negative effects on the individual's physical and mental health. Despite this ruling being over 10 years old, the issue of solitary confinement for trans individuals and the broader LGBT+ populations remains an unresolved and pressing human rights concern. In addition to solitary confinement, trans prisoners in Turkey face significant barriers in accessing healthcare. Trans prisoners' access to healthcare is complicated by both their status as prisoners and their gender identity. As trans prisoners challenge the binary gender categorization upon which most correctional systems are based, they are subjected to double punishment. Their unique healthcare needs, including hormone therapy, access to gender confirmation surgeries, and other specialized medical care, are often unmet due to the lack of knowledge or training among prison healthcare staff. Trans prisoners frequently encounter obstacles in receiving basic and necessary medical treatment. And this situation is exacerbated by the lack of training among prison staff regarding trans-specific healthcare needs. Access to hormone therapy, diagnostic procedures, and gender confirmation surgeries is often delayed or completely denied. There is no consistent policy across Turkish prisons regarding the provision of hormone therapy. In some facilities, trans prisoners are denied access altogether, while in others, excessive amounts of hormone medication are prescribed without proper medical supervision. In one case, a trans prisoner in Iskenderun T-type closed prison had their hormone therapy request denied by the prison administrations, and the request for psychological support was also refused. This example illustrates the systematic violations of trans prisoners' healthcare rights in Turkey. The denial of hormone therapy can lead to severe physical and psychological consequences, including depression, heightened suicide risk, and other health complications, as documented in international human rights reports. In extreme cases, the denial of necessary health care has driven trans prisoners to go on hunger strikes, such as a trans prisoner who started the hunger strike on January 2018 due to the failure of initiate their gender affirming process and the refusal of their request for appellation. The strike ended when the prison administration partly met some of their demands. These cases demonstrate that Turkey is systematically failing to meet its obligations under international human rights law to protect the healthcare rights of trans prisoners. Under international treaties to which Turkey is party, including the United Nations Mandela Rules and the European Convention of Human Rights, trans prisoners' right to healthcare and protection from discrimination must be upheld. However, in practice, trans prisoners in Turkey face significant barriers in accessing healthcare, hormone therapy, and gender-affirming procedures, and are systematically subjected to solitary confinement. To address the ongoing violations of trans prisoners' rights in Turkey, it is crucial to implement concentrate reforms. Malta's example offers a valuable model. The Maltese Prison Service has developed policies aimed at preventing discrimination based on gender identity and providing protection for trans prisoners. These policies guarantee access to gender-affirming healthcare, including hormone therapy, appellation, and gender confirmation surgeries, and ensure that these services are provided without delay. Moreover, prison staff are given comprehensive training to support the mental and physical health of trans prisoners. Turkey must follow Malta's example by developing policies that address the specific needs of trans prisoners, organizing LGBT+ awareness training for prison staff, and strengthening access to healthcare. These reforms are essential for protecting the fundamental human rights of trans prisoners and creating a correctional system that complies with international standards. Thank you.
Yes. Hello, everyone. First, I would like to thank the Mesopotamia Observatory of Justice for the organization of this conference. To my knowledge, until today, there have been very few events like this one dedicated to LGBTQAI+ rights in prison, bringing together different stakeholders and also in a public setting. I'm all the more pleased that this conference is taking place at the University of Geneva, where I work daily, usually not on Saturday though. In 2021, I began a PhD thesis in comparative law on the placement of trans people in prison. I am to determine the criteria used by the international detention law, the Swiss and the French prison law, as well as by prison administration in practice to decide the placement of trans individuals behind bars. In a second phase of this thesis, I analyzed the compliance of these criteria with human rights. Today, I will present part of this research focusing mainly on the Swiss and French context, as other presentation will and have already covered part of the international detention law standards, and I don't want to be too repetitive. First, I will begin with sex segregation, ou séparation des sexes en français, a legal and spatial rule that determines the placements of inmates based on two mutually exclusive categories, men and women. It's within this binary framework that the placement of incarcerated trans people is carried out. To better outline the contour and understand how sex segregation became established as a guiding principle of prison law and prison organization, I will address its foundation from a historical perspective. And secondly, I will present the placement procedure for trans people in prison outlined in Swiss and French prison law, as in the prison practices. While the emergence of sex segregation in prison is commonly attributed to the 19th century, its legislative origin actually date back from the medieval era. In the Middle Ages, prison was primarily a place of coercion for the temporary confinement of a person. It could also serve subsidiary to corporal and financial punishment as a punitive space. This period in Europe saw the adaptation of existing building into prison, or even their construction, alongside the development of normative regulation of these spaces. Although ancient French law is pretty diverse, it's possible to identify the sources of legislative production through the royal edictal power. During the 14th and 15th centuries, the legislative consecration by royal authority of the separation of men and women in prisons appears in the writing of several kings. For example, you can read in the text displayed behind me that by confirming the privilege granted to the city of Figeac, Charles VI requests separate confinement due to the diversity of sexes implied as biological and for the safeguarding of women's modesty. The modalities of incarceration derived from medieval confinement law can also be identified through local habits and customs established by customary rules. One example is the Somme Rurale by Jean Boutillier, a prominent French customary law expert of the late 14th century, which contains a synthesis of the law in force in northern France. As you can see, separation is enshrined in a provision addressed to both the subject of the law and the jailers, which stipulates that women must not be detained with a man as she should be placed in a safe and closed room in the company of another woman. The implementation of sex segregation in Middle Ages prison is more notably contrasted. Mixed gender detention was widespread due to its financial advantages and because of architectural constraints. The segregation norm will be constantly reinforced with the rise of penology, while European reformers tirelessly question which model of confinement to favor in the 19th century. They nonetheless agreed on the principle of sex segregation. The justification for this classification is not only to protect women from potential male violence, but it's also justified by imposing an additional deprivation on male inmates, the access to heterosexual sexuality. The presence of women will thus undermine the prison's ambition for the moral reform of men. In support of this vision, we foremost defined the modality for implementing sex segregation. More than just a simple sex division within a closed space, it must apply to all aspects of confinement, transport, religious services, etc., reflecting an obsession with imposing a strict non-mixity. In light of the observed failure of effective separation within the same facility, the prison theory is also driven by the desire to see distinct prison for each sex, which will be reflected by the law, but with limited success in practice, actually, because in both France and Switzerland, there is not today, as there was not in the 19th century as well, an equal numbers of facilities dedicated to men and women. Women are more mostly detained in a small section within men's prison. Today, sex segregation can be found in the French penitentiary code. In Switzerland, however, such segregation has not been mandatory under federal law since 2007. The Federal Council concluded that based on purely pragmatic reason that, I quote, at the level of planning, organization, and cost, such separation is not always justified. Article 377 of the Swiss Penal Code now gives canton the freedom, but does not require them to provide for such a separation between men and women in prison. The Latin Concordat, which applies in the canton of Romandie, Geneva included, has chosen to impose it, as is it the case in most of the cantons and in prison. In Switzerland, the possibility for mixed gender incarceration could thus be considered under federal law, but it remains largely theoretical, as sex segregation continues to be one of the pillars of prison organization in practice. The placement of trans person is a source of tension regarding sex segregation. Where should trans detainees be placed? This question has been around for a while now and is not a new phenomenon, as you can read sometimes. One example amongst others is the story of Zouzou, as told by Le Journal Amusant in 1926, a popular French weekly satirical news magazine. Zouzou was identified, as I quote, an hermaphrodite, because they say they have no sex. Zouzou is a suspect in a burglary case. Examined by two different doctors to identify the gender and send them to a male or woman prison. The prosecution finally decided that Zouzou will be on provisional release and not go to a prison, since the gender couldn't fit in the gender binary of the prison system. Today in Switzerland, as in France, the prison practices regarding the placement of trans persons are pretty disparate. In Switzerland, trans individuals are usually placed in prison based on their genitalia and or on their civil status, more rarely based on their expressed gender identity. In Switzerland, where the execution of criminal sanction is primarily the responsibility of the canton, there is no legal framework at the national, intercantonal, and cantonal levels. Although two cantons out of 26 stands out as exceptions. It's the one listed on the slide. The canton of Vaud established a derogatory regime to sex segregation for transsexual or transgender individuals whose placement is subject to appropriate assessment. The prison law of the canton of Bâle-Ville stipulates that the gender identity of the incarcerated person is taken into the extent possible. While this rule allows for a potentially better consideration of gender identity in the placement process, they nonetheless leave a wide margin of discretion to prison administrations. Many elements could therefore be interpreted, included under the words taken into the extent possible. A valid justification could be, for example, the one provided by the Director General of the Geneva Office of Detention. When asked about the possibility of placing trans person in the women's section of the Geneva prison Chandolon, given that a prison in Zurich has done so, he believed that the infrastructure is an obstacle. The director reveals that the women's unit does not have the cell capacity to accommodate more inmates, and therefore it would be more favorable to place trans persons, including trans women, with the men. This is an interesting justification, as it will not occur to him to do the same for cisgender women when the women unit is full. In France, official discourse evolves and sometimes contradicts itself regarding the prison placement of trans persons. According to the Minister of Justice in 2010, the prison administration was bound by the mention of sex on official documents to place trans persons in prison. In 2021, the new Minister of Justice considered that the prison administration could derogate to the rule of sex segregation to respect the gender identity of trans individuals and their wishes regarding the placement, regardless of the civil status. However, this statement, which merits following the Yogyakarta principle, contradicts the French legislative power. Indeed, the National Assembly has refused twice, in 2018 and in 2023, to add self-determination as the criteria for the placement of trans persons in a prison. The National Assembly only agreed in 2022 to add gender identity to the anti-discrimination kind of norm provided at Article L6 of the Prison Code. In practice, the placement in French prisons is different from one prison to another, or even within the same prison, depending on the sensitivity or on the insensitivity of the prison direction toward gender identity or the profile of the incarcerated person. Trans persons have no guarantee that the placement will correspond to the self-determined gender, even if they have obtained legal recognition of it before. Some French prisons indeed relied on the genitals discovered during the entrance search to determine the placement. Also prison-based placement on certain bodily and clothing indicators, such as the presence or the absence of breast, a wig, sometimes painted nails, or the outfit in which the person arrived in detention. Most often, for trans women, the presence of a penis is nearly disqualifying for being placed with cisgender women. France has also a specific unit for trans women within the men's section of the Fleury-Mérogis prison. Located on the isolation wing, it follows the same rules designed to hide inmates from the view of all the other population, prison population. While this arrangement does offer protection for two trans women from potential assault by other inmates, it undermines the effectiveness of many human rights. Le contrôleur général des lieux de privation de liberté, the French monitoring body established under the OPCAT, has qualified placement of trans persons in this unit as a discriminatory practice. The rule of sex segregation is slowly becoming a topic of debate in public space and in media. A question about recognition of third gender not indicating one gender on civil status record or even abolishing the genders marker altogether are being raised in some legal systems. In Switzerland, for example, the National Ethics Commission's task with addressing these issues has concluded that while sex segregation in prison is considered essential for the protection of inmates, abandoning the binary gender system will not hinder this protective aim. Thus, it could be possible to eliminate sex segregation in prison if the gender binary were abolished in the civil status law. On the other hand, voices from radical feminist movements, usually known as TERF, openly opposed to granting any rights to trans individuals, are actively advocating for maintaining sex segregation in prison according to its original conception, which means no trans woman in cisgender woman prison. Protests were organized in front of prison and at the Scottish Parliament during the Isla Bryson case in the UK, led by groups such as For Women Scotland and Keep Prison Single Sex. That is actually the name of that group. In France, the 2023 Feminist manifesto written by Dora Muto and Marguerite Stern, along with the numerous appearances on the media, also illustrates how the issue of sex segregation and the placement of trans persons in prison has become an argument in the fight against trans rights in prison or in society as part of a larger international anti-gender movement. Thank you for your attention.
Bonjour, Patrick Berger d'Amnesty. C'était juste une réflexion sur la situation juridique des pays. Il y a des pays comme l'Équateur ou l'Afrique du Sud qui, dans leur constitution, ont clairement défini une protection des personnes LGBTIQ, mais dans la pratique, quand on voit ce qui se passe dans les ghettos noirs, par exemple, c'est pas du tout mis en pratique, quoi. Donc, la situation juridique et la situation réelle d'un pays diffèrent un peu, quoi.
Oui, effectivement. Alors, on se retrouve des fois dans des situations où l'orientation sexuelle et l'identité de genre y est clairement mentionnée, et puis après, dans l'application, dans l'idéal, c'est ce qu'il faudrait. Il faut avoir que des dispositions soient précises en ce qui concerne l'orientation sexuelle et l'identité de genre, et que les dispositions soient appliquées.
Parce que, par exemple, en Chine, les gens étaient accusés de déviation sociale. Donc, pas contre l'homosexualité en elle-même, mais pour comportement asocial. Oui, oui. En Chine, par exemple, les personnes étaient accusées de comportement asocial sans mentionner leur orientation sexuelle ou leur identité de genre, par exemple.
Vous dites pour criminaliser?
Criminaliser.
Oui. Oui, alors ça, même dans les pays du Moyen-Orient, hein, c'est souvent comme ça, et c'est atteinte à la pudeur, ce genre de choses. Mais c'est pour ça aussi qu'une législation spécifique qui protégerait, enfin, quand on crée une législation spécifique à l'égard de l'orientation sexuelle et l'identité de genre, ça peut contribuer à faire en sorte que ces autres dispositions ne soient plus appliquées. Parce que du coup, on a une législation positive qui est claire.
Mais c'est un long cheminement, quoi, l'acquisition des droits.
Pardon?
L'acquisition des droits humains, c'est un long cheminement. La législation en fait partie, mais il n'y a pas que ça, quoi. Ça ne change pas tout du jour au lendemain, quoi.
Exactement. Il y a les lois et l'application des lois, ça c'est sûr. Ouais.
Merci pour cette conférence organisée dans la ville internationale à Genève. Je voulais me présenter, je m'appelle Rossida, je suis artiste, activiste LGBTQ, kurde et réfugié. J'habite à Genève depuis 8 ans et je suis l'ancienne de prisonnière politique en Turquie aussi. J'étais 2 ans en prison en Turquie. Et j'ai travaillé dans une association non gouvernementale de système pénal en Turquie, après le prison en 2015 et 2016. Et c'était un centre de recherche sur les prisonnières de Turquie. Et j'ai publié un livre qui s'appelle Lgbtiq, qui c'est deux langues turques et kurdes. C'est l'histoire de 17 personnes LGBTQ prisonnières en Turquie. Bien sûr, après 10 ans, quand je suis dans une ville internationale à Genève, je voulais traduire en français et anglais et créer la visibilité sur cette problématique. Et j'espère que cette conférence aussi va refléter cette problématique ou créer, c'est pas créer que visibilité et trouver la solution en fait. Actuellement, je travaille dans un projet qui s'appelle In Mind qui part sur intersectionnalité, minorisation et discrimination multiple chez les personnes réfugiées LGBTQ et récurrentes d'asile LGBTQ en Suisse romande avec l'université de Fribourg. J'ai deux questions en fait par rapport à, par exemple, comment on peut amener deux identités minorisées, être une personne trans et réfugiée en Turquie dans une prison. Est-ce que, peut-être cette question, c'est pour, je ne vois pas c'est le représentant de Hêvi LGBT, Madame Birdal, c'est ça? Yağmur. Et la question, est-ce que vous avez un exemple, une personne réfugiée trans ou LGBTQ en Turquie dans une prison, comment ça se passe, la discrimination ou la violence en prison, par exemple, parce que tu n'as pas un document, changement de, je ne voulais pas dire changement de sexe, je ne trouve pas les mots en fait, les réinsignation, on peut dire. Comment ça se passe? Et par rapport à cette question aussi, je voulais demander à Raphaël, en fait, à Genève, quand je suis arrivé en 2016, il y a une personne trans prisonnière qui a écrit un 360 de l'association. Est-ce que vous avez des exemples comme ça aussi en Suisse, à Genève, ou en Suisse romande, les prisonnières LGBTQ, elle a écrit, et Marianne Outeman, qui à ce moment-là, elle a répondu cette lettre, je me rappelle. Comment ça se passe? Ça fait 3 questions. Turquie, Suisse, à Genève. Et par rapport à carcération, je voulais demander, par exemple, pour moi, c'est le foyer des migrants, c'est un lieu de carcération, c'est comme la prison, parce qu'on isole les gens, on met les personnes LGBTQ dans un prison comme le foyer, et tu quittes ton pays, ton communauté qui te fait violence, et tu viens, t'es dans la même communauté, dans la même foyer. Et comment vous pensez, en fait, on part sur la naissance de prison de Foucault, ou je sais pas, de prison. Et pour moi, aujourd'hui, il faut ajouter des foyers migrants aussi, c'est comme une prison, comme l'hôpital psychiatrie aussi. Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Türkçe cevaplamak istiyorum. Şöyle, ben aynı zamanda Hêvi LGBT Derneği'nin de avukatıyım ve sahada da çalışıyorum. Bununla birlikte trans mahpusları gerçekten bu rapor yazım sürecinde ziyaret etmeye çalıştık. Gerçekten sunumda bahsettiğim örnekleri birebir yaşayan ve deneyimleyen trans mahpuslarla görüştük. Bunların içerisinde tamamen cinsiyet uyum süreci olarak Türkiye'de tanımladığımız süreci tamamen tamamlamış şekilde erkek cezaevinden kadın cezaevine sevki gerçekleşmiş olanlar vardı. Ancak tabii ki Türkiye'de LGBT artıları tamamen kriminalize edilen bir kültür ve bu kültürün de cezaevine yansımadığını düşünmek imkansız. Orada aynı şekilde sadece 2 örnek vermek istiyorum. Birincisi trans bir kadın üzerinden örneği veriyorum. Bir de trans bir erkek üzerinden örnek vereceğim. Buradaki özellikle kadın cezaevine geçtiği zaman rahat edebileceğini düşünen danışanımız, trans mahpus, kadın cezaevinde de aslında kadınlar tarafından da aynı şekilde fobiye maruz kaldığını söyledikten sonra cezaevi yönetiminin bize söylediği şey mecburen artık hani biz onu tek kişilik bir koğuşa aldık gibi bir noktada ve aslında örneğin ayda bir bahçede birçok mahpusla vakit geçirebilmek için bir zaman dilimi tanımış olsa bile onda bile bir gözetim altında olduğunu söyledi ve ona ilişkin de başvuruları devam ediyor. Trans erkekler için ise süreç zaten öncelikle işte kadın cezaevlerine, tabii ki özellikle maalesef cinsiyet hanelerindeki o değişim büyük bir sıkıntı olduğu için kadın cezaevlerine yerleştiriyorlar. Velev ki şöyle bir şey oldu, beyanını esas alıp erkek cezaevine koyduklarında ise hani burası biraz tetikleyici olabilir ama erkek cezaevine konulduğu zaman erkek cezaevinde yani sadece yerleştirildiği bir gün içinde o kadar fazla cinsel saldırıya maruz kalmış ki mesela tek gecede bu sefer o tecrit istiyor ama bu kişilerin orada yaşadıkları deneyimler oldukça yani çift yönlü bir noktada farklı bir şekilde devam ediyor. Özellikle hani cinsiyet kimliği üzerine burada büyük bir sıkıntı var ve ya biliyorsunuz Türkiye'de özellikle böyle bir politika olmadığı için de LGBT artılar için böyle çok kısa süreli takip ettiğimiz şehir şehir belli başlı şehirlerin özel bir koğuş açılıyor. O şehirlere doğru hepsinin bir arada olması için uğraş veriliyor ama tabii bu aynı zamanda yine bir damgalama gibi bir noktaya gidip bu koğuşları da istemiyorlar. Biraz hani soruyu tam böyle duyamadım biraz ama eksik bir şey varsa. Hı.
Just Türkçe söyleyeyim sonra Fransızca isterseniz çevireyim. Mesela Azerbaycanlı bir trans kadın belki tanırsınız. Halen Türkiye'de cezaevinde. Sibel adında bir trans kadın. Mesela konsolosluk, Azerbaycan konsolosluğu bu yargılama sürecinde bizim vatandaşımızdır dedi. Yargılama bitti, bu bizim vatandaşımız değil dedi. Mesela böyle bir örnek üzerinden gittiğimizde Sibel ismini değiştirmek istediğinde kimlikte ya da işte bu cinsiyet geçiş operasyonları yapmak istediğinde çok büyük sorunlar yaşadı. Ben Sibel'in bizzat görüşüne gittim geldim. Mesela bunun gibi örnekler üzerinde dedim ki mesela hem mülteci hem hapiste olunca bir trans biri olarak ekstra nasıl sorunlar yaşanıyor ve çözüm yolları nasıl bulunur?
Tamam ya bunun üzerinden de Sibel...
Belki çeviri gerekiyor. Est-ce que vous avez besoin? Je fais le traduction. Okey, d'accord.
Tamam. Şimdi verdiğin örneğin özellikle Azerbaycan konusunda şöyle bir şey var. Türkiye'nin tabii ki bu Türkiye Cumhuriyetler üzerinden kurduğu mülteci politikası çok ayrı. Özbek, Azerbaycan veya Türkmenistan'dan gelenler için mesela bir politika, Türk soylu olmakla ilgili farklı bir politika, aynı zamanda kurumlar içerisinde İl göç vesaire toplumsal alanda da onlara yaklaşım çok ayrı. Bu ceza sistemi içerisinde de farklı bir uygulamaya gidiyorlar ve yani o yüzden ben biraz daha bu ayrımı altını çizmek istedim Azerbaycan üzerinden bir örnek verdiğinde. Zaten sistematik olarak yani mülteci trans ya da mülteci LGBT artı olduğu anda şöyle bir politikası var Türkiye'de uygulanan. Herhangi bir konuda şikayete gittiniz diyelim. Basit, komşunuz sizi rahatsız ediyor. Bununla ilgili şikayete gittiğiniz anda bile siz şikayetçi olsanız bile otomatik olarak siz sınır dışı kararlarıyla karşı karşıya kalma ile karşı karşıyasınız. Yani hemen sizi mesela sadece bilgisine başvuran olarak çağırıyorlar merkezden. Yani bu konuyla ilgili bir ifadede bulun diye. Bunun sonucunda dahi kendinizi birden sınır dışı işlemi geri gönderme merkezleri içerisinde bulabilirsiniz. Burada uygulayıcıların bazılarının işte bahsettiğim işte Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Türk soylu vatandaşlara ilişkin gösterdiği iltimas bu kişi bir trans olduğu zaman ya da bir LGBT artı olduğu zaman o da kalkıyor. O milliyetçi yakınlaşma kişi böyle LGBT artı olduğu zaman da o da ortadan kalkıyor. O yüzden Azerbaycan örneği de bu yüzden çok önemli bir örnek. Bunu da değinmiş oldum. Yani hiçbir şekilde zaten Türkiye'de bir mülteci LGBT artıyı tek başına herhangi bir kuruma göndermemek üzerine biz de bir politika yürütüyoruz. İl Göç İdaresi'ne giderken eşlik etmeye çalışıyoruz. Karakola gittiğinde karakolda yani orada bir etki yaratmak anlamında. Çünkü herhangi bir kuruma girdiği zaman bütün evrakları düzgün olabilir. Bütün evrak hiçbir sorun olmayabilir. Sadece sayı artırmak için İçişleri Bakanlığı sayı artırmak için bu kişileri çok hızlı bir şekilde işlem yapabilir, sınır dışı edebilir, hiçbir gerekçe olmayabilir ve burada da direkt hedef olarak da bir LGBT artı çok kolay olabilir. Rica ederim.
Thank you so much. Actually, we are a bit past our time. So if anyone doesn't have a question, I'm closing the session. Hi, please, you have. Hi, please. I'm sorry.
Oui, par rapport à bon, je pense que Raphaël peut-être connaît mieux par rapport aux demandes qu'ont reçues 360 pour des personnes trans incarcérées en Suisse romande. Oui, il y a des gens qui savent dans la salle, a priori. Mais à Genève, il y a, oui, plusieurs personnes trans qui ont été incarcérées. Les affaires ont souvent été traitées sous l'angle des faits divers par la presse aussi, notamment, et c'est systématiquement des personnes assez précaires, souvent réfugiées ou sans statut légal en Suisse romande. On a eu aussi quelques travailleuses du sexe lors de l'interdiction Covid, puisqu'elles ont exercé alors que c'était interdit, et elles se sont fait attraper par les policiers d'une manière qui n'était pas très juridique par ailleurs. Et par rapport aux différents espaces de privation de liberté et des expériences trans et non-binaires en ces lieux, en effet, il y a énormément de similarités entre institutions psychiatriques, prisons, postes de police, centres de détention pour personnes migrantes. La recherche en Suisse au niveau académique, pour l'instant, elle s'est relativement limitée aux centres de détention et aux prisons, mais je sais qu'il y a des étudiantes X de la Haute École de Travail Social qui actuellement réalisent un mémoire sur l'incarcération des personnes trans et non-binaires dans le système de prise en charge psychiatrique, mais je ne sais plus dans quel canton suisse.
Excusez-moi. En tout cas, je vais lui dire avant parce que mon français c'est pas le meilleur français, mais peut-être que je vais demander à mon ami de faire un petit peu la traduction. Mon nom c'est Carla Avelar et je suis salvadorien et je suis activiste de le droit humain aussi depuis longtemps dans mon pays. Et je suis réfugié à Genève depuis le 2017. Mais c'est clair pour moi que vous avez concentré votre travail principalement pour l'Europe, mais la question que je me pose maintenant, sera possible de faire une alliance de travail avec les pays de l'Amérique centrale et l'Amérique du Sud, bien sûr, parce qu'il y a des informations très, très importantes. Il y a des situations très, très dures pour les personnes LGBTIQ+, en prison et qu'ils sont réfugiés aussi dans notre pays, comme les États-Unis aussi. Mais ma question principale, c'est comment nous pouvons travailler d'une manière plus organisée pour changer les systèmes bureaucratiques et la situation des personnes LGBTIQ+, dans la région de l'Amérique latine, bien sûr dans le monde entier. Et si c'est possible es posible de... Ah, ok. Si es posible cambiar si es posible, tener un próximo encuentro donde se convoquen a organizaciones de diferentes países que tienen información importante y que refleja toda la situación de violencias que se reciben de representantes de los estados y de los mismos prisioneros que comparten prisión con nuestras compañeras en nuestros países y que muchas veces van más allá simplemente de acosos o ataques verbales, sino que también van dirigidos con violencia, asesinatos que se registran diariamente en nuestras prisiones. Por ejemplo, en El Salvador hay más de 36 meses ya de régimen de sección y esto ha expuesto brutalmente a compañeras trans a ser encarceladas con hombres que muchas veces las han agredido física, verbal y psicológica y sexualmente. La situación desde los años 1970 a la actualidad es muy poco lo que ha cambiado en el sistema judicial y penitenciario de la región latinoamericana. Como experiencia propia, como persona que estuve privada de libertad 5 años sin razón alguna, que fui violada, torturada y por poco cercenada de mis partes genitales por el director de centros penales, es el momento, creo yo, ideal para buscar un punto de partida donde podamos trabajar todas las regiones para visibilizar de una manera coordinada y con información para para lograr cambios significativos. Y me gustaría que me dieran respuesta a la pregunta que les lancé.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, it's rather than a question, it's a big manifestation. Yeah, maybe in our other sessions, actually, we will talk about the Bolivia and other South American countries context. And what you are asking is actually rather than answering us today, and in this symposium, maybe after this symposium, maybe we can answer this question better. So by that, I'm closing the first session, and probably we are going to go to some break. And yeah, thank you so much for listening us.
Je dois rien toucher, non? Pour activer? Non. Mais il ne faut pas rien toucher. OK. D'accord. OK. Okay, so we'll start again with the second session. So good morning again. It's still morning. And really, I would like to thank first the organizers of this conference, the main organizers, Mojust Foundation, but also Hêvi LGBTQ Plus, and all the other organizations that are really have partnered for making this conference happen. My name is Weronika Filippeschi, and I work at the APT, Association for the Prevention of Torture. And we are very pleased to be supporting this conference today. And also, I'm very happy to be in this session, the second session of the conference, which is focused on vulnerabilities, access to rights, and access to services for LGBTIQ plus persons in prison and beyond. And this morning, I'm joined by two great speakers, Gergely Flegov and Patrick Berger, who will share really their insights on the situation of LGBTIQ plus persons deprived of liberty based on their extensive and direct experience on the ground. I will introduce a bit more in detail each of them later on. But I would like first to maybe spend a few words to introduce you to the organization I work with, the APT, and the work we do on this topic specifically. So we are an NGO, an international non-governmental organization that was founded more than 40 years ago here in Geneva. So we are based in Geneva, although we have some colleagues working abroad, and we work globally. So we work in different contexts, in different regions of the world. And we are, the APT is, we can say, I think we are at the origin of this global system to prevent torture and ill treatment, which is really based on this idea that opening up places of detention, places of deprivation of liberty, really reduces the risk of torture happening in those places. So I'm very happy for this reason actually to share the panel with the other two speakers who are actually putting prevention into practice by monitoring the situation of persons deprived of liberty. And the theme of this conference is particularly important for the APT because we have been working actually to prevent torture and ill treatment against LGBTIQ plus persons deprived of liberty since a few years now. And we have been collaborating a lot with international and national mechanisms that actually do monitor places of deprivation of liberty, but also other actors that are key on this issue, as we've heard, LGBTI associations, organizations, and other allies. And we have developed a number of also materials and tools that some is available outside, but everything is on our website. We have produced some monitoring guides and tools for those who carry out the monitoring of places of detention, but also some online databases on prison with a specific focus on persons in situations of vulnerability, including LGBTIQI plus persons. And also we have recently developed a whole online platform with online courses on a number of topics, including this one that I invite you to check and consult. So the work we do at the APT, which is really aimed at preventing torture, what we do in practice is really trying to reduce the risk, the heightened risk of torture and ill treatment, but also to address the root causes of such violations. And this is with the aim to create really an environment where torture is less likely to happen. And we know that closed environments like deprivation of liberty, the context of deprivation of liberty is an environment where the risk of torture and ill treatment is very high. And then we've heard today, of course, that LGBTIQ plus people in prison, but also in other contexts of deprivation of liberty was mentioned before, migration-related detention, psychiatric institutions, but also police custody and others, are really at higher risk of torture and ill treatment in these environments. So by looking when I was invited to join this conference, and I looked at the title as well, I think it resonates very well with the work of torture prevention because it is about the rights of LGBTI persons in prison, but also beyond prison. We've heard this morning a lot about the broader context. And I think what is important that we always stress is that what happens inside prisons and is really very much linked to what happens outside the prison walls. And the detention environment per se, we've heard already, so I'm trying not to be super repetitive, but it's very challenging for LGBTIQ plus persons because there's often lack of transparency. So they're very closed environments where nobody from the public can easily access. There is a very strict division between the sexes, as CANTON was telling us, a very binary logic. There are still a lot of taboos around sexuality in this context. There is a lack, we've heard a lot about the lack of data disaggregated by gender identity and sexual orientation. And then there's also a lack of really adequate training for staff. But if we look at, we zoom out a bit and we look at the root causes of these violations that we heard today, I think many of them are to be found outside the context of detention. And many have been already mentioned, the criminalization of same-sex relationship in many countries still happening today, but also other provisions that impact in a disproportionate way the LGBTI community, like rules restricting sex work, we've heard from PRI before, rules and laws on drug use, or on moral and public decency, etc. And so, but also in the absence of such clear regulations or provisions or legislation, the reality is that in many more contexts, actually the discrimination based on gender identity or sexual orientation is really much entrenched in society, and it's magnified in the context of detention. And the other point I wanted to make is the lack of recognition of self-perceived gender identity. We've seen that it has an impact on the placement, of course, of LGBTIQ plus people, but also then once they're in detention, also on the exercise of their rights in detention. For instance, even the right to express one's gender identity while in detention through different means, meaning even clothes or hair or makeup, etc. But also just expressing affection between people in detention. And then we've heard about the standards quite a lot this morning. I think I just wanted to make a point there as well, because I think we also believe that there is a protection framework internationally. That is a very strong basis, but it's also true that there are no specific standards, as was said, to protect the rights specifically of LGBTIQ plus people, and even more when it comes to detention. So we have soft law looking at detention, the Nelson Mandela rules, the Bangkok rules, and other rules for children. But it's not easy when it comes to LGBTIQ plus people, because there's no equivalent for this population. So it's very challenging when working in this environment without having that framework. Although at the regional level, in some regions, there has been an attempt and some developments there, notably at the Inter-American level, I think, recently, with the Inter-American Court advisory opinion on these issues. And we've heard as well that once in detention, really LGBTIQ plus people face a number of risks of abuse and even torture. So I wanted to mention just briefly, of course, the violence we've heard from both staff and detainees, and discriminatory practices as well is quite common to see segregation that we've seen, isolation, but also lack of, which is linked to isolation actually, lack of access to meaningful activities for this population, and lack of access, of course, to healthcare, which is actually a common problem, I think, for the whole prison population in many countries, and even more so for this community. And then another, I think, discriminatory practice that I wanted to mention, because I think I didn't hear it so much so far, is, for instance, the contact with the outside world. And when it comes to visits from partners, for instance, it is an area that is very much affecting LGBTIQ plus people because of the denial, for instance, of visits from same-sex partners, but also because we've heard many LGBTIQ plus people in detention are also have suffered rejection from their own family, so they don't have that support anymore. And in many contexts, detainees rely a lot on the support by their families, and it is not the case often for LGBTIQ plus people. So the community associations working on this is really key, and sometimes their access is also restricted in some contexts. And so I think, I don't want to go more in detail. I think we will hear much more from the next speakers, but just would like to conclude to mention a few, I think, elements that we thought are very important when it comes to preventing torture and ill treatment of this population in prison, but also in other contexts of deprivation of liberty. And I think one was already mentioned, but I think I would like to stress it again, is really the collection of data and making that data available to inform really policies and procedures in detention. So data that it is aggregated by gender identity and sexual orientation, but at the same time, because we know that there is a structural discrimination, the data collection has to be really done carefully, but also the use of data has to be really done carefully, following very basic principles of confidentiality, privacy, and also on a voluntary basis, no? Because this can create many challenges for individuals that are affected. And just to give you an example, there are countries, actually I bring examples from Latin America. We work quite a lot in that context. Even those countries where there is some official prison data, I'm thinking about Argentina or Uruguay, where they really have data on trans people in detention. Just to give you an example, in Argentina, they were counted 139 trans people out of more than 100,000 detainees in prison, just in prison, and these are just trans people. So it doesn't even, they don't even count all the other individuals of this group. When we put all them together in the LGBTIQ plus acronym, there's no official data on others than trans, and even the trans is really very let's say under I think estimated because of what we've heard before, no? Discrimination and fear also of just talking about their own gender identity, etc. And Uruguay is the same. They've calculated 28 trans people in prison out of 15,000 people in prison, and again, it's just data on trans persons, so not on lesbian or gay or intersex people or queer. No, there's no data on that at all. The other element I wanted to mention is the risk, the needs and risk assessment from the first moment of admission to a prison, but also during the detention on a regular basis. This is a very key aspect that for us as APT, we always stress, because it's a way to really identify vulnerabilities from the beginning, including when it comes to LGBTIQ plus people, and also identifying the needs and so provide for these needs during detention. And we also are aware, because we work a lot with partners in the countries, we are aware that there have been developments in recent years. There have been countries who have adopted some policies or procedures at the level of the prisons to have a differentiated approach for this population, but also, for instance, when it comes to practices like body searches or placement, we've heard placement based on self-perceived gender identity in some countries, but it's still quite limited. If we look at the importance of the problem, the good examples are still quite limited, but I think it's good to see the development over time as well. And the other element that we thought is quite important is this monitoring by external bodies that are independent. So we work a lot with these bodies, and we really believe that this is very key in bringing in the visibility, so making the situation visible, so also contributing to have this data that is lacking, but then checking what our colleague was saying before about this gap between the law and the practice. I think monitoring is really key to really actually check on the practice and see whether there is this gap and how to make this implementation advance as well. And finally, all of this, I think we always encourage monitoring bodies, for instance, to engage very, very closely with LGBTIQ+ people and associations, individuals, activists in their monitoring. So some of them have included representatives of these communities in their own staff, or the majority have consultation on a regular basis. And there is an example that I wanted to bring in because I think it was last year. There was a whole country level inspection monitoring in Brazil by the National Preventive Mechanism, which we called it. So there's this monitoring bodies at the national level, joining forces with LGBTI organizations, doing the monitoring together, because often the association don't have the same access as these bodies. So it's a way to really join forces. And it was quite a milestone, I think, and it's quite a positive. I think we will be hearing more this afternoon from a colleague who was involved in there. So just not to go further, I wanted to introduce the next speaker of this session. So Gergely Fligov is a criminologist and a psychologist, and he is currently a member of the European Committee for the Prevention of Torture, with a very large and extensive experience in monitoring the situation of persons deprived of liberty in Hungary, but also in many other European countries. And he also worked in the past for the Hungarian prison service in different capacities as well. So, Gergely, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and also for the invitation, and also for the possibility to be here, because I'm extremely happy to share the CPT's views, and also maybe if you allow me, my personal views about the situation of LGBTIQ+, especially TG people in some prisons. My presentation goes to two directions. In the first part of my presentation, I would like to introduce you into the working methodology of the Committee for Prevention Torture of the Council of Europe, how we are doing our monitoring activities. And then I would like to raise some issues from our 33rd General Annual Report, which was very recently published in 2023, and the major topic of this annual report are the issue of TG people in prison settings. So, the Committee for the Prevention of Torture is a Council of Europe body, and it is very important, unlimited access to several places of detention, all the places in which people are deprived of the liberty, and also to all persons who are deprived of their liberty, and the delegations which are sent to the places of detention, they are entitled to look into every kind of documentation related to the people kept there. This is very important because in some member states of the Council of Europe, there are no NGOs which are entitled to enter places of detention in an effective way. Not even the NPMs in some countries are effective. NPMs are the national prevention mechanism under the OPCAT. And in some countries, we heard that unfortunately these bodies are not effective. We organize two types, mainly two types of visits. One type, or the first type, are the so-called periodic visits. In an average sense, I can say that in every 4 years, every member state of the Council of Europe, 26 states of the Council of Europe, receives CPT periodic visits. Police stations, prisons, psychiatric establishments, social care homes, and also immigration detention places are going to be visited by our delegation. The delegation members are chosen by the committee from committee members. And there are also some experts joining the delegation, and this forms a delegation which visits the places. And we can have some private interviews. This is a group interview. Sorry. As you can see here in the picture, a person standing in the middle. His name is Hugh Chetwynd. He's the head of the secretariat right now of the CPT. He is having a group interview at a place of detention in a country. It opens up the possibility to have a direct conversation in a confidential manner to each and every detainee at the place. As you can see here, he is approached by several detainees. I suppose that this place is a immigration detention center in a country, I cannot remember which one. And each and every prisoner can raise an issue. And after this, maybe the interviewer decides to have a confidential interview, a completely confidential private interview with the person concerned. And of course, in a group session of interview, you cannot raise some extremely delicate issues. For instance, your LGBTIQ plus identity. Therefore, there is another quite effective type of interviewing in which we can visit people in the cells. As you can see here, Mr. Petr Hnatic, he is also a member of the Secretariat, doing a private interview in a cell with a person deprived of his or her liberty. It is very important because this is not research, this is not based on questionnaires. Our methodology is mainly semi-structured interview-based. So we have a lot of questions, almost standardized questions, and if we find something quite problematic, we can follow up the case, and we can interview also other people deprived of the liberty, other prisoners, to have a double check. And we use also triangulation. It means that if we have something, if we have more allegations about ill treatment, we can go to see the documentation of the case as well, and we can check also the medical files of the person. For instance, if a TG person in a prison says that he or she hadn't access to proper medical care, and we have another interviewee who says the same, we go also to talk to the medical doctor, and we search for evidence whether the person was there on the medical check or not. And if we find that this was the reality, not only an allegation happened, that they only said that they did not have any kind of access to the proper medical care, then we can raise this issue during our final talks with the director of the prison or any other establishments where people are kept. So this is, I think, very, very important that our information, which are described in our report, are based on the reality. And we criticizing also ourselves during the visit, because we double check everything, and if we hear a very severe allegation of ill treatment or any kind of allegation, we try to go after the case. Yes. And as I have mentioned, after these visits and interviews with staff members and detainees on the spot, we collecting our information and we prepare a final feedback to the managers, to the directors of the establishment. And of course, they can react. And at these talks, or during the introductory talks to those people who are the managers and directors, sometimes we experience something very interesting related to LGBTIQ plus people. For instance, I'm a person who raises this issue as we entering the prison. And I ask, do you know how many transgender people do we have here? Do you know how many LGBTIQ plus people do you have here in your facility? And sometimes they are extremely surprised. And they say, we don't have anybody. I never heard about that. You know, in the second decade of the 21st century, this is extremely interesting how people are not aware about this issue. And as it is written here on the slide, at the very end of our visit, we have visited a lot of places of detention, prisons, police, psychiatric establishments, and everything. We have a final talk with the government officials, and we summarize our finding, and we give a high-level feedback to the ministries responsible for those places. And after arriving home, each and every delegation member try to find a note or a draft notes, and we send our notes to a secretariat member, and the secretariat member tries to draft a report. And in the draft report, we mention only those issues in which we are agreeing that this was the reality. And then the draft report goes to the plenary meetings, and the plenary, the CPT committee, adopts the report, and it will be sent to the government, and the government decides whether it publishes the report or not. In some countries, there is an automatic publication procedure, which means that if they receive the report and if they write a reply on that, everything, the reply and the report will be published automatically. Why I'm saying this? This is very important because I'm going to tell you some details later on about this issue. Right now, our newest annual report is the 33rd, but we have mentioned the issue of LGBT people in prisons more than 15 years ago for the first time. Do you understand this? So, some well-respected international experts went to some Council of Europe member states prisons, police stations, 15 years ago as well. And they had this experience. And they agreed that these are not only allegations, these are discrimination, these are ill treatment. And they raised it for the plenary, for the whole committee, and the committee adopted this. So there are 46 people who agreed upon that, and in a very, very international setting. And if this finding is in the report, it means that we should take into account. We should deal this issue very severely. Yes, and in case in which we find an extremely severe case which needs immediate intervention, then we can use the tool, the Article 8.5 procedure of the Convention of the CPT, that we can on the spot ask the authorities to stop this procedure, what they are doing. And if they lack the cooperation, then we can raise Article 10.2, which is the public announcement, in which we describe the situation in very short, maximum 1 page, and we publish it without the consent of the state respected, what is going on in the country. And of course, we are in strict, in very, very tight cooperation with the national prevention mechanism. And right now, I would like to raise some issues related to our topic, the placement and treatment of transgender and other LGBTIQ plus people in prisons. But of course, before doing that, I know that not only in prisons is the case that these procedures are quite problematic. For instance, if I go to visit a police station, I always ask, what happens if a transgender woman enters this police station and there are all the detention cells at your police station are occupied by men? What are you doing? And in this case, in some countries, the head of police stations are very attentive and they say what they do. For instance, they transfer the person to another police station, or they transfer the men to other police stations. But in the vast majority of the countries which I have visited, they don't know any reply on this, regarding this problem, what to do with a transgender person in a police station. But what we have seen in prisons, and it was already mentioned for different times, for many times also here during this conference, that there are different policies and practices and debates about the placement of the TG people across Europe in prisons. At some places, these people are placed into prison cells based on their identity cards. And at other places, it was also mentioned, they are placed at the prison sections corresponding to the gender with which they identify. And we also concluded in our general reports that gender-affirming surgery is not a precondition for doing that, and also not the hormonal therapy. So people who have this declaration of their identity, they don't need to be undergone hormonal therapy or affirmation surgery. And these people are extremely vulnerable, as it was already mentioned during this event, and therefore all prison staff members who are part of the admission procedure to the prison should be very aware of the pre-prison experiences of the people who are transgender. Because, for instance, the Bangkok rule says that all the women should be interviewed during the admission procedure related to their gender-related violence experience. Transgender women are also women. So some prison authorities are not aware on that. And of course, they are doing some interviews, but sometimes they are neglecting the very fact that the people are transgender people, and they suffered also some gender-based violence also in their childhood, under 18. And therefore, the prison admission procedure is extremely crucial. And also the risk assessment, which was mentioned also during this event, the risk assessment and the ongoing risk and need assessment is also very important. So the risk assessment is not a tool at the admission. It's a very important part of the admission procedure in a prison, but also ongoing the sentence. If the person is placed from a place to another place in the prison, there should be an individual risk assessment done as well. And yes, and in some cases we saw, and this is what we recommend, that people with transgender identity should be placed in a group setting, should be allocated in a group setting, and not in a disciplinary section, which we also witnessed. For instance, the CPT went to prison in a Western European country, and the experience was that transgender women were segregated in a male prison into the disciplinary unit of the prison, which is not so professional. And what we have seen also quite frequently, that these people, because of the vulnerability authorities think, should be placed together with sexual offenders, which is also a mistake. But unfortunately, there is overlap between sexual offenders and transgender people. Unfortunately, what happened in Scotland, in the tabloid, you can read some reports about that, what happened, but this is extremely exceptional. So what is written in the newspaper, maybe it is the truth, but it is exceptional. Not all, of course, not all transgender people in prisons are sexual offenders, and they don't pretend that they are transgender. So this is a prejudice which authorities have to combat. And another important issue are the body searches. At many occasions, body searches can occur in a prison setting. For instance, also on a daily basis. We have visited a country in Council of Europe in which, after prisoners finished their daily work, each and every prisoner had to undergo to a full body strip search, which is an extremely invasive intervention and extremely humiliating for the transgender people, especially if they have to do this in the front of other prisoners and in the front of prison guards who are not the same gender. And full body strip searches are completely abandoned by the CPT. We don't recommend to do that. We always say that strip searches should be done in a two-phase procedure. It means first the upper body and then the lower body should be inspected in a private setting, not in the front of other prisoners. Transgender people in this case are quite tricky people, so to say, because they have different upper and lower body parts than the non-transgender, the cisgender people. Therefore, they can choose what gendered staff members should do the body search for them. And if it is problematic, it is written also in our annual report, that if it is problematic, then the person makes a declaration what kind of gender she or he identifies with. And in this case, the same gender person will do the strip search. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And something also very problematic, I would like to raise your attention related to this, is the transport of prisoners. Because if you can create a safe setting for the prisoners in the prison, you can create a group accommodation, a group allocation for them. But if you transfer them, unfortunately, in the transport car and in the transport cell, these people can meet other toxic masculine prisoners who are the perpetrators of interprisoner violence related to transgender people. And I think this is going to be my last point here, what I have written in red. The role of prison psychologists in this sense is also very important, because there are also some people under 18, the children, who face the same problem. So they are also transgender, and they have this gender incongruence, which is defined by the ICD-11. It was removed from the psychiatric part of the ICD and put to a completely different part of the ICD. And a prison psychologist should differentiate between gender incongruence, which was the former gender dysphoria, also nowadays written in the DSM-5, which is quite interesting. So gender incongruence in the ICD-11, they should differentiate this with the borderline personality characteristics, because some adolescents have the so-called normative identity crisis. And in this case, they should somehow differentiate between the two groups. And this was my last point. And maybe the last bullet here on this slide, the trauma-informed treatment or care is also very important. So these people are extremely sensitive, and all staff members, not only the medical doctors, psychologists, social workers, but also on the lowest level, guards should know what happened to those people in the past, and they should approach those people bearing in mind that they are traumatized. And almost all of this, what I have mentioned during this short introductory, is written on the CPT's webpage. You can see it on the slide. And I copied also the direct access to our annual reports on the left, on the right side of my slide. And please visit the CPT's webpage, because it is very, very interesting for everybody to read. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bien, bonjour, je m'appelle Patrick Berger, je suis membre bénévole d'Amnesty International. Donc, Amnesty a été créé en 1961 par un avocat britannique, ce qui influence notre façon de fonctionner. On se base surtout sur la DIDH et puis les conventions et les traités qui peuvent exister. Alors, la migration, en quelques chiffres pour situer le débat. Les chiffres du HCR en 2023, dans le monde, il y avait les populations déplacées de force et apatrides, ça représentait 122 millions de personnes dans le monde. Et dans ces 122 millions, il y avait 6 860 000 demandeurs d'asile, soit 6% des personnes déplacées, puisque beaucoup de personnes migrent dans les pays limitrophes et ne demandent pas l'asile ailleurs. Au niveau européen, il y a à peu près 600 000 demandes par an, et sur ces 600 000, il y en a 2% seulement qui sont déposées en Suisse, parce qu'il y a des pays comme l'Allemagne qui accueillent nettement plus. Au niveau suisse, donc selon les chiffres du SEM, qui est le secrétariat d'État aux migrations, qui s'occupe de la gestion de l'asile en Suisse, il y a à peu près 30 000 demandes d'asile déposées par an. Alors, ça fluctue beaucoup en fonction de la situation des pays, puisque quand il y a une guerre ou des catastrophes, évidemment, ça varie. Alors, les demandes d'asile déposées en Suisse, 50% des demandeurs viennent d'Afghanistan, de Turquie et d'Érythrée. Il n'y a aucune publication de statistiques officielles, donc on ne peut pas savoir combien il y a de personnes LGBTI qui sont déposées et ou acceptées. Alors si on prend l'hypothèse de 1%, ça représente 300 personnes, 2% 600. Alors la détermination du nombre réaliste n'est pas forcément une chose aisée. Soit on peut partir du pourcentage généralement admis des personnes homosexuelles par rapport à la population globale, mais quel pays prendre en référence? Les pays européens, la proportion devrait être supérieure. Sur les pays dans lesquels il y a de l'homophobie, évidemment, les gens se déclarent pas. Sinon, on peut appliquer aussi la théorie du stress des minorités, qui suggère que les minorités, enfin, le fait d'appartenir à une minorité entraîne une discrimination accrue de la part de l'environnement social et une augmentation du stress et des problèmes de santé. Quand une personne LGBT est gravement menacée dans son existence en raison de son orientation sexuelle ou de son identité de genre, on peut penser que sa motivation de fuir est renforcée. Donc ça, c'est vrai pour tous les groupes minoritaires. Et donc, ça pourrait augmenter le nombre de réfugiés LGBTIQ+, dans les pays d'accueil. Alors maintenant, on va parler un peu des centres fédéraux pour requérants d'asile, qu'on appelle les CFA en Suisse. Alors depuis la réforme de 2019, on a voulu regrouper sous un même toit tous les éléments, enfin toutes les personnes qui ont une fonction en rapport avec l'asile. Donc il y a des CFA qui sont avec procédure, qui hébergent des membres du SEM, donc le secrétariat qui s'occupe de l'asile. Et puis, il y a en moyenne 5000 places disponibles offertes par la Confédération pour un séjour de 140 jours maximum. En Suisse, il y a à peu près 14 centres répartis en 5 régions. Et s'il y a besoin de plus, il y a des locaux qui peuvent être prêtés par les cantons, les communes ou même les casernes de l'armée en cas de pic important. Alors, les caractéristiques et les réglementations des CFA. Alors, c'est extrait du site officiel du SEM. Sur le site, on peut également trouver le Plex. Alors, le Plex, c'est la brochure pour ceux qui ont des insomnies, qui fait 900 pages et qui réglemente le fonctionnement des CFA. Donc, j'ai repris les points qu'ils présentent et puis on verra après la réalité. Alors, l'hébergement se fait en dortoir séparé, normalement hommes-femmes. Il existe des chambres familiales, mais toute la famille se retrouve dans une seule pièce. Et les mineurs non accompagnés, donc ceux qui viennent tout seuls, sont accueillis à part en principe. Les locaux sont entretenus par les requérants eux-mêmes pour les tâches de base et le service à table et la vaisselle. Les sorties, en général, c'est du lundi au vendredi de 9h à 17h. Et la fin de semaine, ça peut être du vendredi 9h au dimanche 19h pour les requérants mineurs non accompagnés qui ont de la famille proche. Mais les communes peuvent gérer les sorties et en général, elles voient d'un mauvais œil que des personnes qui ont 3 francs d'argent de poche par jour, donc qui ne sont pas des consommateurs, se retrouvent en ville. Donc, les communes essayent de freiner les sorties des requérants. Et les centres, en général, sont éloignés des villes Donc, quand vous avez 3 francs d'argent de poche, pour aller en ville, déjà, ça vous coûte 3 francs, donc vous ne pouvez pas rentrer, quoi. Sinon, ce qui est un peu contradictoire avec le point 3, c'est que dans la journée, il faut rester à disposition des collaborateurs du SEM pour renseigner le dossier de demande d'asile. Les requérants n'ont pas le droit de travailler, mais on peut les employer à des tâches d'utilité publique, genre ramasser les feuilles mortes dans les parcs, pousser la neige en hiver, des choses comme ça. Donc, ils sont à disposition des communes. Les enfants ne sont pas scolarisés parce qu'on pense que, comme la procédure dure au maximum 140 jours, on va pas avoir le temps de leur apprendre grand-chose, donc ça ne sert à rien de les scolariser. Donc, au bout de 140 jours au maximum, si le requérant est débouté, oui, et qu'il n'a pas déposé de recours, ou que si c'est un cas Dublin, c'est-à-dire que on renvoie dans le premier pays d'arrivée en Europe le requérant, et c'est ce pays-là qui doit traiter la demande d'asile, il sera transféré dans un autre centre en attente de traitement du dossier. Alors, depuis 2014, il y a des centres, ce qu'on appelle spécifiques, pour les gens qui ne respectent pas les règlements ou qui troublent l'ordre public. Alors, c'est une façon de dire que ce sont des lieux privés de sortie, ce sont des prisons. Ils ont transformé un centre sportif dans le canton de Neuchâtel, qui a accueilli 2 personnes depuis sa création, et depuis, il est fermé. Et il devait en construire un également en Suisse alémanique, et il n'a jamais été construit. Si un requérant disparaît dans la nature, ça clôt automatiquement sa demande d'asile, et puis si la police l'attrape, évidemment, il est renvoyé dans son pays. Et le SEM donc assure la partie administrative de la demande d'asile, et tout le reste est sous-traité à des sociétés privées. Alors ça, c'est la théorie. En premier lieu, il faut retenir que les centres sont fermés au public, à la société civile et aux journalistes. Donc, la RSR, par exemple, on lui a refusé de faire ils avaient fait un temps présent il y a 2 ans sur les CFA, et ils n'ont pas eu le droit de pénétrer dans le centre pour respecter soi-disant l'intimité des occupants, alors que la TSR sait très bien flouter des visages, donc il n'y a aucune raison qu'ils ne puissent pas rentrer. Et cette culture du mystère a abouti au résultat inverse. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui ont commencé à se demander ce qui pouvait bien se passer derrière les murs des CFA. Donc il y a Amnesty, il y a des anciens requérants qui sont venus nous voir d'eux-mêmes pour se plaindre de mauvais traitements. Donc Amnesty a organisé toute une recherche pour connaître la vérité. Donc, il y a eu à peu près 32 personnes qui ont été interviewées, des anciens requérants, des employés des centres fédéraux. Et ces témoignages ont relaté des situations de discrimination et de violence physique ou psychologique. Et celles-ci sont plus ou moins carrément niées ou amoindries par le personnel, et rien n'est mis en place pour les traiter de façon adéquate. Cette lacune caractérise un fonctionnement structurel discriminatoire. La tendance de fond est malheureusement à la mise en place de pratiques coercitives, plutôt que d'empoigner le problème à sa racine. Au lieu d'essayer de comprendre les mécanismes pouvant mener certains réfugiés à des comportements violents et d'y apporter une réponse de type psychosocial, c'est le discours de la répression qui prévaut. Alors, il y a beaucoup de restrictions qui sont à relever dans les CFA. C'est que les sorties sont contrôlées et limitées. Donc, c'est par rapport à la version officielle. Il est interdit d'apporter sa propre nourriture. Donc, si vous achetez quoi que ce soit à l'extérieur, vous n'avez pas le droit de l'introduire. Il y a un système de punition intrusif et arbitraire qui peut conduire à des sanctions comme des retenues de l'argent de poche, des interdictions de sortie, voire des séjours en cellules d'isolement. À l'origine, c'était des containers qui sont à l'extérieur, donc en plein hiver, le temps qu'ils mettent le chauffage, les gens ont le temps de mourir de froid. Et il y a eu tellement de soucis qu'ils ont arrêté d'utiliser des containers. Les atteintes à la vie privée au nom de la sécurité sont aussi considérables. On retrouve à peu près les mêmes problèmes qu'en prison. Les fouilles régulières des chambres, parfois la nuit et sans frapper au préalable, des fouilles corporelles à chaque fois qu'une personne entre dans un CFA et des fouilles régulières des enfants et des bébés. Donc en 2021, les CFA ont été critiqués par plusieurs associations de défense des droits humains, dont Amnesty, qui a détaillé les faits dans un rapport. Et ce sont les membres de la sécurité qui sont les premiers visés, parce que c'est vraiment ils sont plus violents que les occupants des centres fédéraux qui accueillent les réfugiés. Ces membres de la sécurité sont en général des anciens militaires qui n'ont aucune formation de la gestion des conflits et l'encadrement des mineurs. En 2022, il y a le CHUV, l'hôpital de Lausanne, et Unisanté, qui a fait une étude également. Ils ont recensé entre 1 et 4 tentatives d'automutilation, voire de suicide chaque semaine, pour les principaux centres d'accueil de l'asile, de Boudry, de Valorbe et de Giffers. Ça représente à peu près 1000 places. Donc 1 à 4 personnes par semaine, c'est important, quoi. Côté personnel, il y a entre la moitié et les 3/4 du personnel qui sont en burn-out ou qui font preuve de fatigue compassionnelle. Alors, on constate un manque flagrant de personnel soignant diplômé et une surreprésentation des agents de sécurité. À Boudry, il y a 12 personnes qui travaillent dans l'équipe sanitaire. Et si je vous demande combien il y a de personnes qui travaillent pour la sécurité, si vous avez une idée, non? Eh ben, 130 personnes au minimum. Alors, à l'origine, il ne devait pas y en avoir tant, mais il y a de tels problèmes de violence qu'ils augmentent le nombre d'agents au lieu de traiter le problème. Au niveau suisse, il y en a 600 qui travaillent pour le secrétariat pour gérer les dossiers, 660 de l'ORS, qui est une société privée pour gérer les centres, et 700 pour la sécurité. Donc, quand Amnesty a publié son rapport, le SEM a déclaré « La Suisse n'est pas une dictature militaire ». Donc, il n'y a rien à voir. Et ils n'ont pas voulu rentrer en matière sur les améliorations proposées. La seule chose qu'ils ont voulu concéder, c'est que les agents manquaient de formation, mais ça, on l'avait compris déjà depuis un moment. Donc, une procédure d'asile dans un CFA, il y a une personne qui représente le secrétariat d'État aux migrations, qui instruit et supervise le dossier. Il y a le requérant. Il y a une nouveauté. Avant, il n'existait pas. C'est un conseil juridique qui est censé aider le requérant. Mais on ne sait pas quel pouvoir il a, donc on va attendre pour voir. Et puis, éventuellement, un interprète. Alors, en préambule, il faut voir que le SEM a bouclé beaucoup de procédures plus rapidement que ne l'exige la loi. La durée moyenne d'une procédure est de 50 jours. Alors, il faut savoir qu'en Suisse, l'asile, c'est pas une chose qui est vue d'un bon œil. Donc, quand on traite un dossier d'asile, la première chose qu'on regarde, c'est quels sont les critères qui permettraient de refuser tout de suite la demande d'asile. Et est-ce que c'est un cas Dublin qu'on peut renvoyer tout de suite également? Donc, il y a beaucoup de dossiers qui sont traités comme ça. où comment je vais dire, on ne tient pas compte du tout du contexte de la personne, etc. Alors, une procédure étroitement chronométrée favorise la standardisation des procédures et la routine. Comme ça, ils n'ont pas besoin de chercher des éléments qui concernent la vulnérabilité des personnes LGBTIQ+. Donc, une personne qui a dû cacher pendant des années son orientation sexuelle ou son identité de genre dans son pays d'origine ne peut pas faire cette révélation aisément dès le premier entretien, qui est pourtant primordial, vers une issue favorable de sa demande. Alors, il faut savoir qu'il y a à peu près 2 ou 3 entretiens pour constituer un dossier d'asile. Et si, dès le premier entretien, vous déclarez pas l'ensemble de toutes les informations que vous avez, si vous en rajoutez pendant le deuxième ou le troisième, on considère que c'est une déclaration contradictoire et c'est un motif de refus de l'asile. Et alors ça, ils le font beaucoup. Donc une personne qui a subi des violences homophobes dans son pays et qui a eu des liens problématiques avec les autorités, le fait qu'il soit devant une nouvelle autorité, même en Suisse, ça va le bloquer à déclarer sa situation. Donc ça va, pour un réfugié LGBTIQ+, ça va péjorer fortement son comment je vais dire, sa chance d'obtenir l'asile. Le problème également se situe avec l'interprète, puisque celui-ci est généralement issu de la même origine que le requérant, qui a souvent peur que sa communauté soit informée de son orientation sexuelle. Et quand on se coupe de sa communauté, surtout quand on est à l'étranger, réfugié, on se prive d'un soutien essentiel quand on est nostalgique. On est isolé et on n'a personne à qui s'adresser, quoi. Donc, un autre problème avec l'asile des personnes LGBTQ+, en Suisse, c'est que l'employé du SEM qui est censé instruire le dossier ne connaît pas la situation dans le pays d'origine. Et puis, ça demande des recherches, on perd son temps, donc il y a beaucoup de dossiers comme ça qui pourraient être acceptés et qui ne le sont pas. Un autre problème avec les personnes LGBTIQ+, c'est que quand ils racontent leur histoire, on ne tient pas compte de la globalité de leur situation, mais les éléments qu'ils ont subis, on les considère comme des événements isolés. Ce qui fait que les autorités jugent que ces événements sont trop anciens, pas assez intenses ou peu crédibles. Elles ne prennent pas suffisamment en compte le fait que c'est l'accumulation de ces événements isolés qui devrait être déterminante. Quand on se fait insulter une fois dans la journée, on pourrait dire c'est rien. Mais quand c'est tout le temps, quand on est violenté en permanence, ça devient quelque chose de psychologiquement difficile à accepter. Mais pour les autorités suisses, c'est pas déterminant. Sinon, une autre situation, c'est que l'existence d'une persécution d'origine étatique n'est pas nécessaire pour la reconnaissance du statut de réfugié en Suisse. Donc, si c'est la famille ou des particuliers qui vous persécutent, il faut aller voir les autorités de votre pays d'origine en leur demandant de l'aide et du soutien. Et même si elles ne vous l'accordent pas, c'est une condition pour avoir l'asile en Suisse. Mais une personne LGBTQ+, si elle va voir les autorités, on en a déjà parlé avant, elle va être maltraitée, donc elle n'ira pas voir les autorités. Et l'employé du SEM va quand même demander à la personne LGBTI d'apporter la preuve qu'elle a demandé la protection à son État, chose qu'elle ne peut pas faire. Donc c'est encore une fois une discrimination des personnes LGBTQ+, dans le traitement de leurs demandes. Donc on pourrait améliorer largement l'accueil des requérants LGBTQ+. Les améliorations sont vraiment faciles à identifier. Il ne reste plus qu'aux autorités à montrer leur bonne volonté et nous à militer pour leur application dans un avenir proche. Face aux défis qui s'annoncent, notamment celui lié à la crise climatique, le nombre de réfugiés devrait croître fortement. Comme on l'a vu au début, la Suisse contribue très très peu au regard de ses capacités à l'accueil des migrants, et ce jusqu'à quand? Il va falloir un jour qu'ils ouvrent leurs yeux, que la Suisse ne peut pas être une île au milieu de l'Europe et du monde. Donc pour terminer, j'aimerais qu'on se souvienne qu'il y a 20 ans, en 2004, Fania Nedi du Sierra Leone était venue témoigner à Genève devant la Commission des droits de l'homme. Il y en a peut-être entre vous qui s'en souviennent. Et quand elle est rentrée, elle était directrice de l'Association nationale LGBTIQ+, du Sierra Leone. Elle a été assassinée à son retour. Elle avait 30 ans et était la mère d'un fils de 9 ans. Saluons son courage qui nous donne la force et la motivation de poursuivre notre combat pour les droits humains. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gergely and Patrick. We have a few minutes for some questions or comments, if you have. Yes.
My question is concerning the Council of Europe. Does it cover only the European member states or the neighboring countries as well? Because I remember a couple of years ago, you had a project in my country.
Thank you very much for the question. The Council of Europe is a regional body which covers very recently 46 member states. For instance, also Azerbaijan or Turkey. So not the European Union, 26 member states, but a bit more. And of course, because in every prisons and migration detention places, some people can be placed who are from other countries, non-Council of Europe member state countries citizens. They are also subjects of our protection of non-refoulement. So it means that we are protecting also the rights of those people who can be sent to a place in where they were tortured or also should face the death penalty. So this is also a task. This is also prevention of torture. So not only these citizens, but also from instance Far East countries or also Central Asian countries. So those citizens are also our clients.
Yes, hello. I have a following question also on that. I don't know if you are aware of other mechanism or institution that does the same work in other regions of the world, maybe Latin America, Africa, or Asia. It's for maybe one of you two. I don't know who who will be.
Maybe I can start, and maybe Gergely, you can complement. There's no such mechanism as a CCPT in other regions as such, but there are other mechanisms that do have some similar roles. So in the Americas region, actually, there is you have the Commission, and the Commission carries out visits. And then they have a special commissioner within the Commission that is actually looking into the issue of places of deprivation of liberty with a very specific focus added recently, in recent years, on preventing torture as well. Plus, then there are thematic rapporteurs, commissioners who deal with the issue of LGBTIQ plus people, for instance. So they issued a thematic report some time ago on this, but it's not exactly the same role that the CPT has. I think the only other similar is the international body, which is the Subcommittee on Prevention of Torture, established by the optional protocol to the UN Convention Against Torture, which has really very powerful, very big powers in terms of accessing, having interviews, as Gergely was saying. But the thing is that it is very much dependent on the fact that a state has ratified the optional protocol, which is not the majority at the moment still. So I think actually, for me, the CPT has a very big strength because also the region is quite diverse. They have very different situations in the Council of Europe region, so it's not very, I guess it's very challenging for the experts to work in that environment and to get agreements on some issues like this one, where you have countries where are still criminalizing same-sex relationships and countries that are very much advanced on that. So, and in other regions in Africa, as well, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has a mechanism which is called CPTA. So it's the Commission, or it's the also African Committee for the Prevention of Torture, but they don't have the same powers that the European Committee. But it's a starting point. They have, and then what exists, which I think I would like to stress, is really these bodies at the national level that have very big powers under the OPCAT again. So there are these national institutions in countries that have ratified this optional protocol. So these national institutions are state institutions, but independent from the government. So in some states can be the ombudsman institutions or the NHRIs, that can be human rights commissions, but in other states are completely new institutions, like in Switzerland, for instance, and they have access, full access. They should have. Sometimes there are some limitations in practice. And so this is a very important mechanism that was created, and they actually also placed there in the country, so they carry out the work on a daily basis. No? If you wanted to add.
Yes.
Okay, concerning this matter, some of the mechanisms existing do not fully abide by the human rights principles, even they existed or they have been created, like in Lebanon, for example. They give the example of the LGBTs as a Western agenda brought, imposed by the West. This is why when I asked you earlier if you have a power, because in the beginning of the creation of the NPM in Lebanon and the NHRI, you had a role in building the capacity of the members, but still, they don't really respect the human rights of everyone. They select.
Yes, this is a very tricky question. The CPT tries to always emphasize the importance of the national prevention mechanism, each and every member states of the Council of Europe, and right at the beginning of the reports. So I think all the reports are starting with the cooperation, what kind of reception the delegations enjoyed during the visits, and right after that, the CPT tries to write a paragraph or two paragraphs about the situation of the NPMs, the National Prevention Mechanism in the country respected. And I worked also at the Ombudsman's office in Hungary, and I was heading the department for the National Prevention Mechanism, and we tried to join the Southeastern European Association of NPMs, which consists I don't know how much today, but more than 10 countries in the region, Southeastern Europe. And I know that there are also some other associations of NPMs in the world, but unfortunately, I don't have so much details about that. And about the independence of and financing of NPMs, these are the most basic core issues which we try to investigate or inspect during our visits to the countries. First, as we start the CPT visits, we meet some NGOs and also the NPMs. And we always ask the opinion of NGOs about the NPMs and maybe what is the level of cooperation, how they can access, NGOs, the NPM meetings, and are they entitled to go to several places of detention? Because in some countries, we notice that civil society, the NGOs cannot enter prisons, police stations, detention camps, and psychiatric units. It is very important for the MP, and this is a very important role, to involve all the NGOs and maybe an advisory board established by the NGOs could give some recommendation to the NPMs what kind of places they should visit. Because as you have mentioned, some NPMs are seemingly not independent and not so well financed that they could exercise the duties in a very proper and effective way. Yeah.
Thanks to the three of you for your presentation. I also have a question for you about the activity of the CPT. I would like to know if you have like kind of a questionnaire, like a list of questions when you do the visit, which some are related to LGBTIQ's person deprived of liberty, because you said that you ask systematically the question when you meet with the authorities, but I would like to know if it's like the same thing for every members of the CPT, or if it's like based on like a paper that you go with during the visit. And I also have a second question, because the transgender people gain quite a lot of attention from the CPT since merely 2015 with like the first recommendation you made. And I would like to know whether what that was coming from in the beginning, was it because of like someone, like a specific member of the CPT, or if it was because of like a civil society question, or because you were inspired by all the monitoring mechanism like UN treaty bodies, or yeah, that is. Thank you.
Thank you very much for both of your questions. The first is about the questionnaire. We don't have a separated questionnaire for transgender people. We have some, how would I say, a package of semi-structured interview items. And with those tools, we are approaching the people in private or in group settings. Sometimes it is very hard to approach people in group settings, and even harder to approach them in individual settings because they don't disclose their identity. So this is very hard. And what we ask very specially from TG or LGBTIQ plus people is related to the special needs, healthcare needs. And I think these are extremely obvious questions. For instance, have you been offered to undergo affirmation surgery? Have you been offered to undergo a hormonal therapy? Did you get special psychological assistance to take a decision about your life in the prison, and so on and so on? So these are very basic questions. But if you can offer us help, how to phrase those questions in a polite way or how to phrase those questions in a proper way, we will be very open to have some input from you how to approach these people, because sometimes we face some difficulties. We went to some prisons, as I also mentioned, and we could not find anybody there because they were afraid. You know, in a prison setting, if you try to approach some people, guards and also prisoners know whom we are talking with. And therefore, it's a huge shame to disclose yourself. And they are not approaching us. We try to approach them. So it's a quite tricky issue how to approach them, how to be effective. And just the general points about our semi-structured interview. For instance, we are talking about in each and every interviews about the treatment, about the allegations of ill treatment, about the contact with the outside world, about interprisoner violence, about how to access to medical services, and so on and so on. So this is a huge and very, very long, detailed, semi-structured interview bullet points or something. And it somehow differs at the police stations. There are some major issues in the police interview. I don't want to mention that. Maybe during the coffee break or lunch break, I can tell you these issues. And your second question related, why did we notice, why did we discover this issue, whether there were some members of the CPT who were especially interested into the topic of LGBTIQ plus people or the TG people? I don't know. I think those members of the CPT who were doing the visits 15 years ago, they were extremely sensitive people to all vulnerabilities. For instance, also drug users, or also handicapped people, or also those, this is a very rude example, amputated people, for instance. So this group of people have very special issues in prison setting, and somehow they open up their mind and they approach also this problem. But very personally, if I may, I have a colleague from Iceland. Her name is Elsa Bara-Trautsadottir, and she is an expert in transgender psychology. And she is one of the gender equality reporters of the CPT, and I'm the second one. So I have also personal interest because as I worked in Hungarian prisons at the beginning of the 90s, so it's very early in time, I was at the beginning of my 20s, I was a prison social worker, and I worked with 150 prisoners or 200 prisoners on a day. And I noticed that some people were isolated and segregated in some cells, and they were either LGBT people or very vulnerable people. So those LGBT people who were there in these cells, they tried to protect sexual offenders. And this was an experience for me which just opened up my eyes, and I tried to fight for their rights as effective as I could. As I entered the CPT for the second time, I raised the issue that in some country we should visit also LGBTIQ plus prisoners, and from this time we are targeting also these people in prisons. Sorry for the long answer. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. I am really conscious about time, so I think we should stop here for this session and maybe continue the conversation over lunch. So thank you.
مش لأنك رافض تعترف بوجودهم، يعني هن مش موجودين.
ما بكفي نعترض على هالظلم.
لازم كلنا نشتغل لنبدل هالقوانين الظالمة بقوانين بتحمي كل المواطنين.
لأنه القوانين هي للحماية مش للاضطهاد.
كنا خلقنا أحرار ومتساويين.
بعرف إنه صعب نواجه المجتمع،
بس على القليل القانون لازم يكون صح.
الديمقراطية مش بس أكثرية وأقلية.
هي تأمين الحماية لكل المواطنين.
مش ضروري تكون فقير لتدافع عن حقوق الفقراء، مش ضروري تكون مرأة
لتدافع عن حقوق المرأة. مش ضروري تكون لاجئ.
لتدافع عن حقوق اللاجئين، مش ضروري تكون مثلي لتدافع عن حقوق اللاجئين.
بيكفي تكون إنسان.
بيكفي تكون إنسان. لو اختلفنا ما لازم نختلف.
لو اختلفنا ما لازم نختلف.
Thank you for waiting. And thank you for engaging us in Proud Lebanon. I've been asked to handle this session, so please bear with me because I haven't prepared much for the process. My name is Berto. I'm from Proud Lebanon, which is a Lebanese LGBT organization. We've been working since 2013, and we got registered in 2014. Our organization worked on different sectors. We provide services for the community in Lebanon, but as well we work on advocacy and lobbying. Among the services that we provide mental health and medical support, as well as we believe that the community need to be engaged in the change that we wish in the country. So we organize across the country capacity building and capacity building for the community in the north, in the south, and in the Bekaa. The situation of the LGBT community now, Rasha is here. We can't be talking after her, as we say in Lebanese. However, the community in Lebanon faced different struggles, mainly due to the patriarchal society, where the impact of the religion, backed up by the social norms, make it very difficult for the community to survive, to exist, and mainly due to the penal code existing in Lebanon that goes back to the French mandate, because prior to the French mandate there were nothing against the LGBT on paper. So LGBTs, that penal code used to criminalize homosexuality can put the people up to one year in prison, and it has been used by everyone who wants to criminalize or to oppress the community as a tool to as I mentioned, to oppress or criminalize the community, or even ban gatherings, events for the LGBT across the country. And we've seen this recently in events last year happening, or even the year before, where the Minister of Interior have used this law to give decrees, to do decrees and order gatherings and events. Recently, what we see in the country is that LGBTs, when they get arrested, they don't get arrested based on this law, because they are, the authorities are a bit afraid of the international pressure on them, especially lately in the UPR, in the last UPR that happened. A lot of the countries have asked to repeal this penal code, and the Lebanese government noted this request. So when we see them arresting the LGBT individuals, they arrest them under other reasons, mainly drugs, or as it has been mentioned in the previous session, under attentat à la pudeur, for example, or other reasons. And then when they get arrested and they discover that these people are LGBTs, they would add an extra layer on their legal struggles that they are facing. Recently, not long time ago, a big group of LGBTs has been arrested. And when we organized a roundtable 3 weeks ago, we had for lawyers, we had 3 of the lawyers handling the case of that group, talking about the struggles and how during the interrogation, the general prosecutor was in a way making fun of these people, telling them, they were even bullied during the interrogation. So this is in brief the struggles that LGBTs are facing. As the positive thing that it would be good to highlight is that since 2018, Proud Lebanon has been engaged on decriminalizing homosexuality with a number of political parties. We've been working with 13 different political parties, and but due to the revolution that happened, we've waited until the last elections took place, because we didn't want to engage with. We didn't want to give a reason for political parties to pinkwash on our back, on the back of the communities, so they can be reflected as respecting human rights, while on the street they are violating the basic human rights of the Lebanese citizens. So we waited until the elections took place, and after that, we re-engaged with the different political parties that entered the parliament, but as well as the others that were not in the parliament. So in this process, we've asked them to give their opinion on the draft law that we've been working on, and we got nine MPs signing on the behalf of their political parties. Our draft law has been submitted in July, on 12th of July last year. We know that the society wouldn't be ready. So what we wanted is that we wanted just to break through. We wanted to present this draft law and continue working on continuing this momentum to take place. A backlash happened, led by the Hezbollah and the other fundamentalist groups, let's call them. So the draft law is freezed inside the parliament, but with the support of all the political parties, we are continuing this discussion with the different entities that are in charge to find the right moment to continue and take it further after that. So this is, in brief, my presentation. Now, please allow me to introduce you to Rasha Younes. Rasha is the acting director of the LGBTIQ+ rights project at Human Rights Watch. Please.
Thank you. I'm gonna give an overview of LGBT rights as they stand today in the Middle East and North Africa region. And I will speak a bit more about investigations that we've done more recently, specifically targeting companies, such as social media companies, Meta, Grindr, etc., as facilitators for abuses that take place on social media against LGBT people. My name is Rasha Younes. As Berto said, I'm the acting director of the LGBT rights program. For the past 7 years, I've been handling the Middle East and North Africa portfolio for the LGBT rights program at Human Rights Watch. And there have been several themes that have come up that continue to be used by governments to target LGBT people. Primarily, the criminalization of same-sex relations is a primary issue that allows for abuses to continue against LGBT people and also empowers private individuals to also abuse and violate the rights of LGBT people with absolutely no accountability and no access to redress or protection mechanisms under the law. We have seen that even in countries that do not explicitly criminalize same-sex relations, such as previously Iraq. I'll speak about Iraq in a moment because that's not the case anymore. Jordan, Bahrain, even Egypt. Other laws are used to target LGBT people, such as morality laws, public indecency laws, as well as cyber crime laws, which are quite recent in the region. In 2015 until now, there have been many new cybercrime legislation that have made it through parliament in Jordan, in Egypt, and in many other contexts, which have been used to target LGBT people online. So not only are people arrested and prosecuted, in many cases suffer ill treatment and torture in detention as a result of their sexual orientation or gender identity, they are also now being targeted on social media platforms simply for expressing themselves online. So if an individual were to put a rainbow flag filter on Facebook, that alone is enough for Egyptian security forces and the Cybercrime Bureau to prosecute this individual on the basis of quote-unquote digital evidence, which is a very fraught term because it means that any online record of an individual promoting LGBT rights, speaking freely about their own sexual orientation or gender identity, or simply advocating for the rights of LGBT people is enough to land them in jail. I'll give an example of blogger from Yemen, Muhammad al-Bukhari, who had traveled from Yemen to Saudi Arabia on foot after armed groups in Yemen were threatening to kill him because he is a gay activist. After arriving in Saudi Arabia, which is kind of a black box when it comes to human rights violations and LGBT rights violations, because a lot of the community operates very much underground and cannot really coalesce or organize due to laws that restrict civil society operations in the country. He posted a video on Facebook where I saw it was actually a Facebook Live, and there was an exchange between him and the audience. And one of the audience members asked him, "What do you think about LGBT rights?" And he said in that video, "Everyone deserves rights, including LGBT people." That prompted an online hate campaign against this individual in Saudi Arabia, where specifically on Twitter, which is the most used platform in the Gulf for dissent or any kind of organizing, garnering thousands of hateful comments simply because he supported LGBT rights. He didn't even say he was gay. That prompted security forces to arrest him. In Saudi Arabia, he was imprisoned for 10 months, where he was subjected to torture, including a forced anal exam. He was put in solitary confinement. He was accused under the cybercrime law in Saudi of promoting indecency and immorality and quote unquote imitating women. And that was the reason, that was the prosecution's decision in what they charged and convicted him with. And he was also sentenced to deportation to Yemen, where his life was in danger upon release. We worked for, as an organization, as Human Rights Watch, we worked for the entire 10 months to at least get him resettled to a country other than Saudi, so that he does not die crossing the border from Saudi to Yemen, because the sentence was also to cross the border by land, right? So the armed group that had threatened him posted a video on Facebook again saying, Muhammad al-Bukhari, when you cross this border, we will kill you. That wasn't enough for social media companies such as Facebook to remove that hateful post. It wasn't enough for many host countries and diplomatic missions to accept the resettlement of Muhammad. It took a very, very long time to be able to get him at the 11th hour resettled to Sweden, where he now lives. And it's just that this is just an example of the theme that I will be discussing next, which is the digital targeting of LGBT people across the Middle East and North Africa region. I have noticed in my 7 years of documenting abuses against LGBT people in the region that, yes, criminalization plays a huge role, but it is not the only factor that leads to prosecution and ill treatment of LGBT people in detention. There are so many other tools, such as online harassment, entrapment on dating apps like Grindr, and extortion, specifically in contexts such as Lebanon, where individuals are highly precarious because of an economic crisis, because of political unrest, and private individuals as well as security forces select these individuals on apps such as Grindr or even on Facebook Messenger and extort them for huge amounts of money, usually in US dollars, in exchange for not outing them publicly. So the issue of public outing became quite emblematic in Tunisia, where police unions were the primary perpetrators of selecting LGBT activists from street protests, which were organized by civil society to counter economic disparity and Al-Qais's regime. And what happened next was that these police union representatives, who are police officers, were doxing, as in publishing private information of LGBT activists, their pictures, their addresses, without their consent, as well as their sexual orientation or gender identity, with hateful comments about them, primarily on Facebook. As you know, the risk of outing or online harassment is not just the fact that this information is online, it also empowers a largely uninformed public to target these individuals offline. And this is precisely the distinction and the relationship between online and offline violence that we wanted to investigate. Because yes, social media platforms are not the primary perpetrator, but they are vehicles of harassment and abuse of LGBT people that result in the same abuses offline that, for example, criminalization is leading to. So I'll give a bit of an overview. This began in 2022 when I was documenting in Lebanon, Tunisia, Iraq, Jordan, and Egypt different abuses taking place in the country, mostly reactive work to make sure that we have a statement on the record. And in every single report, I noticed that online platforms were a vehicle of abuse and harassment. So for example, in Egypt, entrapment, meaning a police officer pretending to be a gay man in order to go on a date with an unsuspecting gay man or a trans woman, and then basically arrest them when they are supposed to meet, based primarily on these chats on Grindr, where the individual said, okay, consented to the date, or, for example, said that they practice sex work or gave a specific sum of money in exchange for sex, or sent any kind of like sticker on WhatsApp or any other information that denoted their sexual orientation or gender identity. That was enough of evidence to arrest these individuals in a place like Egypt. In Iraq, I was documenting the killings of LGBT people by armed groups, again in 2021 and 2022, in broad daylight, and these armed groups are very much factions of the government at the moment. And again, the issue of online platforms became very evident in that every single killing attempt or murder that I was able to document in that report was preceded by an online threat. So previously, 10 years ago in Iraq, there used to be billboards where names of queer and trans individuals would be published in the city. There used to be letters sent to individuals' homes threatening them to kill them if they continue to be who they are. And over time, this was replaced by digital tools, right? So now not only does WhatsApp or Telegram or Facebook or any dating app, reveal someone's sexual orientation or gender identity, but it's also very convenient for abusive perpetrators, such as armed groups, to target individuals, threaten them, also extort them for huge amounts of money, and eventually leading to lethal violence against LGBT people. In Tunisia, again, in the context of the protests, I was documenting harassment of activists, and this police unions issue on Facebook became very prominent in that that was the way individuals were being targeted in the street. So a police officer would take a picture of a protester, post it on Facebook with hateful comments and derogatory comments about their appearance. Oh, this person looks satanic, this person is gay, this person is trans. Of course, these are not the terms that are used, but I won't use the hateful terms. And that led to consequences that really ruined people's lives. I mean, people had to flee the country for risk of prosecution. A specific activist, Rania Amdouni, was hospitalized twice because of mental health consequences of this. And after having enough, she went to the police station and she said, I need to file a complaint because these police officers are harassing me. And instead of helping her, the police officers, as we've heard also this morning, happens in other contexts, sentenced her to 6 months in prison for shouting at the police station. So again, the law itself and criminalization and the lack of redress and lack of anti-discrimination legislation and the lack of protections is the primary cause, but there are so many other tools and ways that LGBT people are being targeted right now, regardless of whether or not criminalization of same-sex relations exists. And that leads me to Jordan, where same-sex relations are not criminalized. There's no law that says you should be put in jail because you are gay or trans, but there is a disastrous cybercrime law that prohibits promoting homosexuality online, or in more broad terms, promoting immorality online, and homosexuality, of course, is included under this rhetoric of immorality. And that also has led more recently to security forces, intelligence agencies, specifically the ones who work in the Cybercrime Bureau, targeting LGBT activists and organizations, shutting down their bank accounts so that they don't get funding anymore from external funders, donors, and ensuring that they are scared to death to ever speak again about their work, to the extent that civil society in Jordan right now around LGBT rights has completely dissolved. The directors of, or the leaders, I would say, of many organizations such as Rainbow Street or Amam Space or other organizations in Jordan that used to operate had fled the country. And of course, continue their activism from abroad, but it is the actual civil society around the issue of feminism, women's rights, sexual orientation, gender identity has been rendered obsolete in a context like Jordan. So I decided to bring all of these contexts together to launch a report in 2023 around the digital targeting of LGBT people in these 5 countries. And the point of that report was not just to say online abuses are taking place, but also to document the offline consequences of online violence. So what that means is that in every single case that I documented, and I interviewed 120 LGBT people from these 5 countries, I saw that the online abuses are not transient. They don't stop with the hate speech or the hostility that you receive online or with the slur that someone receives because they are gay or trans. It reverberates throughout individuals' lives in ways that often ruin their lives. That could mean arbitrary arrest, prosecution on the basis of digital evidence or on the basis of cybercrime legislation, and torture and ill treatment and detention. That could also mean shutting down, cracking down on civil society, as we also have seen in Lebanon, in a way that, you know, tracks their Instagram activity. If there's a film screening about gender and sexuality in the city, and some group calls on to the Ministry of Interior to intervene, the film screening is either canceled or interrupted by force. So it became very clear that these online vehicles are very important for advocacy because, yes, we need to advocate with governments and we need to decriminalize same-sex relations across the region, but we also need to advocate with the intermediary. So what is the responsibility of social media companies like Meta, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or Grindr to be able to mitigate some of the abuses that take place on these platforms? As a follow-up to the actual report, we launched a campaign called Secure Our Socials, and it's primarily targeting Meta. And this campaign is primarily about content moderation, right? So a lot of the time when hateful posts remain online, they are violative of policies that social media companies have. So for example, outing someone is in violation of Facebook's policies. You can't out someone online and the post would remain online. But what we found is that there is a underinvestment in content moderation in the Arabic language, as well as other dialects of Arabic, where there is no human oversight over content moderation. What I mean by this is that, let's say there's a post against a Tunisian activist that she reported over and over and over again. The automated content moderation that is picking up this post cannot detect the hateful language in the post because it's not trained in the Arabic language, because it's not trained in the specific slurs, in dialects that are, for example, the Tunisian dialect or Amazigh in Morocco, etc. And it cannot detect this as hateful language. So the post remains online. And the post remaining online, is what leads to the offline consequences that we have documented, where individuals are now harassing, activists on the street, following them to restaurants, cafes that they frequent, just the information becoming so public that there is no way to contain it anymore, and that leads to the offline abuses. So our primary ask to Meta is to invest more in content moderation in the Arabic language, and by that I mean hiring content moderators, human content moderators, not automation, that have the diversity, skill set and human rights training to be able to detect such hateful language and remove it immediately before it reaches the public realm. So this is one kind of strand of the advocacy. And for with Grindr, for example, it's actually been extremely productive because Grindr is very responsive. It's very aware of the abuses that are taking place on its platforms in the region, and it's called out quite a lot. So, for example, as we were hearing earlier, in Lebanon, when this incitement to violence by a Hezbollah leader as well as other religious leaders became dangerous for individuals, we saw that Grindr was one of the first platforms where individuals would go and threaten LGBT people with outing, with death, with sexual violence, just to intimidate them. And what Grindr did as a step to mitigate this was to block all new accounts from being formed in that period in Lebanon, so that at least these individuals who are just trying to create fake profiles on the platform to harass LGBT people at a political moment can be stopped. So these kinds of small but piecemeal solutions for technology facilitated harm against queer and trans people are very, very important. And I encourage us to think a bit more creatively about the way we conduct advocacy, especially in intractable contexts where a lot of the time attacking a law or trying to repeal a law, as Berto was saying, would create backlash that we're not prepared for, per se. That's not to say that the law shouldn't be repealed. It absolutely should. But there are other vehicles and other ways for us to be able to advocate for the rights of LGBT people in the absence of legislative change. The last thing I would say is that Iraq very recently, in April 2024, explicitly criminalized same-sex relations, and the draft bill that was introduced to Parliament actually had the death penalty in it for homosexuality. Thankfully, after a lot of advocacy with foreign missions, embassies, international intervention, the law now punishes same-sex relations with up to 15 years imprisonment, but no death penalty. And it also, for the first time, punishes promoting homosexuality online. So again, a lot of this shift in the legislative landscape that we're seeing in the region has included online platforms in order to punish LGBT people simply for expressing themselves online, even if the act of same-sex relations did not occur. So it's not about whether you have sex or you don't have sex. It's about whether you even talk about LGBT rights at all. I took a lot of time. I'll stop there. Thank you so much, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Rasha. Now we'll move to Gaspard Normand. He'll be talking about the situation of LGBT rights in Bolivia and the local advocacy. Gaspard is committed in the field of the international solidarity and has worked for an NGO, for NGOs, both in Switzerland and internationally. He's the co-founder of PRISMI. He'll be sharing with us his experience at PRISMI and the work they are doing around the world. Thank you.
Voilà, bonjour à tous. Merci d'être ici. Merci aussi aux organisateurs pour cette journée importante sur des thèmes importants. C'est voilà une occasion aussi de donner un petit peu un éclairage sur l'Amérique latine. On a parlé beaucoup du Moyen-Orient et ces régions aujourd'hui. Maintenant, on va se déplacer un petit peu de l'autre côté du globe, où la situation est quand même un petit peu différente. Peut-être juste avant de commencer, je voulais préciser aussi que voilà, PRISMI, on est une organisation de solidarité internationale. Notre rôle, c'est vraiment de soutenir des collectifs et organisations LGBTQ+ dans le monde. On est présent actuellement en Équateur, Bolivie et Cameroun. On n'est pas du tout des experts sur les questions des droits LGBTQ+ en prison. Donc, on est aujourd'hui un petit peu les porte-parole de nos partenaires sur le terrain qui connaissent bien mieux que nous ces thématiques. C'est pour ça que je suis aussi très content qu'après ça, on va écouter Jean-Jacques qui va donner son aperçu sur le Cameroun. Mais là, aujourd'hui, je vais donc porter la voix de l'association ADEK Libertad de La Paz en Bolivie, avec qui on a préparé cette intervention. Alors, de quoi on va parler? Tout d'abord, je vais essayer de brosser un panorama assez global de la question des droits LGBTQ+ en Bolivie. Deuxièmement, centrer un petit peu plus sur les questions en prison. Quelle est la situation pour les personnes en privation de liberté? Et enfin, parler un petit peu de PRISMI et nos actions qu'on a, notamment dans ce pays. Alors la Bolivie, comme je le mentionnais tout à l'heure, déjà est un cadre un peu plus légal favorable. On peut voir en tout cas que l'homosexualité déjà n'est pas pénalisée, et ça depuis 1832. Donc ça fait une base légale, une entrave en moins pour les communautés LGBTQ+. Et ce qu'on peut voir, c'est que depuis 2006 à peu près, avec l'arrivée d'un nouveau président indigéniste, tout un cadre normatif va se mettre en place de lutte contre les discriminations, principalement les discriminations ethniques, puisque c'est un président autochtone, mais aussi, et par là même, aussi traiter les questions de discrimination contre les personnes LGBTQ+. Donc on voit déjà la Constitution en 2009, une nouvelle Constitution qui reconnaît explicitement le principe de non-discrimination pour les personnes au regard de leur orientation sexuelle et identité de genre. Donc c'est une des peu de constitutions qu'il y a en tout cas en Amérique latine qui dans le papier mentionne les questions LGBTQ+. Quelques années plus tard, en 2010, il va y avoir une loi contre le racisme et toute forme de discrimination qui, là encore, répète le fait de reconnaître la non-discrimination des personnes LGBTQ+, et qui interdit aussi les crimes de haine. Donc, c'est déjà une sorte de précurseur dans la région à ce niveau-là. En 2016, il va y avoir une loi qui reconnaît l'identité de genre et qui reconnaît le processus pour changer tant de nom que de genre sur son état civil. Et très récemment, la reconnaissance des couples de même sexe est en train de venir. Le tribunal constitutionnel a légalisé les unions civiles. Alors, c'est toujours pas le mariage, mais disons, voilà, c'est encore en processus et on espère que bientôt, il va y avoir une loi qui valide cette reconnaissance. Bon, voilà, donc déjà un panorama, on pourrait dire, favorable. Mais la problématique en Bolivie, c'est que malgré ce cadre normatif qui est plutôt favorable, on voit que les droits des personnes LGBTQ+ restent bafoués. Elles sont toujours victimes de discrimination, de violence dans de nombreux domaines, que ce soit dans le milieu familial, il y a beaucoup de rejets des personnes LGBTQ+, dans les systèmes éducatifs, au niveau de la santé, on a parlé beaucoup aussi des questions d'accès aux soins. Beaucoup de discrimination de la part du personnel médical, aussi pour accéder à un logement, à un travail, etc. Je vais pas brosser tout le panorama, mais voilà, il reste quand même, ça reste quand même une population assez vulnérable. Et ça, principalement à cause des mentalités qui ont la peine à évoluer malgré ces changements normatifs, et qui restent très ancrés dans des schémas sexistes, du patriarcat et conservateurs. Mais surtout, et c'est ce que j'aimerais aussi mettre l'accent, c'est sur le manque d'application de toutes ces lois. Les personnes concernées souvent ne connaissent pas, on me dit d'aller plus lentement, ne connaissent pas forcément ce cadre normatif. Donc je voulais présenter un petit peu concrètement quels sont les principaux droits LGBTQ qui sont bafoués. Et là, on peut mentionner un rapport qui a été fait l'année passée, en 2023, par la Defensoría del Pueblo. C'est un ombudsman du pays qui est là pour veiller justement au respect des différents droits. Et parmi les différentes plaintes qui ont été déposées par des personnes de la communauté envers les institutions publiques, la première, c'est les questions d'accès à la justice. Et c'est vraiment, je pense, un des grosses limitations auxquelles fait face la communauté. Elle reste victime de stéréotypes, de discrimination de la part du personnel du système de la justice, de la police. Il y a une formation et une sensibilisation qui sont vraiment insuffisantes. Et en conséquence, ce qu'on peut observer, c'est qu'il y a très peu de condamnations. Ces dernières années, on recense à peu près 80 meurtres, par exemple, sur des personnes LGBTQ+, notamment des personnes trans. Et sur ces 80 cas, seulement 2 ont été condamnés. Donc, on voit bien que dans toutes les étapes, disons, la justice n'est pas rendue. Et aussi du fait d'une auto-perception de cette non-condamnation, il y a très peu de plaintes qui sont déposées, une auto-perception et une peur de rejet de la part des personnes concernées. Elles ne vont tout simplement pas porter plainte. On estime que 4% à peu près des personnes qui sont victimes de violences ou de discrimination portent plainte seulement. Donc le premier droit bafoué, c'est vraiment les questions d'accès à la justice, comme je l'ai mentionné. Après, selon ce rapport de la Defensoría del Pueblo, on trouve les questions d'égalité, non-discrimination au sens large, donc des cas de violence physique, verbale. Il n'y a pas l'accès au mariage égalitaire ou dans d'autres domaines de la vie. Troisième niveau, disons, de droit, on trouve les questions d'accès à la santé. Là aussi, il reste beaucoup d'obstacles pour les personnes, notamment les personnes vivant avec le VIH/SIDA ou les personnes trans pour accéder à des traitements, malgré qu'il y ait une loi qui reconnaît les changements de genre. Et une des principales obstacles, c'est vraiment les préjugés du personnel médical qui ne connaît pas les spécificités ou qui volontairement mettent des obstacles aux personnes. Et enfin, dans les derniers niveaux de droit, on trouve les questions de droit du travail, qui aussi font l'objet de nombreuses plaintes, et les droits à l'identité de genre, comme je l'ai mentionné tout à l'heure. Alors maintenant, pour revenir un petit peu sur la question des prisons, quelle est la situation ? Peut-être avant ça, j'aimerais faire 2 remarques préliminaires qui ont déjà été aussi mentionnées un petit peu ce matin. La première, c'est la question des manques de données. Comme dans beaucoup de pays et comme on l'a mentionné déjà, il n'y a pas de données existantes. Les personnes déjà ont peur évidemment de se dévoiler face à des questions. Et officiellement, il n'y a pas de registre ni sur le nombre de personnes trans, ni sur les conditions de la population LGBTQ+, en prison. Ce qui mène évidemment à un problème de vulnérisation de leurs droits, parce que sans connaître la situation réelle dans les prisons, on ne peut pas mettre en place des politiques qui permettent d'assurer et de garantir un traitement égalitaire pour les personnes. La deuxième remarque que je voulais aussi faire, c'est évidemment on parle LGBTQ+, c'est un monde en soi, il y a des différentes populations là-dedans, des vécus très différents en fonction de différentes orientations, différentes identités. Donc c'est un petit peu difficile aussi de généraliser et ce qu'on peut voir notamment, on l'a mentionné beaucoup jusqu'à présent, c'est pour les personnes trans ou non binaires, les questions d'incarcération sont d'autant plus complexes. Alors, quelle est la situation dans les prisons en Bolivie? Alors, malgré l'absence de données, ce que les activistes, en tout cas sur le terrain, observent, c'est différentes problématiques qu'on a aussi abordées dans certaines présentations ce matin. La première et la plus préoccupante, c'est les questions de placement dans les centres pénitentiaires pour les personnes trans ou non binaires qui ne respectent pas leur identité de genre, malgré le fait qu'il y ait encore une fois une loi qui reconnaît l'identité de genre. Et ça concerne tant les personnes qui ont entrepris des démarches sociales, physiques, légales pour changer leur genre, que des personnes qui n'ont pas forcément fait ces changements. Donc ça, c'est une première des violations. La deuxième niveau de violation, c'est évidemment les conditions dans les prisons. Ça concerne pas seulement les populations LGBTQ+, mais disons toutes les personnes retenues, des conditions vraiment déplorables, avec une surpopulation, avec un manque de personnel, et souvent même certaines prisons qui sont vraiment gérées par elles-mêmes, par des mafias. Une troisième chose aussi, c'est les questions liées à l'intégration physique, donc des violences, des abus, des traitements cruels, des traitements dégradants. On a mentionné aussi tout à l'heure les questions de fouilles personnelles qui sont réalisées, et ces différents méfaits sont faits non seulement par les co-détenus, mais aussi par le personnel pénitentiaire. Donc voilà un petit peu pour certains des violations des droits des personnes en situation de privation de liberté. Il y a aussi évidemment, on l'a mentionné, les questions de droit de visite conjugale. Les activistes mentionnent que pour les personnes ayant une orientation sexuelle différente, que les visites conjugales sont systématiquement peu respectées pour les personnes de même sexe. Et enfin, évidemment, les questions de santé ou l'accès aux soins, tant soins pour les traitements spécifiques que pour les questions de santé mentale ne sont pas respectées. Alors, ce qui est intéressant en Bolivie, c'est que depuis 2021, il y a une grosse pression de la société civile et aussi sous l'initiative des Nations Unies, le l'UNFPA, donc le Fonds des Nations Unies pour la population. Il y a eu l'établissement et l'adoption d'un protocole, c'est le protocole de prise en charge intégrale des personnes LGBTQ+, privées de liberté. Donc, c'est encore une fois un cadre normatif qui est là, qui est présent. Et ce protocole devrait améliorer la situation. Alors, ce protocole, dans les grandes lignes, qu'est-ce qu'il dit? Alors déjà, il interdit tout acte violent, tout acte de discrimination envers les populations LGBTQ+. Il instaure aussi ce principe du respect de l'orientation sexuelle et l'identité de genre en milieu carcéral. Là aussi, et ça c'est une grande avancée, il vise le placement dans des centres pénitentiaires qui représentent le moindre risque, notamment pour les personnes trans ou non-binaires. Donc c'est aussi là une possibilité, disons, en tout cas sur le papier, pour les personnes d'être placées dans des centres ou dans des espaces qui ne les mettent pas en risque. Et enfin, ils mettent en place toute une série de mécanismes de protection et de prévention des violences dans différents domaines, dans les domaines de la santé, dans les domaines de la santé mentale, enfin du travail social et aussi dans le milieu éducatif. Donc voilà, donc c'est un très joli protocole qui vraiment prend bien les choses en main, mais évidemment. Ce qu'on peut voir, c'est qu'en tout cas jusqu'à présent, il est très peu diffusé, il n'est pas du tout connu par les personnes censées l'appliquer. Et voilà, comme beaucoup de cadres normatifs qui sont en Bolivie ne sont pas du tout appliqués. Et ça, c'est une première raison, c'est justement le fait qu'il ne soit pas connu de la part des personnes concernées, mais aussi plus généralement une méconnaissance de la part de plein de membres du système judiciaire sur les thématiques LGBTQ+, dans son ensemble. Alors maintenant, pour venir un petit peu sur PRISMI, qu'est-ce qu'on fait dans tout ce panorama en Bolivie? Donc comme je le mentionnais en introduction, PRISMI est une organisation suisse. On est basé ici à Genève. On a été fondé en 2021. Et notre but, c'est vraiment de soutenir des collectifs et organisations LGBTQ+ dans le monde. Et ce, dans une perspective de solidarité internationale. Donc, on n'a pas nos propres projets, mais vraiment, on est là pour soutenir des initiatives concrètes. Notre but, c'est vraiment de participer à un renforcement de la société civile dans ces pays-là, parce que ce sont souvent ces organisations qui connaissent le mieux les réalités, qui sont là vraiment pour défendre, pour faire des actions de plaidoyer. Et nous, notre rôle, on le perçoit vraiment comme un renforcement et un accompagnement dans leur but. Alors, par exemple, on est présent depuis cette année en Équateur. On a un projet d'empowerment et d'entrepreneuriat pour les personnes migrantes LGBTQ+. Donc, c'est aussi une occasion non seulement de dire toujours les populations LGBTQ+ sont victimes, mais c'est vraiment leur redonner aussi un pouvoir d'action et de renforcement sur leur propre avenir. On est aussi présent depuis cette année au Cameroun avec Jean-Jacques de l'association One Advocacy. On a entamé un petit projet où on a pu soutenir des personnes qui étaient aussi incarcérées. Je pense que tout à l'heure, on va l'entendre parler de la situation. Et enfin, ce que j'aimerais m'arrêter un petit peu plus, c'est en Bolivie, justement, un projet qu'on a démarré cette année sur les questions d'accès à la justice. Alors, ce projet, qui s'appelle Justice inclusive, a reçu le soutien de la ville de Genève dans le cadre de sa stratégie LGBTQ+. Je crois qu'on va en toucher aussi un mot plus tard. Et son fonds de solidarité internationale a rendu possible ce projet qui vise vraiment à réduire les inégalités pour les personnes LGBTQ+, dans les questions d'accès à la justice. Hein, comme je l'ai mentionné tout à l'heure, on a vu que c'était vraiment une des principales obstacles que rencontrait la population. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'on a décidé de travailler sur ces thématiques. Donc, c'est un projet qui est mis en œuvre par une association bolivienne, ADEK Libertad, qui est une des plus anciennes et des premières organisations queer du pays, qui ont contribué à beaucoup d'avancées au terme légal, mais aussi dans le changement des mentalités. Par exemple, ceux qui ont organisé la première Pride dans le pays il y a quelques années. C'est aussi un partenaire qui, je trouve que c'est important de le souligner ici, qui gère l'Observatoire des droits LGBTQ+. Pour nous, c'est vraiment quelque chose de central, puisque c'est quelque chose qui permet justement de faire face à ce manque de données, à ce manque de connaissances des différentes réalités qu'affronte la population LGBTQ+. Et c'est vraiment donc un instrument qui permet d'attirer l'attention sur certaines problématiques qui touchent la communauté et de mettre en place des politiques publiques pour y faire face. Alors, en grande ligne, ce projet, il vise 3 axes. Le premier, c'est d'accompagner les personnes qui sont victimes de discrimination et de violence, donc à travers une aide juridique, une aide aussi psychosociale. Donc, on va accompagner des dizaines de personnes qui font face à des problèmes concrets dans tout ce processus de revendication de la justice. Le deuxième axe, c'est sur un renforcement des activistes LGBTQ+, parce que en Bolivie, il y a quand même un tissu associatif assez important. Chaque région ont des collectifs qui sont souvent bénévoles, qui sont peut-être informels, mais qui sont là pour faire le lien avec les différentes populations. Et le but, c'est là de vraiment aussi renforcer leur capacité pour qu'elles-mêmes, tous ces activistes, puissent accompagner à leur tour aussi les personnes qui viennent vers elles avec des difficultés similaires. Et enfin, le troisième axe, c'est la question évidemment de sensibilisation et formation auprès des opérateurs et opératrices de justice et de la police pour que justement il y ait une bonne application de tout ce cadre légal et toutes ces réglementations qui sont plutôt favorables aux communautés. Comme par exemple, je l'ai mentionné, ce protocole pour la gestion intégrale des personnes LGBTQ+ en milieu carcéral. Ça va être un des aspects centraux du projet, c'est de pouvoir faire connaître ce protocole et de veiller à son application. Donc voilà, c'était un aperçu assez bref et général de la situation en Bolivie. Peut-être ce que je voulais souligner en conclusion, c'est plusieurs choses. La première, c'est qu'il y a une certaine urgence, ça ne concerne pas seulement la Bolivie, mais peut-être d'autres pays en Amérique latine, de mettre en place des cadres, des protocoles, un cadre normatif qui permette de garantir l'inclusion des personnes LGBTQ+, mais surtout de les faire appliquer. Et c'est là souvent où il y a encore tout un travail à faire, puisque voilà, et de rappeler que les questions de LGBTQ+, sont des questions de droits humains. Le deuxième message, c'est l'importance du renforcement de la société civile, des organisations locales, qui est très importante, quand je le mentionnais tout à l'heure. Ce sont ces organisations, ce sont ces activistes qui connaissent mieux la réalité, qui ont accès aussi aux populations LGBTQ+, ce qui est aussi très important pour faire connaître leur réalité. Et c'est vraiment ces organisations de la société civile qui se battent dans ces pays pour faire ce rôle d'observatoire et de plaidoyer. Et enfin, j'aimerais conclure là-dessus, c'est très important de tisser des liens, et c'est pour ça que des événements comme aujourd'hui sont importants, puisque voilà, affronter les questions LGBTQ+, que ce soit en prison ou au-delà, demande un travail collectif entre les activistes, les ONG et les collectivités publiques, qui sont aussi des parties prenantes. Et ça tant au niveau local qu'international. En tout cas, à PRISMI, nous, on est persuadés que c'est vraiment ce travail collectif, qu'ensemble on est plus fort et que les luttes, qu'elles soient ici, qu'elles soient ailleurs, doivent s'articuler, se compléter. Et c'est vraiment en unissant nos forces qu'on peut bâtir un monde où chacun et chacune peut être non seulement en sécurité, mais aussi vivre en dignité, et ça, que ça soit derrière des murs de prison ou dans le reste de la société. Donc voilà, merci.
Ok, la troisième intervention, ça va être de Jean-Jacques Dissoc. Jean-Jacques, il est avocat du Cameroun. À cause d'un problème d'Internet, il va être avec nous. Il nous a envoyé son intervention par vidéo.
Bonjour à tous, bonjour.
Faut pas oublier de partager dans Zoom pour que les interprètes aient accès à la vidéo.
I didn't understand.
Can you check if there are any English subtitles?
Yeah, I will try. Just 1 second. No, automatic. Traduction automatique. Voilà. We have already interpreted.
Bonjour à tous, bonjour et bienvenue au Cameroun. Voilà, je remercie toutes les personnes qui ont travaillé dur pour la réussite de cette conférence. Et je fais également un coucou à Gaspard de l'ONG PRISMI. Voilà. Je suis Jean-Jacques Issoké, je suis défenseur des personnes LGBT au Cameroun. Je travaille sur la problématique LGBT depuis 2011-2012, année à laquelle je me suis engagé et tout. Voilà. Aujourd'hui, je suis le responsable de l'organisation NégoAction. NégoAction est une organisation qui fait partie du consortium One Advocacy Africa. Voilà. Au Cameroun, nous avons une quarantaine d'organisations de défense des droits des minorités sexuelles et de genre. C'est vrai que présenter la chose sous un tel angle, c'est peut-être étonnant quand on sait que le Cameroun est l'un des États en Afrique qui condamne encore les relations sexuelles entre personnes de même sexe. Mais ceci, il faudrait préciser que toutes ces organisations sont plutôt légalisées, sont plutôt reconnues comme étant organisations de lutte contre le VIH-Sida et non pas comme défense des droits des personnes LGBT. Sinon, après, on n'aurait jamais un récépissé de déclaration. Voilà. La majorité de ces organisations se retrouvent dans les métropoles, notamment la capitale politique qui est Yaoundé et la capitale économique qui est Douala. On a très peu d'organisations qui essayent de travailler au niveau de l'arrière-pays. Bien évidemment, à part NégoAction, où nous nous sommes engagés à défendre les droits des minorités sexuelles et de genre et de travailler dur pour une approche inclusive, pour la reconnaissance des droits des minorités sexuelles qui sont généralement jetées en pâture, qui sont généralement inquiétées et qui vivent dans une prison au quotidien. Alors, dans un premier temps, nous allons ensemble faire un exposé sur le contexte des droits humains au Cameroun, parlant de la problématique LGBT. Et dans un second temps, bien évidemment, nous allons nous attarder sur la situation des détenus, des prisonniers LGBT. Alors, parlons du contexte des droits humains au Cameroun. Alors, la question de l'orientation sexuelle, identité de genre, expression de genre, reste encore des sujets qui font polémique au Cameroun. Parce que en Afrique centrale, le Cameroun se situe comme étant un État où les relations sexuelles entre personnes de même sexe ne sont pas du tout acceptées, tant par les politiques que par la population générale. Voilà. Nous avons des facteurs de vulnérabilité identifiés, notamment l'environnement pénal, qui est le tout premier facteur, parce qu'il existe des dispositions pénales, notamment l'article 347.1 du Code pénal, qui condamne de 6 mois à 5 ans les personnes LGBT qui ont des relations sexuelles entre eux. Voilà. Nous avons également l'article 83, alinéa 1 et 2 de la loi de 2010 portant sur la cybersécurité et la cybercriminalité. Sur la base de ces dispositions, les personnes LGBT sont arrêtées arbitrairement, sont généralement détenues dans des prisons, dans des situations très peu confortables. Un autre facteur de vulnérabilité, nous avons la tradition, la culture, parce que les politiques, les leaders d'opinion ne cessent de faire des sorties de manière régulière pour rappeler que l'homosexualité n'est pas une culture africaine, ne respecte pas les valeurs africaines. Et il s'agit là d'une imposition, il s'agit là d'une pratique venant et venue d'ailleurs. Et l'Afrique ne saurait vraiment se ranger sur ce genre de pratique en fait. Voilà le discours qui est régulièrement tenu par des leaders d'opinion, par les hommes de médias, par les politiques. Un autre facteur de vulnérabilité, nous parlerons de la religion. Parce que généralement, les hommes d'église ne cessent de dérouler des homélies où ils jettent en pâture les personnes LGBT. Ils souffrent plutôt un vent d'intolérance contre les personnes LGBT, les présentant comme étant des enfants du diable, des personnes qui vivent dans le péché et qui doivent à tout moment être rejetées. Voilà. Alors, ce sont ces différents éléments au Cameroun qui rendent inconfortable le quotidien des personnes LGBT. Les organisations au Cameroun ne cessent de documenter les cas de violence et de violation. D'ailleurs, nous avons le dernier rapport que nous avons produit qui recense 1876 cas de violence en direction des personnes LGBT au cours de l'année 2023. Parmi ces violences, nous avons bien évidemment les arrestations arbitraires, nous avons des agressions physiques et verbales, nous avons des violences psychologiques, nous avons des rejets familiaux, nous avons des licenciements abusifs, nous avons tellement de pratiques inhumaines qui sont généralement orchestrées en direction des personnes LGBT au Cameroun. Il faudrait dire également que face à toutes ces exactions, la justice au Cameroun accuse d'un silence, mais alors d'un silence complice. Parce que les autorités en charge de la justice au Cameroun, alors, n'essayent pas de prendre des mesures pour inquiéter les auteurs de ces violences qui sont régulièrement les forces de maintien de l'ordre, qui sont généralement les politiques, qui sont généralement les employeurs et la population générale. Voilà. Nous avons là encore le cas d'une jeune fille transgenre qui vient d'être bastonnée, qui vient d'être lynchée, qui vient d'être déshabillée en public. Et ça, les autorités n'ont pris aucune mesure pour sanctionner les responsables de ces actes déplacés. Voilà. Alors, il faudrait également noter que lors du dernier passage du Cameroun, à l'examen périodique universel en novembre 2023, aucune recommandation portant sur la protection des droits des personnes LGBT n'a été accepté par l'État du Cameroun. Voilà en fait le plateau, voilà en fait la réalité que vivent les personnes LGBT au Cameroun. Ces violences ont également été amplifiées à travers 4 éléments majeurs. Le premier élément ici est la dépénalisation de l'homosexualité au Gabon en 2020. Alors là, les autorités camerounaises se sont dit, si au Gabon on parle déjà de dépénalisation, sachant que c'est un pays frontalier au Cameroun, alors il pourrait avoir cet effet contagion et les leaders associatifs LGBT du Cameroun risqueraient également de provoquer un tollé en termes de manifestations pour pouvoir atteindre également le pic de la dépénalisation. Alors là, ils ont resserré les verrous et et à ce moment, il y a eu une vague d'arrestations arbitraires au Cameroun. Comme deuxième élément majeur, nous avons la pandémie Covid-19 entre 2020 et 2021 qui a également installé une crise sociale. Voilà. Et le troisième élément ici, on parle précisément de la visite avortée de l'ambassadeur Jean-Marc Berton en juin 2023 qui a relancé le débat de l'homosexualité et qui a déclenché également une vague d'homophobie au sein des différents ménages. Et pour terminer, au niveau du quatrième élément, nous avons l'autorisation par le pape de bénir des couples homosexuels. Alors là, on a assisté à plusieurs sorties des hommes d'église au Cameroun et à une augmentation vraiment considérable de l'homophobie au sein de la société. Alors, concernant la situation des détenus LGBT au Cameroun, là, il faudrait s'attarder sur 3 temps. Le premier temps, c'est de parler du cadre de leur arrestation. Le deuxième temps, c'est de s'attarder bien évidemment sur leurs conditions de vie. Et le troisième temps, c'est également d'analyser les assistances, les défenses dont ces personnes bénéficient en milieu carcéral. Voilà. Alors, parler du cadre de leur interprétation. Ici, nous l'avons rappelé plus tôt, il existe des dispositions pénales sur la base desquelles les personnes LGBT sont régulièrement inquiétées au Cameroun. Mais généralement, on assiste à une requalification des faits parce que les différentes arrestations prennent le motif d'atteinte à la pudeur publique s'agissant des personnes transgenres. Et nous avons, par exemple, là, le cas avec l'affaire Naomi et Dolores, qui sont 2 transgenres qui avaient été emprisonnés sur la base de leur expression de genre. Voilà. Et nous avons un autre élément ici qui est tout simplement le délit de faciès. Généralement, les personnes qui sont interpellées sont des personnes LGBT ou encore peut-être des personnes cisgenres qui peuvent être tout simplement efféminées. Et lorsque les autorités policières rencontrent des personnes efféminées, elles sont généralement interpellées sur le fait que, voilà, elles sont des personnes homosexuelles et elles sont soumises à un examen anal appelé l'anoscopie, qui est d'ailleurs pour nous une pratique inhumaine, une pratique dégradante. Voilà. Alors, le délai de garde à vue n'est généralement pas respecté. Les autorités sont toujours à la quête des pots de vin lorsque les personnes LGBT sont interpellées, et sans pot de vin, généralement, tu te retrouves en prison. Alors, dans le deuxième temps, parlons des conditions d'incarcération. Il faudrait noter que les personnes LGBT qui se retrouvent en milieu carcéral vivent un enfer parce qu'elles sont dévalorisées, elles sont très peu reconnues comme personnes humaines parce qu'elles sont régulièrement violentées, elles sont soumises aux tortures les plus barbares, aux traitements les plus inhumains, et elles sont également réduites aux tâches les plus désobligeantes qui soient comme nettoyer des toilettes sans mesure de protection ou balayer des locaux et tout, voilà. Et elles sont généralement agressées par les autres prisonniers, ça au vu et au su des autorités pénitentiaires, sans aucune intervention. Elles ne bénéficient pas d'assistance médicale lorsqu'elles sont malades et généralement elles vivent traumatisées. Voilà en fait les conditions d'incarcération des personnes LGBT au Cameroun. Elles ne bénéficient pas d'avocats pour leur défense et elles se retrouvent généralement huées en plein procès par les autres détenus. Voilà la réalité. Voilà en fait la réalité des choses. À côté des actions que nous menons avec l'ONG PRISMI, nous sommes également en collaboration avec la Fondation Saint-Paul aux États-Unis à travers le programme Note de l'ONU qui contribue à améliorer les conditions de vie, les conditions de défense des personnes LGBT incarcérées. Dans le même ordre et tout, il s'agit de leur apporter une assistance juridico-judiciaire. Il s'agit d'effectuer des visites alimentaires et de veiller sur leur santé. Alors, depuis 2020 que ce programme a été mis sur pied, nous avons déjà assisté précisément 37 personnes LGBT avec la collaboration, l'accompagnement, l'appui des donateurs à travers le programme Note de l'ONU. Merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mojust, for having me and inviting me. So, as you introduced me kindly, I am Shadi Amin, she, her, they, them. So, I talk in behalf of Six Rank. Six Rank is a lesbian and transgender network which was established in 2010. And we are working on decriminalization of LGBTI community in Iran, so for abolishing the death penalty, and we do a lot of advocacy and for the future UPR, which will take place in January 2025, UPR on Iran. We will be in Geneva. So Six Rank has published a lot of reports about the situation of LGBT community in Iran and for example, conversion therapy and the arbitrary arrest of LGBTI individuals. And what I am missing is most of the time the inclusivity in reports of international organizations who have the possibility and the resources to do so. I'm so disappointed when we talk about Iran, Iraq, Pakistan, Afghanistan. Some of these countries, they will not be included in Middle East and not in Africa. In none of them is Iran included, and unfortunately we face with a lot of unequal treatment from the international community, because a lot of funders, they say Iran is not in our program because we are Middle East and Central Asian, or they are Asian, and then again is Iran is not included. So this is something that I wanted to mention before I start my speech, which is focused on the situation of LGBTI community currently in Iran. So no more silent, no more hidden. 2 years ago, a 22-year-old Iranian Kurdish woman, Gina Mahsa Amini, was forcibly taken into custody by the morality police for not wearing a proper hijab and fell into a coma a few hours later. Her death, resulting from what happened to her at the hands of the morality police during those hours, triggered the nationwide Women Life Freedom Revolution, Zan Zendegi Azadi. The world witnessed the bravery of young revolutionary women as they boldly cut their hair, burned their scarves, and demanded fundamental change in Iran. Many have been injured, arrested, tortured, and killed. When I think of the revolution and its symbol, women life freedom, alongside queer life freedom, I realize that this movement is unlike anything we have seen before in Iran. The women life freedom, Janjian Azadi revolution has been a turning point for the visibility of the LGBTI community in Iran. We saw how involved and active young LGBTI members were during the revolution. From protesting on the streets and tagging walls with pro-LGBTI and pro-freedom slogans to voicing their frustration and anger about the LGBTI situation in Iran on online platforms, numerous LGBTI members were arrested and killed during this time. But what do we want and what are our demands? To explain this, I need to clarify the legal context of Iran for those who may not know that it is one of 7 countries where consensual same-sex conduct can still be punished by death. Homosexuality. Iran's new Islamic Penal Code, adopted in 2013, continues to penalize consensual same-sex relations between adults. The penalties range from flogging to the death penalty, depending on the nature of the sexual activity. Generally, punishments for gay men are more severe for consensual passive, so-called passive partners than for consensual, so-called active partners. The punishment also depends on the marital status of the men and whether they are Muslim or not. For sexual acts between women, both so-called passives and active parties face the same punishment, 100 lashes for the first 3 offenses, and up until the 4th offense, they will be executed. These critical details is often overlooked in analyses and statements. Other same-sex acts that are criminalized, which apply to both men and women, include same-sex kissing or touching as a result of lust, punishable by flogging. These penalties also apply to children under the age of 18, as the age of criminal responsibility in Iran is 9 lunar years for girls and 15 lunar years for boys, which means 8 years for the girls and 13 years for boys. There are no laws in place to prevent discrimination based on sexual orientation. You can be assured that same-sex civil unions and marriages are forbidden, and same-sex couples are prohibited from adopting children. This is far from our demands. Our current goal is to abolish the death penalty for our love and to achieve visibility in society, as well as to realize all our human rights based on the ILGA Charta principles. We seek a normal life, one where we can go shopping together, choose our clothing, and take pictures without hiding, free from the constant stress of forced outings, arrests, sexual assault, cyber attacks, or the threat of being sentenced to death. These are words from M, 21-year-old lesbian from Zahedan, Balochistan. Gender identity. Additionally, there are no laws that protect against discrimination based on gender identity. Transgender individuals are classified as having a medical condition known as gender identity disorder, which is viewed as curable through gender reassignment surgeries. The government permits and supports GRS through it is reported to be a lengthy process involving degrading procedures and substandard surgeries. Many LGBTI individuals, including those who do not identify as transgender, feel pressured to undergo GRS to avoid criminalization, even from families, from their own families. The law also imposes penalties on those considered to have committed a haram, sinful act, which may apply to women and men who do not conform to expected or culturally accepted behaviors for their gender. But if you challenge the lobbyists of the Islamic Republic, who are unfortunately prevalent on social media and in academia, they will respond, yes, it exists in the law, but how many executions have there actually been for consensual same-sex conduct over the years? They are correct. The Iranian judiciary system is not transparent, and we lack precise statistics on this issue. The same problem exists with conversion therapy. We have no data on how many children undergo these inhuman treatment methods, such as electroshock therapy, and remain on psychotropic medications for their entire lives. Additionally, we do not have accurate statistics on how many individuals from our community die by suicide or are killed by male family members. But we know of dozens of individuals who have lost their lives in various ways due to hate-motivated crimes. Thanks to social media, we know their names and have seen their pictures. Yet, the lack of queer-inclusive UN treaty bodies and international criminal law has prevented us from achieving justice for them. However, when we say that forcing a group of people to disappear from society is a crime against humanity, we understand the extent of the crime and violence that LGBTQ individuals endure under the continual fear of punishment or execution. As our report, War on Bodies and Minds, indicates, and as confirmed by the UN Fact-Finding Commission investigating the crimes during the Mahsa-Jina Amini protests, the LGBTI community has faced gender persecution, which entails severe torture and violence based on their sexual orientation or perceived sexual orientation, as well as their gender identity or expression. These includes instances of sexual torture resulting from these factors. The LGBTI community in Iran understands that under the Islamic regime, they will never be able to live in peace, feel safe, or fully express their love. However, this awareness motivates and inspires LGBTI members to push for change by actively participating in protests and voicing their anger and dissatisfaction. This is the moment we urge international institutions, LGBTI organizations, and human rights NGOs to launch a campaign aimed at abolishing the death penalty for consensual same-sex conduct in all countries, including Iran, Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, Yemen, Nigeria, Brunei, Mauritania, and wherever this issue arises in the future. There's no more time to remain silent. It is time to be a voice for communities that have no voice, as they simply do not want to be killed one after another in silence. Thank you very much for your attention, and happy to answer any question you have. Thank you. So I don't know if the moderator is there. Is how will we process with the question part? So maybe I can add something. We have since now it is 9 years that we established a online counseling center, which is in the region is one of the unique form of counseling we established 9 years ago, and we are giving this service for the mental health of the community in Iran in last 9-10 years with a huge success, because we are helping and supporting thousands of Iranian young LGBT people through this online service. And we started about 3 years ago to give legal support in our counseling center too. And so I am sure that you heard about a lot of cyber attack that Sixth Rank, and in particular me as a person, are suffering under that. So we receive in one action in Twitter and Instagram more than 25,000 death threats and assaulting comments. So what Russia said about the attacks in cyber spaces is something that I feel with all my yeah, I know what is the effect of this kind of attacks, which are organized most of the time from the authorities and will use from the people from whatever reason they have not to like you as a lesbian, as a woman, as a non-conforming, non-gender conforming person, or anything else, or they are not okay with the politic you are following and acting for. So they use these attacks from the government. They use this disinformation and misinformation which comes from the Iranian government against you in every moment they need it. It is not, and the person who has this experience can confirm that it makes you sick. It is not about offline attacks after online attacks, or that they will be in danger from the other homophobic forces. It is about you. When you read these comments, when you see this and you know that you are alone, and your possibilities, your resources, they don't help you to fight and struggle. All these mechanisms they use to attack you. So this is very hard to see that even in our community, the persons who support these attacks or are involved in such attacks against the other members of the community will not take to accountability. They should be accountable. The community cannot only see all the problems from the governments, from the homophobic church or mosques or religious institutions or other organs. We have to be careful with our behaviors, with our to keep our solidarity, to be able to fight all these dangerous method that the governments use. So I am very happy that we could have the support of ILGA for a lot of cases we faced with execution cases in Iran and cyber attacks. ILGA, All Out, PEN. I want to thank all of them for their efforts to support Sixth Rank for being able to continue their struggle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shadi. Now we're taking the questions.
Je vais prendre. OK. C'est Rossida Koyunju, on peut dire à la micro. Je suis artiste kurde, réfugié. J'habite à Genève depuis 8 ans. Et je suis une personne victimisée, torturée, avoir une violence en prison de Turc par le gardien et la police turque. Actuellement, je travaille avec un projet qui s'appelle Aman Project qui aide les personnes réfugiées LGBTQ, requérants d'asile LGBTQ en Turquie, et qui aide juridiquement, psychologiquement et essaye de leur installer en Europe. Et je travaille dans un projet de InMind à l'Université Fribourg sur intersectionnalité, minorisation et discrimination multiple chez les personnes requérants d'asile LGBTQ et réfugiés LGBTQ en Suisse romande. En fait, j'ai des questions que je voulais poser en tant qu'une personne qui vient du Moyen-Orient, une artiste queer. Et la question, on parle sur les chiffres, les informations en prison. Moi aussi, j'ai déjà travaillé dans une association non gouvernementale qui travaille sur les prisons de Turquie. Et cette association qui a écrit beaucoup des informations et la formation là-bas. Moi, j'ai écrit un livre, il s'appelle Voltaçar, c'est en turc kurde et qui parle sur les tortures et la violence psychologique, physique, sexuelle en prison en Turquie. En fait, on parle sur la violence, torture et la violence sexuelle. Et j'ai entendu beaucoup dans cette séance l'exécution et l'assassinat, on peut dire, et tué par le gouvernement de Moyen-Orient. J'ai des questions par exemple, cette torture et la violence qui sont faites par le gouvernement d'Iran ou le Liban ou d'autres pays au Moyen-Orient, plutôt en tant que personne qui vient de Moyen-Orient, je voulais poser la question sur l'assassinat de Daesh qui a fait à partir de 2015, qui a exécuté 25 personnes. Je ne voulais pas donner le chiffre. En fait, ça me gêne et ça m'énerve aussi. On parle sur chiffres. En fait, c'était les gens qui sont perdu leur vie. Par exemple, ils sont 6 personnes qui sont lapidées et 3 personnes qui sont tuées par un balle la tête et les 16 personnes qui sont jetées sur les toiles, sur les bâtiments. Alors, c'est la question, par exemple, si vous tapez sur Google, il y a une information qu'il y a une jeune gay qui a fui de Irak à Mossoul, qui est arrivé à Liban, à Beyrouth, grâce à sa maman, parce que son père qui voulait lui livrer de Daesh, qui va lui persécuter. En fait, on ne sait pas cette personne aujourd'hui, il est où? Est-ce qu'il est en Beyrouth, ou il est en Liban, ou il est en Europe? Il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont arrivés en Europe, par exemple, il y a une personne qui a eu la torture physique surtout et psychologique aussi par le Hizbul Shabi. C'est une organisation Hezbollah. Si vous voulez chercher l'information, vous pouvez aller sur Google. En fait, la question, comment on peut passer cette limite de partager les informations? On peut créer un tribunal symbolique parce que grâce à cette conférence, va passer à une autre étape qui crée un tribunal symbolique aux Nations Unies ou dans un autre l'espace, peut-être par ILGA WORLD, organisé ou par d'autres choses. Moi, je voulais avoir c'est pas que l'information ou les chiffres, plutôt comment on peut changer en fait. C'est la question, c'est un truc général parce qu'on part sur la mort par l'assassinat ou les gens qui sont pas emprisonnés ou pas que torturés ou pas que eu la violence psychologique sexuelle. Et c'est la question, et c'est un truc général. Et comment on peut avoir une autre méthode que partager les informations. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you for your question. Allow me to answer in English. Well, crimes outside the states, the state authorities, happens all around the world. The most famous ones that you've just mentioned were the ones of the Islamic State. But we see this on daily basis in areas where not only legislations criminalizing homosexuality exist, but as well where the patriarchal system keeps on controlling our societies, not only in the Arab world, but as well as in areas like eastern parts of Turkey, Iran for sure, and other countries. This will always remain a problem until all the system is changed. Is there any other question?
Hello, thank you so much for your presentations. I have a question for Shadi and Rasha. As far as I know, not sure about Iran, but the countries that Rasha mentioned for Jordan, Iraq, and Morocco, they are party of a Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR. And this convention has an individual application to Human Rights Committee. And my question is there any individual application is made to Human Rights Committee in that countries? And if yes, what kind of case law is accumulated in Human Rights Committee? And if still the answer is yes, and still yeah, this view of Human Rights Committee may deter the country's attitude towards LGBT people. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that question. I mean, the ICCPR is kind of a golden standard that we follow in a lot of our advocacy, and the Human Rights Committee has made it clear on multiple occasions that our arrests on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity are by definition arbitrary, which has been a very good jurisprudence in the sense that it disqualifies any kind of discrimination or prosecution on the basis of identity as already arbitrary, regardless of where it occurred and regardless of the quote-unquote evidence that was gathered. So by definition, of course, that means that the detention of LGBT individuals is also arbitrary, and that means that any violations that occur in detention are unlawful. Not that violations of human rights in detention are ever lawful, but this kind of judgment by the Human Rights Committee is something that we cite a lot. The issue is that, you know, as you said, all of these states are a party to the ICCPR. All of them have to respect individual rights to privacy, non-discrimination, equality, etc. However, we see over and over again when it comes to international law standards that countries, and I'll give the example of Lebanon, use an exception to the ICCPR, which is the public morals exception, because the ICCPR does say, and this is of course taken completely out of context, but it does say that unless it conflicts or sorry? Not local laws, no, unless it conflicts or infringes on public morality, right? Or like public morals or security of the society, right? And this is taken out of context by many governments. So I'll give you an example of Lebanon. When in 2018, there was a conference in Lebanon that security forces raided, and didn't arrest anyone, but then issued an entry ban against all the participants in the conference because it was about gender and sexuality. And those were activists from around the region. So let's say it's a conference like this one, we're all gathered here, security forces come in, they don't arrest anyone, they just take everyone's information from the registry, and then they ban you from entering, let's say, Switzerland ever again. So we did a lot of advocacy with the General Security Office, Director General of General Security, Abbas Brahim at the time, and we cited, of course, the ICCPR and Lebanon's international obligations, especially around freedom of association and assembly, which is exactly what we were doing at that conference. And the continuous excuse that they were citing is that this conference conflicts with public morals, which is an exception under the ICCPR. So that's not to say that not anything is wrong with the treaty itself, but it's more of how abusive governments use these clauses and exceptions in order to justify cracking down on organizing around gender and sexuality, or completely disregarding international law.
I'm sorry, just a quick to complete these things. So what you are saying is, when some people individually apply to the Human Rights Committee say that, okay, there's a reservation that I cannot look at it.
No, there is intervention, yes, but I think the rhetoric becomes quite of oppositional, like, no, but we're saying there's a public morals exception to the ICCPR, which is what for example, the General Security was using. However, of course, the ICCPR has made clear and the Human Rights Committee over and over and over, that public morals are not an excuse to crack down on civil society or to attack marginalized individuals. That said, it's still that kind of legal ambiguity that, like, these kind of ways that abusive governments will always try to discredit or justify their actions, even though the international standard is very clear. Public morals are never an excuse. Also, the definition of public morals is something that is very important and still contested by abusive states. So yes, I mean, the Human Rights Committee, the ICCPR are definitely golden standards that we use all the time, because our mandate is also international law as an organization. So it is our kind of device that we are able to cite all the time and call out violations of international treaties, but governments, Lebanon, Egypt, Jordan, they find ways to still navigate. And even when they're found really in violation of their international obligations, it doesn't necessarily stop them. So I think really the approach in the MENA region of naming and shaming doesn't go such a long way anymore, because a lot of the time governments are proud of what they're doing. And they're kind of using the plight or the rights of LGBT people as a scapegoat to justify much larger issues like economic neglect, political unrest, inequality in society, the lack of service provisioning such as electricity, water, etc. It's all, even COVID-19 was blamed on queer people in Iraq. It was the fault of gay people that COVID-19 happened. So it's still, you know, like the naming and shaming rhetoric, even when it comes to violations of obligations under international law, goes only a certain way, and then we have to kind of push further. Sorry.
Can I add something? Thank you very much, Rasha. But for example, in case of Iran, Iran has not a Human Rights Commission. They have a Islamic Human Rights Commission. And they don't accept any recommendation which doesn't match to their religious values. So, and we see and we face that in the last 3 to 5 years, the ICO, Islamic Conference Organization, they have won a lot of powerful position in the UN and other else, that they don't even allow, and they asked, for example, UN not to use LGBT flag in front of their building. The Pakistan has written a letter to the Human Rights Commission to remove this flag. And Pakistan did it as representative for ICO. Even ILO was not allowed to use a sentence in a proposal they sent to UN. It was for labor rights, and they had, one of the points was LGBTI rights. And they had to remove it, and they did it. I mean, ICO is, and a lot of Western Human Rights Commission in our advocacy, they say to us they don't want to provocate Islamic Republic. That's why they don't talk about LGBTI rights. This is what we are facing, double standard. Even human rights organization, international human rights organization, they follow a politic. They don't want to work on Iran because they don't want to provocate Islamic Republic. And they say LGBT is something, we don't want to touch it. So, I mean, you see Israel war politic on Gaza, all the world, after this court in South Africa, they said this is genocide. Do they stop it? All of the recommendations from ICCPR or other human rights treaty bodies or UN mechanism, they are only recommendations, they are not mandatory. So, and when they don't feel the pressure from the governments, they are dealing with them, they have economic trades with them, they have political and cultural trade with them. So when they, and they have interest to listen to them and to deal with them. So we can't achieve anything. As long as the countries like Germany, Switzerland, Italy, France, US, even US, who have hidden and direct economic relation with the governments like Islamic Republic of Iran, and they want to follow that instead of following the human rights values, we can't achieve a lot, unfortunately. So this is the situation we are living in. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Gergely Fligov, representing the Council of Europe Committee for Prevention Torture. And thank you for all the very interesting presentations in today afternoon. I was rather shocked by the speech of Shadi, and I would like to have two questions. Maybe I'm a complete lay person, but please give me an explanation why the age of criminal responsibility is lower for girls than for boys in Iran, because it is completely ununderstandable for me. This is a huge gender inequality, I think, but maybe I'm a completely lay person. I don't have any experiences in this field and any knowledge, but for me, this is quite shocking. And the second question is related to my professional background, since I'm a psychologist. And I don't understand the reason for using electroconvulsive therapy, as you have mentioned, electroshock, against children. So what are the circumstances to administer electroshocks? Who decides who decide what is the body who decides upon it, and who makes it, and what is the procedure of these therapies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first question, because of the age of the criminal responsibility, is based on Sharia law. In Islam, the girls are, when they reach the 8 years old, they are responsible. They can be married. They can have a husband. They can be raped by a man. So because for them, this body is completed. And that's why they are responsible even in criminal acts. So for the boys, is this age of to have a complete body is 30 years old. So that's not equal between boys and girls, like everything else based on Islamic Sharia law. So this is the background of that. I hope that you got your answer. But about the electroshock therapy, I have been about 6 years ago, before COVID, in 2019, I think, in Geneva to meet with a Commission for the Right of Disabled People. So we raised the issue there because a lot of transgender people and gay and lesbian, when they realize that they are different with other friends and classmates, they are attracted on the same sex person. They or transgender persons that they feel they don't want to act in these roles, in gender roles that they are given from the society. They don't want to conform with that. So they talk to their parents, they talk to their friends, and in most of the time, they bring them to a psychologist. The psychologist and the parents are the persons who decide together. And unfortunately, that's why we established the e-counseling center. So since, as I said, more than 9 years now, because we realized by doing our research about discrimination against the LGBTI community, we realized that a lot of young LGBT persons in Iran, they will be forced from their family to go to the psychologist, or they go after they are 18, 19 by themselves, and they face a very homophobic approach of the psychologists. Most of the time, they tell to them as the first sentence, as the first feedback, when the person says about their attraction, sexual attraction, about their feelings, they say, oh, you are a man in the body of a woman, or you are a woman in the body of a man, you are trans, you have to go, there's a solution here. And they try to guide them to reassignment surgeries. So this is one of the points that we face with in psychology system, in health system in Iran. And the other thing is when the person resists and says, no, this is me, and I like my body, I don't want to change. And they suggest the electroshock therapy. And unfortunately, we have cases that they have lost their memory abilities and a lot of other consequences that they have to live with that in their entire life. And we made these examples and cases, we brought it as a submission for the Committee for Rights of Persons with Disability. And this was the first time that LGBTI issues were combined with disability in this commission. And at that time, there was one of the Minister of Health system in Iran, or the assistant of him was there. And he ensured the committee that in Iran, we don't have any shock therapy. We published after that the documentation that shows that a lot of LGBT peoples, they undergo this kind of unhuman therapy in Iran, and nobody cares about that. So unfortunately, yes, we have shock therapy. We have a very strong form of medical therapy against lesbian and gay young people, and we documented it in our report, Conversion Therapy in Iran, so which was published in the same year, I think 2019 or 18. I hope you have the answer you expect that.
Yes, there's still time for a question. Yes, I have a couple of questions. First of all, I am Veronica Filippeschi and I work for the Association for the Prevention of Torture here in Geneva. So I had a question actually for Jean-Jacques, but I don't know, he's not connected, no? But maybe with Gaspard, maybe I can ask you, or just maybe you can convey the message or something. Because of the context, he was explaining in Cameroon, and I found it interesting also what he mentioned about looking at neighboring countries, and these can be influential to move things ahead or to push things. And I think this is also part of the advocacy, to advocate with also neighboring or other countries that have an influence on others. And I was thinking in the case of Cameroon, what we discussed before about the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture as this national mechanism to prevent torture at the national level. So Cameroon, to my knowledge, has signed, but still needs to ratify it, but it's quite advanced in the process. I've also designated the National Human Rights Commission as this mechanism. And I was wondering whether they had any involvement as civil society working also on issues related to detention in this process. And if not, that's something we always advocate for, like that civil society also gets very much involved in the process. And then once the mechanism is in place, really being able to influence that, to monitor also the work of that mechanism, as we've heard before, and also finding opportunities for collaborating whenever there are. And looking at Gabon, because Gabon was recently taking steps in that direction, so that was interesting. Just a question and also a comment. I don't know if you have any response. And the second question is broader, and it's broadly addressed to everybody. And I found it very interesting, all your presentations. We also try to work in context where with the Islamic law, and it's quite challenging for a number of reasons that you mentioned. And I was wondering if you know of any examples or of influence or advocacy with influential actors as religious leaders in any countries on these issues of related to the privation of liberty and detention. Because if I'm thinking in many contexts, actually, religious leaders are very much active in detention, especially if we talk about prisons. At the very local level, they are there. They provide the service within the prisons in many contexts. So I was wondering whether this is also potentially another actor to be advocate with, but it's a difficult probably in many contexts. But I just was wondering what was your experience, if you had any experience in that.
Yeah, for the question to Cameroon context, so sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not at all an expert on Cameroon context, so I'm happy to give you the contact of Jean-Jacques. I know he's been quite active with other activists in other countries, especially in West Africa, in the French-speaking countries. doing advocacy for those questions. But yeah, I should refer to him to have an accurate answer.
And
concerning the second question, we believe that religious figures can play a big role. In our example in Lebanon, because we are part as well of the working group to prevent torture, some of the member organizations are religiously led, and they work inside the prisons, and they have a big impact when it comes to working with all the populations inside the prisons without any discrimination. That's because as well of the exchange happening between the organizations and the capacity building when it comes to experts. For example, the APT, when you came, you sensitized all the members on the human rights values that need to be followed when dealing with the prisoners and detainees.
Thank you very much for the very important question, because we have the experience with the reformists in Iran, and that a lot of governments and politicians in Western countries, they thought they can deal with the reformists to change to make a change in Iranian politics. So they failed, because the system, the Sharia law, and the inhuman form of discrimination against women is something you can't change with the same persons, with the same system. And this is something you have to change completely. So, I mean, something what maybe works for Lebanon, it doesn't mean that it works for Iran too. It doesn't mean that we have to use the same tools, even if it is not something that is working in that context. So in Iran, we have a totally how do you say, the government is like, you don't go and try to find somebody in North Korean government to deal with the hope that the situation will change. But when it comes to Iran and the Islamic law, a lot of people try to act within the system. So I think we have to think differently, and I think we need an inclusive international human rights approach that doesn't allow that discrimination based on religion or other factors happens. And yes, a lot of people have tried in Iran to come in discussion and dialogue with religious leader when it comes to women rights, and they failed, and it didn't help. And in LGBTI issues, they don't accept any flexibility and any liberty. So that's the situation, unfortunately.
Thank you, Shadi. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening. We'll take a break for 10 minutes, and we should be back by 4:15. Thank you.
Hello. First of all, I want to thank you for your patience and for these amazing presentations so far. I will kindly request a little bit more patience until the end of the conference. And after that, we are going to grab some drinks in a nearby park. So the reception at the APT is cancelled. Instead, we're going to go to the park close by. In this last session, we have 4 speakers. One is Eren Keskin. She's a lawyer. She's one of my idols as a lawyer, actually, from Turkey. She's also the co-chair of the Human Rights Association, and she's going to talk about the role of civil society in defending human rights, especially LGBTIQ plus persons. Second, I will give the floor to Caio Klein. He's joining us from Brazil, and he is going to talk about visibility and awareness of LGBTIQ persons in society. Thirdly, Guillaume Mandico, he will talk about some administrative practices, good administration, and some obstacles, if there are, especially in Switzerland. And finally, I will give the floor to Gurchaten Sandhu. He's joining us from London. He's representing ILGA WORLD, and he is going to talk about advocacy all over the world regarding LGBTIQ plus rights on a global scale. So I'm giving floor to Eren Keskin. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I just texted her, and we can start with Caio Klein. Then if she manages to come back, I will give the floor to her. Caio, are you ready? Amazing.
Yeah. Hello, Denise.
Hi, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Caio, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with you. As Denise said, my name is Caio Klein. I'm the executive director of an NGO called SOMOS. It's a Brazilian organization that works with LGBTQ rights within prisons. We work also with people living with HIV here in Brazil. And today I'd like to share some insights from our work at SOMOS, as well from my research in my master's in criminal science and my recent PhD in public health. It was a study about the relation between health, torture, and the structures of Brazilian prisons. I will be presenting some insights grounded in evidence from these studies and in my professional experiences about Brazilian criminal justice system. So I'd like to start by saying, as we like to say here, that LGBTQ people have existed in prisons since the very beginning of prisons. However, a public concern about this issue is quite recent in Brazil, as in other Latin American countries, of course. We could say that this debate really began in Brazil in 2014 with the publication of some master studies about this matter, and with the first official resolution that established guidelines for the treatment of LGBTQ people in prisons. In the following years, a series of regional resolutions created specific wings. They created sections or cells for LGBTQ plus inmate in prisons. And in 2018, SOMOS launched a project called Passagens, looking to provide a national diagnosis of how LGBTQ people was experiencing incarceration in Brazil. So we were in a situation that the Brazilian state doesn't have any data about this matter, and we realized that we should do something, and we proposed this project to initiate a first study about this question. So we could publish this first mapping of LGBTQ incarceration in Brazil, and that was included in our book Sexuality and Gender in Prison. At this time, we also did a documentary. It's called Passagens, Being LGBTQ in Prison. The book, unfortunately, is available only in Portuguese. We are working to try a translation, but the documentary can be watched on our YouTube channel with English subtitles. So new considerations on this matter can be found in the upcoming book, Transgender People Involved with Carceral Systems, International Perspectives by Ruffledge. Okay, currently Brazil is a kind of paradox in this regard. It's one of the countries producing a lot of knowledge, producing a lot of research and legal documents about this issue. That also, according to an international study by SOMOS senior advisor Guilherme Gomes Ferreira in his PhD thesis. And we call this a paradox because Brazil is also one of the countries that most violates human rights of LGBTQ people in prison. So at the same time, we are thinking and producing a lot about it, but we still being a country with a lot of violations of the rights of these people. So we know that Brazilian prisons are in terrible condition. This made the Brazilian state being condemned by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And of course, it's important to highlight that Brazil has today the third largest prison population in the world. But in other words, we are working to ensure that ensure at least a minimum of dignity and rights for LGBTQ people deprived of liberty, because today is still really common reporting about inadequate access to food and water, overcrowding in prisons, and prohibition to family or intimate visits. This is still situations very common here. However, the specific conditions of LGBTQ inmates can be even worse. For LGBTQ, we can say that the access to rights in prison will be unequal. This means that they will be the last to access education, healthcare, or even food. So it's really common that we see that when these rights exist in prison, LGBTQ inmates are going to be the last ones to access something in prison. So the access to healthcare, for example, is closely linked to the recognition of their identities, of the recognition of the LGBTQ identity. Discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity remains a big issue, affecting their access to health, dignity, and non-discriminatory treatment. And this was also included in a report from the Ministry of Human Rights here in Brazil and the Ministry of Health. So we have now recognition, a public recognition of this situation. Moreover, there are many frequent reports of physical and psychological torture on these populations. Sometimes trans women may have their hair cut in prison, and we also had situations where trans women were traded for food, like there was a thing. They often report abuses by prison guards, including sexual harassment. And it's also common for public manager of prisons here to overlook the importance of considering the rights of LGBTQ in prisons. In some cases, during training sections or visits to prisons, they might say, oh, this is a modern problem, or it wasn't an issue before, or even claim that LGBTQ individuals are seeking privileges in prisons. In this context, with support from Brazil Human Rights Fund, the efforts of SOMOS over the past 6 years have focused on training prison staff to properly support LGBTQ inmates. We've been implementing educational actions to combat violence in prisons, beside advocacy actions on this matter. So to finish, I'd like to highlight 3 key lessons about this work. The first lesson is that prisons need to collect data on LGBTQ inmates. This means documenting sexual orientation and gender identity information in a confidential manner with really strict ethical guidelines. We believe that by gathering this information, we can better shape public policies to address the needs of this population. Of course, this only applies to contexts where there will be no legal sanction for being LGBTQ. Also, we believe that prison staff should take responsibility for educating non-LGBTQ inmates about diversity in sexual orientations and gender identities. The second lesson comes from the study I mentioned before by Guilherme Ferreira. He did international research and found that the rights of LGBTQ inmates are better respected in countries with stronger social protective systems. In other words, social democratic countries that invest more in public service, in public policies, in social rights, they tend to respond more to the needs of LGBTQ inmates. Otherwise, countries where LGBTQ are persecuted by the state will obviously show little concern for their situation in prisons. The third lesson is that public policies for LGBTQ inmates must be developed with active participation of civil society and social movements. And this becomes easier when we find public workers who support the issue. During our visit prisons, we've seen LGBTQ staff and allies who are really dedicated to protecting those individuals and facilitating ongoing discussions. That's why we strongly encourage countries to implement continuous educational programs on gender and sexuality for prison staff. So these were just some brief comments on how we are trying to contribute to the development of this subject. And of course, I would like to stay available, and SOMOS is available to continue debating rights for LGBTQ people in prisons. And I'd like to thank you, Mojust, for the invitation to be here with you, and thank you everyone for the attention, and sending my best regards here from Brazil, hoping that today has strengthened our cause. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now I'm giving the floor to Eren Keskin. We're going to make a small exception because she has to attend to another meeting. So if you have any question to her, please feel free to ask, and then we are going to continue with other presentations. Thank you. Eren Hanım, sözü size veriyorum. Mikrofonunuzu açabilir misiniz lütfen?
Evet. Herkese merhaba öncelikle. Böyle bir toplantının öneminin farkındayım. Özellikle benim katıldığım coğrafyada erkek egemen, militer ve feodal değer yargılarının çok yoğun olduğunu sanıyorum. Zaten orada dinleyici olarak bulunan arkadaşlarımız da biliyorlar. Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Devleti kuruluşundan itibaren, ki bir soykırım sonrası kurulmuş bir cumhuriyetten söz ediyoruz. Kuruluşundan itibaren tek tip bir kimliği benimsedi. Oysa yaşadığımız coğrafya hem etnik kimlikler, hem inanç kimlikleri, hem de cinsiyet kimlikleri açısından çok fazla kimliği barındıran bir coğrafya. Ama maalesef ki Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Devleti Türk, erkek ve militarist bir cumhuriyet olarak kuruldu. Ve bugüne kadar da bu yapısını devam ettiriyor. Maalesef ki öylesine bir resmi ideoloji var ki sadece özellikle bugün burada konuşacağımız LGBT artılara yönelik hak ihlalleri, homofobi ve transfobi gibi konularda sadece devlet değil, devletle değil sadece sorunumuz. Maalesef ki çok içselleştirilmiş bir bakış açısı bu bizim coğrafyamızda. Kendilerine muhalifim diyen örgütlerin bile aslında homofobi ve transfobi konusunda devlete çok benzediklerini yaşadığımız ve deneyimlediğimiz bir coğrafya. O nedenle de konuşulması zor olan, hele ki son 10 yıldır özellikle AKP hükümetinin faşist bir parti ve ardından derin devletle yaptığı büyük uzlaşma sonucunda hedefe koyduğu en önemli kesimlerden biri ve mücadelelerden biri LGBT artı mücadelesi. Bu öyle bir mücadele ki her yerde nefret örgütleniyor. Yani devletin egemen olduğu tüm alanlarda LGBT artılara karşı bir nefret örgütleniyor. Bu camilerde, okullarda, televizyon programlarında, aklınıza gelebilecek her yerde örgütlenen bir nefret var. Ama Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Devleti aynı zamanda birçok uluslararası sözleşmenin tarafı. Birçok uluslararası sözleşmede imzası var ve ayrımcılığa karşı da birçok metni imzalamış bir devletten söz ediyoruz. Ama buna rağmen bu imzalarının hepsini ihlal ederek büyük bir nefret suçu işlemeye devam ediyor. Bizim özellikle tabii ki LGBT artı mücadelesi yürüten arkadaşlarımızın uzun zamandır kendi öz örgütleri var. İyi ki de var. Ama ilk örgütlendikleri, ilk bir araya geldikleri örgüt İnsan Hakları Derneği'ydi. Çünkü başka bir örgüt yoktu o zaman. Ve biz İnsan Hakları Derneği olarak bu mücadelede ilk olarak trans kadınların özellikle mücadeleleriyle bunun ne kadar yakıcı bir sorun olduğunu gördük, biliyorduk ama deneyimledik. 1990'lı yılların başında özellikle İstanbul'da trans kadınların yürüttüğü büyük bir mücadele vardı. Çünkü o dönem İstanbul'da Beyoğlu semtinde Hortum Süleyman olarak tanınan ve özellikle trans kadınları hortumla döven, onlara işkence yapan bir polis şefi vardı. Ve ilk İnsan Hakları Derneği'ne başvurdular. Ve bizim birlikte çalışmalarımız 90'lı yılların en başında böyle başladı. O dönem İstanbul Beyoğlu'nda özellikle trans kadınların bir araya geldiği bir sokak vardı. Bu sokaktan dışlanmaya çalışıyorlardı ve o dönem gerçekten çok önemli mücadeleler verildi. Ama ardından özellikle 2000'li yıllardan itibaren 2000'li yılların ortalarına doğru LGBT artı hareketi kendi öz örgütlerini kurmaya başladı. Ve biz de İnsan Hakları Derneği olarak bu öz örgütlerle de birlikte iş yapmaya, çalışmaya başladık. Ama burada da sorunumuzun sadece devletle değil, bu devlete aslında çok benzeyen, kendisini sivil toplum olarak niteleyen örgütlerle de bir mücadele başlattık. Şimdi tabii ben çok sayıda davanın avukatlığını yaptım. En görünür olan kesim olması açısından özellikle trans kadınların yaşadığı çok yoğun hak ihlallerine hem tanıklık yaptım hem de onların avukatlıklarını yaptım. Örneğin Türkiye'de bir kabahatler kanunu diye bir kanun var. Örneğin bir trans kadın yolda yürürken birdenbire polis önünü kesiyor ve ona ceza yazıyor. Ne yazıyor biliyor musunuz? Kabahatler kanununa göre kesilen bu cezada. Çevreyi kirletmek, çevreye zarar vermek. Biz buna karşı suç ceza mahkemelerine hemen itiraz yapıyoruz. Bu itirazımız genel olarak kabul ediliyor ama bir üst mahkeme yargısından geçmediği için hala bu yöntem birçok valilik tarafından kullanılıyor. Yani hala bu cezaları kesmeye, binlerce liralık para cezası kesmeye devam eden birçok valilik var. Ki buna İstanbul Valiliği de dahil olmak üzere. Bu konuda çok büyük bir sorun yaşanıyor. Bunun dışında yine çok yoğun bir şiddet ortamı var. Şimdi biraz önce de söylediğim gibi nefret örgütleniyor. Bizzat devlet eliyle nefret örgütleniyor. Ve bu nefret topluma yayılıyor. Bu nedenle zaten hem kadına yönelik şiddet politiktir hem LGBT artılara yönelik şiddet politiktir derken bunu kastediyoruz. Devlet dili ne zamanki sertleşiyor, ötekileştirici dil ne zamanki yoğunlaşıyor, cinayetler ve fiziki saldırılar fazlalaşıyor. Bu konuda özellikle işlenmiş nefret cinayetlerinin çok yakın tanıklığını yapıyoruz İnsan Hakları Derneği olarak. Ve ben de arkadaşlarım da birçok davada bu şekilde avukatlık da yapıyoruz. Ama bu konuda maalesef ki hiçbir şey yok. Devletin altına imza attığı uluslararası sözleşmelere uygun ne yazılı hukuk düzenlemesi yapmak yönünde bir kararlılığı var ne de uygulamada bu sözleşmelere uygun davranıyor. Ayrımcılık Avrupa İnsan Hakları Sözleşmesi'nin bir tarafı olarak Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Devleti 14. maddeyle ayrımcılığı kabul etmiş bir devlet. Ama maalesef ki bu hiçbir şekilde Türkiye Cumhuriyeti tarafından uygulanmıyor. Türkiye'nin kendi iç hukukunda Türk Ceza Kanunu'nda 122. madde diye bir madde var. Ayrımcılığı yasaklıyor göya ama maalesef ki bu ayrımcılık her alanda varlığını devam ettiriyor. Örneğin cezaevleri Türkiye'de ve Kürdistan'da özellikle LGBT artı arkadaşlarımız için çok şiddet üreten yerler. Buralarda özellikle tamamen bir tecrit politikası sürdürülüyor. Tecrit ediliyorlar, tek başına kalmaya mahkum ediliyorlar. Ayrıca çok yoğun cinsel saldırı olayları yaşanıyor. Hem cinsel taciz hem cinsel saldırı, tecavüz olayları yaşanabiliyor. Bu konuda çok fazla biz başvuru alıyoruz. Özellikle buna bir örnek vermek istiyorum. Belki kamuoyundan birçoğunuzun bildiği bir örnektir. Buse Aydın'ın yaşadıkları. Buse Aydın bir trans kadın. Siyasi nedenle cezaevinde olan bir Kürt kadın. Şimdi Türkiye'de cinsiyet kimliğini, asıl cinsiyet kimliğine ulaşmak üzere siz yasal yollara başvurabiliyorsunuz. Buse de cezaevindeyken bunu yapmış. Yasal olarak bu mümkün. Hastane raporuyla birlikte cinsiyet değiştirme kararı veriyor mahkemeler. Buse bunu yaptı. Buse kadın o kimliğine geçti. Kendi kimliği, doğal kimliğine geçti. Ve bir kadın olarak çok uzun mücadelelerden sonra kadın cezaevine Buse'yi alabildik. Ondan önce Buse bir kadın olarak erkeklerle aynı cezaevinde, erkek gardiyanların sürekli tacizine, şiddetine maruz kalarak yaşamaya devam etti. Şu anda Kandıra'da ve bir kadın cezaevinde. Ama bunun için çok büyük bir mücadele verdi Buse. Ve bir örnek oldu diye düşünüyorum. Burada konuşmamın başında da söylediğim gibi Türkiye'de yerleşik bu değer yargıları çok erkek, çok feodal, çok militer, çok homofobik ve transfobik değer yargıları kendilerine muhalifim diyen örgütleri de çok belirlemiş bir durumda. Ben birçok örgütün aslında muhalifim dese de devlete benzediğini düşünüyorum. Ve bu benzerliğin en çok ortaya çıktığı alanlardan biri de LGBT artılara yönelik hak ihlallerinde aldıkları tavırlar. Maalesef ki biz kadın örgütleri, feminist örgütler, İnsan Hakları Derneği ve bir iki örgüt dışında bu konuda mücadeleye destek olan çok fazla bir örgüt göremiyoruz. Yine Türkiye'de çok önemli bir sorun daha var. Türkiye'de iktidarla evet sorunumuz var ama iktidar ve muhalefetin bu kadar birbirine benzediği temel konularda, işte bu örnek vereyim, Kürt meselesi, Kürdistan meselesi, Ermeni soykırımı, LGBT artı mücadeleye bakış, Kıbrıs meselesi gibi birçok alanlar var Türkiye'de kırmızı çizgiler olarak niteleyebileceğimiz. Burada muhalefetle iktidar arasında maalesef ki hiçbir fark yok. Mesela kendilerine muhalifim diyen partilerin bir tane açık LGBT artı kimliğiyle açık bir milletvekili yok. Siyasette maalesef ki engellemelerle karşılaşıyorlar. Bunların hepsi çok önemli sorunlar. Ve iyi ki artık tabii ki öz örgütler var. Öz örgütler bunları tartışmaya açıyor. Peki bu tartışmalar toplumda yeterince yer buluyor mu? Hayır. Bizler de insan hakları savunucuları olarak tabii ki bunun peşindeyiz. Bir de tabii Türkiye açısından şöyle büyük bir sorun da yaşadık biz geçtiğimiz zaman içinde. Bildiğiniz gibi Avrupa Konseyi İstanbul Sözleşmesi diye bir sözleşme var. Ve bu bizim coğrafyamızdan özellikle Kürdistan'da verilen bir kadın mücadelesi sonucunda kocası tarafından annesi katledilen, kendisi de ağır yaralanan Nahide Opuz davası sonrasında Avrupa İnsan Hakları Mahkemesi Türkiye'yi mahkum etti ve özellikle şiddete karşı kadınları ve toplumsal cinsiyetçi bakış açısının mağduru olan tüm kesimleri şiddete karşı koruyacak bir sözleşme imzalayın çağrısı yaptı. Ve İstanbul Sözleşmesi de böyle imzalandı ve ilk imzacısı Türkiye'ydi. İstanbul'da imzalandığı için adı İstanbul Sözleşmesi oldu. Ama maalesef ki demin anlattığım Türkiye'de özellikle iktidar yapısının giderek daha ırkçı ve faşist bir yapıya kavuşması, giderek otoriterleşmenin artması, giderek erkek egemen yapının daha da yükselmesi sonucunda 2021 yılında bu sözleşmeden geri imza çekildi. Bu sözleşme hem kadınlar hem de LGBT artı mücadelesi veren herkes için son derece önemliydi. Bu sözleşmede çünkü benim çok önemsediğim bir hüküm vardı. Hem toplumsal cinsiyetçi bakış açılarının imzacı tüm devletler tarafından tartışmaya açılması şartını koyuyordu. Hem de diyordu ki hiçbir örf, hiçbir adet, hiçbir namus anlayışı bu şiddetin gerekçesi yapılamaz. Ama bizim coğrafyamızda hem kadınlara hem LGBT artılara yönelik tüm hak ihlallerinin gerekçesi hep bize dayatılan namus anlayışı. O nedenle çok zor durumdayız biz. Öyle bir iktidarla karşı karşıyayız ki bu alanların tartışılmasına bile izin vermeyen, bu alanda sadece şiddeti ve nefreti örgütleyen bir devlet yapısıyla karşı karşıyayız. Ama tabii ki şunu da söylemek isterim. Yine coğrafyamızda, Türkiye ve Kürdistan coğrafyasında %15 olarak tanımlayabileceğimiz biatsız, yapılan tüm saldırılara karşı sonuna kadar mücadele eden bir Kürt hareketi, bir kadın hareketi ve bir LGBT artı hareketi var. Bu üç hareketin ben bu coğrafyadaki tüm hak ihlallerine en başta tavır koyan üç hareket olduğunu düşünüyorum ve son derece önemsiyorum. Şöyle bir şey var, özellikle biz devletlerin iltica politikalarının da bu konuda hep, evet biz Türkiye'yi eleştiriyoruz ama aslında bütün bu uluslararası sözleşmeleri imzalamış bütün devletlerin iltica politikalarının da çok sorunlu olduğunu görüyoruz. Mesela özellikle Türkiye'den ya da Kürdistan'dan Avrupa'ya kaçmak tırnak içinde zorunda kalan, çünkü devleti bırakın kendi aileleri açısından da yaşam tehlikesi altında bulunan arkadaşlarımızın Avrupa'ya ilticaları durumunda maalesef ki Türkiye'nin yeterli anlamda değerlendirilmediğini görüyoruz. Birkaç gündür yine bu başvurularla ilgileniyoruz. Türkiye'nin LGBT artılar açısından maalesef ki yaşanılabilir bir yer olduğunu düşünüyorlar. Ama biz daha hemen geçen hafta Ahmet Yıldız davasında hep beraberdik arkadaşlarımızla. Ahmet Yıldız Diyarbakırlı bir ailenin çocuğu ve sadece cinsiyet kimliği nedeniyle ailesi tarafından katledilmiş bir insan. Ve bu nedenle ailelerinin bulunduğu ortamdan kaçarak, gizlenerek yaşamak zorunda kalan arkadaşlarımız var. Bu konuda devletlerin politikalarının da ben son derece çifte standartlı, birbirlerini koruyucu nitelikte olduğunu düşünüyorum. Bütün bunlara rağmen, süremi dolduruyorum sanıyorum, bütün bunlara rağmen hiç vazgeçmeden mücadele eden bir hareket var. Ben bu hareketin İnsan Hakları Derneği olarak da bir tarafındayız. İnsan Hakları Derneği'nde birçok şubemizde LGBT artı komisyonlarımız var ve bu komisyonlarımız sürekli hem her olaya müdahil olmaya çalışıyor, basın açıklamaları yapıyoruz, kınamalar yayınlıyoruz, davaları takip ediyoruz, öz örgütlerle sürekli bir iletişim içindeyiz. Böyle bir çalışma devam ediyor. Her türlü baskıya rağmen ben yine de bir yol alındığını düşünüyorum. Evet, iktidarın bu konudaki tavrı çok maalesef ki korkunç diye özetleyebileceğim bir durumda. Ötekileştirme ve nefret dilinin çok yaygınlaştırıldığı bir süreci yaşıyoruz. Ama her şeye rağmen bu alandaki hak arama mücadelesi de devam ediyor. Ben bu mücadelenin son derece önemli olduğunu, son derece ön açıcı olduğunu, hepimize öğreten bir mücadele olduğunu düşünüyorum. Maalesef tırnak içinde normal sayılanı iktidarlar belirliyor ve biz onların bize dayattıkları normallere karşı bir mücadele veriyoruz. Bu mücadele de bence sonuna kadar devam edecek. Teşekkür ederim dinlediğiniz için.
Thank you for your presentation. If there are any questions in the room for Eren Keskin, we are ready to take them. There's someone there. Who has the microphone? Eren Hanım, size bir soru gelecek şimdi. Bizimle misiniz hala?
Evet. Teşekkür ederim Eren Hanım. Ben Rosida.
Pardon, bir saniye. Eren Hanım sanıyorum düştü. Bağlantıda görünmüyor. Huawei. Okay.
Evet, benim. Okey. Ben Türkçe konuşacağım. Bu sorumu Eren Hanım'a ileteceğim. Teşekkür ederim Eren Hanım. Sorum şöyle bir şey. tabii ki de Türkiye'de hapishanede kalan işkence mağduru, psikolojik, seksüel işkenceye maruz kalan birisi olarak da soruyorum. Tekri hücre meselesine dair bir sorum olacak. Brezilya'daki katılımcı arkadaşımız da bahsetti. Aslında dünyanın her yerinde güvenlik adı altında LGBTİ mahpuslar tekri hücrelere yerleştiriliyor. Ama fiziksel bir koruma yapılırken aslında psikolojik bir işkenceye maruz kalıyor. Ben kendim 5 ay boyunca Kandıra Birnoğlu F tipi cezaevinde tekri hücrede kaldım. Sorum şu olacak. Örnek elimizde tekri hücrede kalmış, Avrupa İnsan Hakları Mahkemesi'ne gitmiş ve tekri hücrenin işkence olduğuna dair işkence önleme komitesi dahi bunu belirtmesine rağmen bir karar var mı Avrupa İnsan Hakları Mahkemesi'nden?
LGBT artılar açısından mı sordunuz?
Ve trans bireyler ve
Trans bireyler. Evet.
tekli hücre meselesi.
Evet. Şu ana kadar benim bildiğim yok. Ama özellikle Buse'nin davasında biz bu başvuruyu yapacaktık. Fakat talebimiz kabul edildi. Tekli hücredeydi. Evet. Kadın cezaevine geçti. Şu anda diğer kadınlarla ortak alanlara çıkıyor. Ama bu gerçekten çok büyük bir tecrit. Ama AHİM'den verilmiş şu ana kadar benim bildiğim Türkiye ya da Kürdistan'da böyle bir karar benim bildiğim yok.
Kişisel olarak da tabii ki sorun, belki kişisel bir sorun. Ben 10 yıl geçmiş üzerinde olmasına rağmen acaba yine bu konuyla ilgili dava açabiliyor muyum? Psikolojik ve
Şimdi şöyle, eğer devam eden size yapılan bu kötü muamelenin ve işkencenin sizde yarattığı şeylerin, sizi örselediği durumların doktor raporuyla yeni bir rapor alırsanız ben avukatınız yoksa da başvuru yapmaya hazırım. Tabii ki yapabiliriz.
çok teşekkür ederim. Bir psikiyatriyle görüşüyorum bu konuyla ilgili. Geri
Tamam, tamam.
Are there any other questions? So I'm giving the floor to Guillaume.
Am I supposed to do something with my presentation, like share, or is that okay like that? Ah, voilà. C'était ma question. I'm not sure I know how to do that. No. No. Is that better? Okay. Thank you. I was supposed to do my presentation in English, but since I have so much respect for the huge work made by the translator, je vais la faire en français. Je pense que c'est mieux pour tout le monde. C'est difficile de passer après ces excellentes présentations pour vous présenter ce que fait la ville de Genève en matière de droits et d'action LGBTQ+, envers les personnes LGBTQ+, mais je vais quand même essayer. Donc, je suis en charge des questions LGBTQ+, pour la ville de Genève. Et je travaille au sein du service Agenda 21 Ville durable, car la ville de Genève envisage le développement durable dans ces 3 dimensions, que sont les aspects évidemment environnementaux, mais aussi économiques et sociaux. On a différents niveaux d'action. Le premier, le plus essentiel, c'est le soutien aux associations, soutien à la société civile. Je pourrais donner plusieurs exemples, mais en soutien de manière financière ou par accompagnement des projets. Je vais citer seulement 2 exemples. Nous soutenons par exemple l'action de Asile LGBTQ+, qui est une organisation que vous connaissez peut-être, qui vient en aide aux personnes demandeuses d'asile ici à Genève, mais qui forme aussi les professionnels de l'asile à mieux comprendre les enjeux auxquels sont confrontées les personnes LGBTQ+, en situation de migration forcée. Nous parlons aujourd'hui de détention et nous devons aussi nous rappeler que les personnes migrantes et en demande d'asile sont confrontées, font l'expérience de la détention et ont besoin d'être protégées dans les centres d'asile, y compris en Suisse. Bien sûr, la détention des personnes transgenres est également un motif d'inquiétude, y compris en Suisse, et nous soutenons les organisations trans en la matière. Un deuxième volet important est la sensibilisation du public. Chaque année, nous organisons 2 grandes campagnes. La première a lieu au mois de mai autour de la Journée internationale de lutte contre l'homophobie, la biphobie et la transphobie. Chaque année avec un sujet différent. Nous avons traité cette année, donc en 2024, du croisement entre les enjeux LGBTQ+, et les enjeux environnementaux pour montrer comment les personnes LGBTQ+, sont particulièrement impactées par le changement climatique et les dérèglements sociaux qu'il entraîne. Et pourtant, elles sont majoritairement invisibles dans les programmes de durabilité, notamment dans l'agenda 2030. La campagne 2025 va s'intéresser à la haine en ligne et comment les personnes LGBTQ+ sont particulièrement confrontées à cette haine sur les réseaux sociaux, tout en trouvant énormément de ressources évidemment sur ces réseaux. Donc c'est un peu cette dualité un petit peu qui devient un petit peu difficile à vivre pour les communautés LGBTQ+. Notre deuxième grand moment de sensibilisation, c'est le mois d'octobre, où nous fêtons l'histoire LGBTQ+. Vous le savez peut-être, Genève bénéficie depuis la fin des années 60, début des années 70 et même avant, d'importants mouvements LGBTQ+, qui ont façonné l'image de notre ville et qui en ont fait cette ville que nous espérons championne des droits humains, même s'il y aurait beaucoup de choses à dire quand on y regarde de plus près. Donc, nous avons une programmation tout au long du mois d'octobre autour de ces questions et évidemment, la programmation va démarrer cette année au 1er octobre jusqu'au 24 octobre où vous trouverez des flyers avec l'ensemble du programme sur les tables à la sortie. Un troisième volet, c'est l'accompagnement des services municipaux dans l'idée de s'assurer que les prestations municipales sont inclusives et non discriminatoires pour les personnes LGBTIQ+. Là aussi, je vais donner 2 exemples. Au moment de l'entrée en vigueur de l'accès du mariage aux couples de même sexe, mais plus particulièrement aussi du changement de sexe facilité à l'état civil, nous avons formé l'ensemble du personnel de l'état civil pour mieux accueillir le public LGBTIQ+. On a été confronté à des professionnels extrêmement soucieux de bien faire, mais qui avaient aussi beaucoup de questions. Et ça a été un moment d'échange vraiment extrêmement intéressant. La gratification de ça, c'est que les premiers retours des personnes qui ont pu bénéficier les premières personnes qui ont bénéficié de ces changements légaux en Suisse, à Genève, ont été extrêmement positifs sur l'accueil qu'ils et elles ont reçu de l'état civil. Donc ça, c'est plutôt un encouragement concret. Deuxième exemple, nous avons formé l'ensemble de la police municipale pour mieux exercer son travail au quotidien, mais aussi faciliter l'encadrement d'importantes manifestations, notamment les manifestations LGBTQ+, comme la Pride. Et puis évidemment, nous sommes à Genève, la coopération internationale est importante. Par le biais de sa délégation Genève Ville Solidaire, la ville de Genève soutient un certain nombre de projets, ça a été dit précédemment, des projets à l'étranger. Je vais citer le Service international pour les droits de l'homme, avec un projet qui soutient les réponses féministes et aux crises des droits humains et renforce les capacités de plaidoyer des femmes défenseuses des droits humains et soutient leur participation aux mécanismes internationaux avec un volet aussi qui concerne les personnes LGBTQ+. L'Association pour la prévention de la torture, avec un projet qui cherche à contribuer à la protection des femmes et des personnes LGBTQ+, en détention dans plusieurs pays. ILGA WORLD, je pense que Gauchet en dira un mot après, pour soutenir l'accès aux mécanismes de plaidoyer onusiens pour les personnes LGBTQ+. Et puis, ça a été dit par Gaspard tout à l'heure, le projet de PRISMI en Bolivie, je ne vais pas y revenir. Voilà, donc j'ai brossé un peu très rapidement les différents leviers d'action, mais évidemment, je répondrai à vos questions si vous en avez. La ville s'appuie sur une stratégie qui a été adoptée au niveau transversal en 2020 et qui court jusqu'en 2030. L'idée, c'est, à travers 7 différents axes, de couvrir l'ensemble de nos actions présentes et futures pour mobiliser l'ensemble de l'administration sur ces différents aspects. Voilà, je vous ai mis quelques photos de nos actions de sensibilisation. On a vraiment une très large variété d'événements qui vont des traditionnelles tables rondes à des workshops, avec l'idée de mobiliser à la fois le grand public, les professionnels, mais aussi les communautés LGBTQ+, en faisant de l'empuissancement communautaire. La ville saisit toutes les occasions de réaffirmer son soutien aux communautés LGBTQ+, et sa mobilisation pour la défense de leurs droits. Ça passe par différentes manifestations symboliques, évidemment le jet d'eau éclairé au couleur arc-en-ciel, les différents pavoisements. On est mobilisé évidemment sur les prides. Là, vous voyez une photo du personnel LGBTQ+, et allié de la ville de Genève, qui pose avec la maire de l'époque lors d'une pride. Et puis, je vous en ai parlé précédemment, ce moment où la ville réaffirme à quel point elle est fière de son histoire LGBTQ+, et comment l'histoire de ces communautés, de ces mouvements LGBTQ+, a contribué à ce qu'est Genève aujourd'hui et à l'histoire commune. Ça, c'est vraiment quelque chose d'important. On cherche à sensibiliser sur cette participation très active de ces communautés à notre histoire commune. Et puis, la ville cherche à se mobiliser au niveau du plaidoyer, que ce soit au niveau local, national ou international. Elle est membre de la commission consultative sur les questions LGBTQ+, mise en place par l'État de Genève, qui regroupe les institutions et les associations actives sur les questions LGBTQ+. Elle est membre de la conférence francophone, de la conférence romande des institutions engagées sur les questions LGBTQ+. Nous répondons évidemment à toutes les consultations fédérales sur différents sujets nationaux, notamment dans le cadre de l'élaboration de projets de loi. Mais la ville agit aussi plus ponctuellement au niveau international, d'abord parce que Genève est le siège du Conseil des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies. Ainsi, elle a pris part au processus de consultation mis en place par l'expert indépendant sur les questions d'orientation sexuelle, d'identité de genre, qui regroupait les États et la société civile. La ville, à l'époque, était le seul gouvernement local à le faire. J'espère que ça a encouragé d'autres par la suite. Elle est membre des différents réseaux internationaux au sein desquels elle défend la protection des droits des personnes LGBTQ+, que ce soit dans les réseaux généralistes, notamment les réseaux de villes et de gouvernements locaux, mais aussi dans des réseaux plus spécialisés, et je vais y revenir. En 2021, la ville a accueilli la première Assemblée générale d'Égide, qui est le réseau international francophone sur les questions LGBTQ+. Et elle a mis en place une pré-conférence sur les rôles et responsabilités des villes et des gouvernements locaux dans la lutte contre les discriminations qui touchent les personnes LGBTQ+, et pour la promotion de leurs droits. Et puis la ville fait partie d'un réseau qui s'appelle les Rainbow Cities, le Rainbow Cities Network, qui regroupe plus de 55 membres maintenant, essentiellement en Europe, mais aussi ailleurs dans le monde. Nous avons la chance d'avoir Sao Paulo comme membre fondateur, et nous venons d'accueillir il y a quelque temps Taipei. Donc, vous voyez, on essaie d'élargir aussi la couverture géographique de ce réseau. Le but premier de ce réseau, c'est l'échange de bonnes pratiques entre collectivités publiques locales, mais c'est aussi de faire du plaidoyer. Nous avons une action qui s'appelle Child the Rainbow, au sein de laquelle nous envoyons en fait des drapeaux arc-en-ciel à différentes municipalités partenaires pour les encourager à dresser ce drapeau, notamment pour le 17 mai pour Ida Obit. Voilà, c'est un peu soft plaidoyer, mais qui fonctionne bien. Et puis, le réseau a regroupé ces bonnes pratiques dans un guide qui s'appelle Policy Guideline for Municipalities. C'est un projet qui est soutenu par le Conseil de l'Europe qui permet de regrouper donc l'expérience de nos différents membres en la matière. Ce plaidoyer pour nous est important et c'est pour ça que je tiens vraiment à remercier Mojust pour nous avoir invités à prendre la parole aujourd'hui. La ville de Genève souhaite promouvoir le rôle et la responsabilité des villes et des gouvernements locaux dans la défense des droits de l'homme, dans la défense des droits humains, en particulier ceux des personnes LGBTQ+, et leur participation au plaidoyer international en la matière. Les gouvernements locaux ont un rôle important à jouer. Ce sont ces structures institutionnelles qui sont les plus proches de la population. C'est aussi dans certains pays, les gouvernements locaux parfois qui permettent d'avoir une marge de manœuvre dans des pays où les gouvernements nationaux sont peu aidants, voire hostiles. Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation, merci pour votre attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I'm giving the floor to Ruchatun, please.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Hi, good afternoon. So I'm Gachatan Nanu. My pronouns are they, he, and I'm the Director of Programs at ILGA. So unfortunately, I'm the last person that stands between you, especially those who have been here since 8 in the morning, and a good glass of wine. And it actually makes sense for ILGA to go last as well, because what I like to call a bottom down or a top down approach, if you put civil society at the top and then work our way to us at the international level, it makes sense for us to go last as well. So I'm going to share my screen in a minute. For those who don't know what ILGA is the International Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Trans and Intersex Association. We were founded in 1978, and I'll share my screen in a minute, but I'll come back to that. It's okay. So I'm going to show some slides. We were founded in 1978 in the UK when approximately 10 activists across Europe, at that time mostly it was in fact all men, that came together to campaign on decriminalization of homosexuality. Now, what we see across the world, and what is very, very evident, is that as ILGA has grown now to over 2,000 members in 170 countries, we have 6 regions. We have ILGA Europe, which was one of the first regions. We have Pan-Africa ILGA, ILGA Asia, ILGA Oceania, ILGA Latin America and the Caribbean, ILGA North America and the Caribbean. And ILGA North America and the Caribbean and ILGA Latin America and Caribbean. The Caribbean is divided into 2, depending on the language. If it's Spanish speaking, it goes with Latin America and the Caribbean. And it really, as an organization, what is at the heart of our organization is queer democracy or democracy in action. And that's even more important today now when we see anti-rights and anti-democratic actors threatening the very principles and foundations of our society. Now, as ILGA has grown, and that is no coincidence, as ILGA has grown as membership, and it's down and rooted to the strength of civil society. And so we're really proud to be here today, and we want to thank Mojust for reaching out to us and partnering with us and with other ILGA World partners, as well as our own membership here present in today's conference and sharing their testimonies. So as I was saying, ILGA's it's no coincidence that as ILGA has grown, so has civil, and that has been down and rooted in civil society strength at the local level. Where civil society has grown stronger, ILGA has become a stronger foundation. So we would not exist without local level civil society organizations. And it is thanks to donors, including the City of Geneva, that strengthen local civil society then to engage at the international level. But what is concerning is that when LGBTI organizations don't engage in the international level and do cross-border dialogue, that's where we see anti-rights actors become stronger, right? So we really need to reinforce this global approach in working together as well. Now, what I'm going to do is give you two examples of how ILGA works. Now, all of you know our research, but maybe none or some of you have experienced our UN work as well. But what I'm going to show you here is our ILGA World database. Let's just see if it's working. And then I'm going to share my screen here. Is that the one? Sorry, it's not working, is it? Let's go back. Oh. So here we have the ILGA World database, for those who know it. And what's very key is this is, one of our flagship tools that has been there since, I think, the early 80s. What started as what was then called the Pink Report, then became the state-sponsored homophobia report. And it even have letters dating back to the 80s, where we would, the 1980s, where we would write to missions here in Geneva. In fact, I think there was one letter, Shadi, there was one letter written to the Iranian mission asking them to clarify the Iranian laws on criminality in Iran. And we have records and evidence of this. Now, the database is divided into 6 areas, and one of the main ones that you'll all be aware of is this one here, which is the map, our famous map, looking at criminality across the world, and looking at criminalization by law, de facto, and do not criminalize. This is the situation now, as we stand. Now, in addition to this, what's really interesting is the key. If we look at criminalization of same-sex consensual activity between 2 consenting adults, and looking at legal barriers of freedom of association, as it loads, you'll see that there is a correlation there. We don't know if there's causality, but there is definitely a correlation. And it makes no surprise that for us, working on the freedom of association is critical. Therefore, having strong civil society at the grassroots level is critical for our movements as well, as we have seen. And in light of that, what we have also seen is, if I go back to criminalization, is that over the years, we have seen decriminalization go down. Hopefully that will load up in a minute. Sorry, didn't realize it was slow. We do have a very strong firewall on our database because we get attacked thousands of times a day. So it may take a bit of time as it loads. Yeah, so as you can see, decriminalization going down, and we're now standing at 61 countries right now. Now, at the current rate of progress, we're still looking at 2 countries decriminalizing a year. So it will be at least till 2060, 2070 that we will not have global universal decriminalization. And again, it's no surprise as civil society gets stronger, as the ILGA regions get stronger, as we have more membership, that the rate of decriminalization goes down. Again, I'm not claiming causality, but there is definitely correlation there as well. So in addition to that, what we also do is provide this data, which is critical to empowering our communities at the ground level, at the local level. In addition, we have one of the areas that we also work on is UN treaty bodies. So this goes into our UN work. So I'm just going to click there. And so we have a team of UN team dedicated here in Geneva. Some of you may already know them. They actually work on some of the international human rights mechanisms, be that on the Universal Periodic Review, on the treaty bodies, special procedures, and the working groups, as well as now in the SDGs. Now, again, what you will see here is some recommendations by years. You see this sort of peak happening in the 19. And I think there's a lot of information there, so I'm just going to scroll. Yeah, so you see here sort of a peak of 73 recommendations in the Human Rights Committee in 2018, and you slowly see it going down. And it's no surprise that that point in time, there was a lot of political activity going on in the world, especially when we see at a point when anti-rights actors were on the move and have been. So many of our members and civil society actors, not just LGBTI organizations, use this data to guide their advocacy work and strategize their advocacy work at the local level as well. So hence why I say it's really a bottom-up or a top-down approach, depending on how you look at it, where civil society data is leading the way. And what's been driving this for us is here is the ILGA monitor. This is one of our latest tools. I don't know how many of you are researchers or have access to this, but this is a tool that we use to extrapolate data through media to actually examine the cases. Because as Shadi even mentioned earlier, it's very hard to obtain data on LGBTI prosecutions across the world. So where do we go? Do we keep that line open? Before it was, receiving old faxes, letters of this case or that case. But now with technology and AI, we're able to scan the internet and pick up data points. And then we sort through them and tag them. And that then forms into a report that we call Our Identities Under Arrest, where we can look at laws that prosecute us on the grounds of same-sex criminal consensual activity, as well as other laws such as cross-dressing laws, on sodomy laws as well. I think the other one is morality laws as well, that was mentioned earlier. So this tool here is available behind a firewall and only upon a request as well, because we know that a lot of this information here is what our detractors will definitely want to have access to. So another way that ILGA World works or does its advocacy work is through strategic litigation. So I'm now going to focus on our UN program and give you two examples. The one most recent example is the case about two trans women and LGBTI defenders in Paraguay that began their transition process and affirmation of their gender identity in their childhood. They suffered discrimination, violence, and harassment, and they were forced to drop out of school. The lack of recognition of their gender identity reflected in the inconsistency of their personal documentation. With the viable expression of their gender identity and their feminine name, exposed them to acts of discrimination and degrading treatments in the public and private spheres, and to the mistrust of their legal relationships. Paraguay does not have a legislation against all forms of discrimination that includes SOGIESC among the protected categories, and has already been observed for this by the Human Rights Committee, as well as other treaty bodies, as well as by the Universal Periodic Review. Despite this, the state's commitments on this matter have not been fulfilled. So comments have been made by the Human Rights Committee as well as other treaty bodies, but Paraguay has not done anything about this. Paraguay does not have legal gender recognition, LGR, that allows transgender persons to access a quick, transparent, and accessible procedure to change all components of their identity under civil registry, including the name and sex with which the person was registered at birth. Iran, one of our transgender defendants, and I apologize for sharing this, has survived 2 assassination attempts since the early 2000s, when she began to speak out against police abuses. Despite being hit by 3 projectiles, she has survived. These crimes were never properly investigated and remained unpunished by the state. In 2016, the defendants initiated a legal action to legally change their names. Paraguayan law recognizes that all persons can change their names, invoking a fair cause to the judicial system. They obtained a favorable resolution at first instance, but then the Ombuds Office appealed. The 2 cases are pending appeals before the Supreme Court of Justice, the highest judicial instance in the state, and yet it has not been resolved. So due to the lack of justice in Paraguay, they've decided to bring their case to the Human Rights Committee, the monitoring body of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, as you know. The subject matter of the complaint is the request for trans persons to be able to change their name in accordance with their gender identity before the courts of Paraguay.
the prolonged and unjustified refusal of the national judicial system to rule on the request constituted a simultaneous violation of multiple rights recognized in the Covenant: equality before the courts, fair trial, recognition as a person before the law, privacy, and non-discrimination on the basis of gender identity. So now I'll talk you about the case and the strategic litigation. The Human Rights Coordinator of Paraguay, I'm going to pronounce this badly, is CODE-UPI, is the national network of CSOs for the defense of human rights, and it's made up of 39 member organizations. This group is representing the complainants. CODE-UPI led the campaign, Soy real, mi nombre de ser legal. I am real, my name must be legal, which seeks to address the lack of legal gender recognition in Paraguay. This campaign involved collaboration with international organizations such as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch. Fellow colleague was here from Russia, was here earlier, and various grassroots organizations. How have we been involved? Well, ILGA WORLD has provided CODE-UPI with technical support with the cases submitted before the Human Rights Committee particularly on the existing human rights standards on trans persons. As part of the strategic litigation, at ILGA WORLD, we have formed an alliance with TGEU, one of our members, and GATE, which is not an ILGA WORLD member, and we drafted an amicus curiae, a third-party intervention, to provide technical information on trans persons to the Human Rights Committee to help them judge in favor of the petitioners and in line with human rights standards. We've covered the following topics in our amicus curiae: the concepts of legal gender recognition and its connection to the name change procedure, the current state of international and regional human rights law convening legal gender recognition, a comparative approaches to LGR globally and in different regions, particularly Europe, and suggestions for specific reparation measures aimed at preventing future violations. Other organizations as Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and Lgbtiq have also submitted amicus curiae briefs as well. These groups have focused on other topics such as the Inter-American Human Rights Standards on LGR. So what are the expected outcomes? We hope to guarantee the rights of trans persons to adjust their civil name to match their gender identity, ensure that Paraguay adopts legislative measures on legal gender recognition, establishing a simple, fast, transparent, and administrative procedure for all trans persons. These cases will have far-reaching global implications, as well as be the first decisions by the UN treaty bodies on the recognition of trans identities. This is very important, particularly now when we see that the multilateral, that various elements of the human rights system is under attack by anti-trans and anti-rights actors as well. We've seen this in the CRC, in the Committee on the Rights of Child, as well as in CEDAW as well. So when these cases will allow the adoption of landmark jurisprudence will have impact on the recognition of trans people rights on a global scale, favoring greater protection on trans people in states that do not have effective regional and or human rights protection systems in place, such as Asia. There is no regional human rights courts there. Now, the other area we also work and engage with human rights procedures or in the international human rights mechanisms are special procedures. And I'll give you another example here. From November to December 2022, the Special Rapporteur on Cultural Rights, Ms. Alexandra Santaki, conducted a visit to Germany to understand how cultural rights are implemented in the country. During her trip, Ms. Santaki met with LGBTI groups in Berlin and in Cologne with the participation and support of ILGA WORLD. These meetings brought together LGBTI human rights defenders, artists, activists, performers, academics, and cultural managers working on a diverse range of topics and different communities. The Special Rapporteur had the opportunity to listen to these groups' works, as well as their lived experiences and perspectives to learn more about the challenges and opportunities faced by LGBTI people living in Germany, including LGBTI youth and BIPOC individuals, and those with refugee and migrant backgrounds. The presence of the artists, such as a drag king, further enriched these meetings as some were able to show their art and perform for the Special Rapporteur as well. Regarding ILGA World's role in this project, we first identified the upcoming opportunity, the mandate in loco visits, the visit to Germany, and contacted the mandate expressing our interest in engaging in person. Afterwards, we contacted ILGA World members in Germany and shared the opportunity with them. Various organizations contacted us expressing their interest, including LSVD, CSD Berlin, BV Trans, Cologne Pride, and Anyway Cologne. The mandate shared information with us regarding their agenda and cities that they were planning to visit, and we had preliminary meetings online. At the end of the visit, there was a mission statement immediately released after the mission, and the expert commended the state's support of forward-looking initiatives and stated that recent successes on promoting LGBTI rights could act as a guide for further excluded groups, including migrants and persons facing intersectional discrimination. In February 2024, the mandate issued their final report on their visit to Germany, which included a section on LGBTI persons with various recommendations. And then since that country visit, ILGA has continued to engage with the Special Rapporteur, who has become very vocal about LGBTI rights, including recently her report on LGBTI on sports and cultural rights for LGBTI persons, where she has been very vocal for her support for trans and intersex persons in sporting and the sporting field, as well as her other visits to those as Chile. And we've engaged with other special rapporteurs, such as the Special Rapporteur for elderly persons as well. And of course, one of the other ways that we take global advocacy further is the independent expert on discrimination against the grounds of sexual orientation and gender identity. The current mandate holder is Graham Reed. We as ILGA World work closely and actively with our members as well as other human rights organizations to ensure that the mandate that we've worked so hard to obtain remains in place and continues as well. And in fact, this year we'll be starting our campaign work and advocacy as the mandate is up for renewal next year. So with that, I thank you very much again, and I thank you again to Mojust for this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I can have only one question because we're running out of time. Just after that, we are going to meet in the park nearby, so we can continue our chat there. Yes, please.
Merci. La question, c'est direct. Une question. On peut poser une question, mais j'aimerais poser une question à M. Sandou et deuxième pour Mandicourt. C'est la question. On a ILGA World, ILGA Suisse, ILGA Turquie, ILGA Brésil. Si on n'a pas une pays formelle comme Kurdistan, comment on peut créer ILGA Kurdistan ou ILGA palestinienne? Ça, c'est pas une question politique, c'est une question de besoin. Pourquoi? Parce qu'une femme trans qui est assassinée en Kurdistan, Irak, dans une ville de Mossoul, Kurdistan fédéral, ad hoc, le 28 janvier 2022. Par exemple, on ne voit pas cette information dans le rapport de ILGA World. Comment on peut créer, ou par exemple, j'ai deux amis, il y a une femme trans qui est kurde et son partenaire qui est palestinien, aujourd'hui ils sont à quart, par exemple, ILGA World, comment peut nous aider pour ces gens, on peut créer un espace de sécurité pour eux. Ça, c'est une question pour vous. Et c'est la deuxième question pour M. Mandicourt. Plutôt, on voit en Suisse, c'est un modèle, ville de Genève, qui soutient incroyable pour la communauté LGBTQ, par exemple, et aussi pour la communauté LGBTQ réfugiés, comme vous soutenez l'asile LGBT de Genève. C'est la question dans le centre fédéral d'asile et dans tous les foyers en Suisse, nous, en tant que les personnes récurrentes d'asile LGBTQ ou réfugiés LGBTQ, on vit la menace physique, celle psychologique par notre communauté même et aussi par la sécurité de foyer. Moi-même, j'ai vécu envoyé à Méran 6 sécuritastes qui sont entrés dans ma chambre 6 heures le matin. Et il y a des exemples comme modèle à Vienne, à Berlin, le centre c'est pas centre fédéral d'asile, mais comme un centre hébergement temporaire de Rainbow à Berlin, à Vienne. Est-ce que vous avez une idée, comme à Genève, créer un centre fédéral Rainbow pour les personnes que requérantes d'asile LGBTQ? Je ne parle pas sur les personnes réfugiées LGBTQ, parce que quand tu as permis B, tu peux y aller chercher un appartement. Et pour un modèle comme ça, comment vous pouvez... j'ai une idée de comme ça. Est-ce que vous êtes ouverte en tant que ville de Genève? Et la dernière chose, moi, je voulais traduire ce livre en anglais et en français et je voulais faire collaboration avec vous. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Those are really good questions. I think where civil society, where there is a lack of, we have ILGA organizations in 170 countries, and one of the countries that we do not have, there's many countries around, I'd say 20 or 33 countries where there's no ILGA members. However, there are organizations like Sixrang, Iraqweer that are operating as LGBTI organizations for those countries and covering those. So what we do is provide support and training to those organizations on how to develop evidence, capture data. And this is where it goes down to the heart of the issue, is where citizen data, when there's a lack or absence of official data, we as civil society have a critical role to play in how to monitor human rights violations. So that's where we work with organizations like APT, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, on providing support to our organizations, our members, on how to monitor these violations, capture them, record them, and document them and use them for research, and as well as briefs and in front of the UN, and providing what we call shadow reporting as well. And they are very, very critical to the advocacy part as well. So I think in two ways, it is possible when you don't have membership actually, or where civil society is shrinking in those countries or cannot register. And a great example here is, let's go back to the screen, sorry. Where you've got people like Shadi, who's doing great work in Iran, and you've got Iraqweer as well as other organizations present and working with other civil society organizations to capture that and mainstream the issue into the human rights discourse in that country as well. And then the second part is capturing that, building your capacity to capture those human rights violations as well. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup pour la question. C'est une question complexe. Je vais essayer de faire une réponse courte qui ne sera forcément pas complètement satisfaisante. Je m'en excuse d'avance. Vous avez utilisé le terme modèle pour la ville de Genève. Je préfère utiliser le terme pionnier parce que pour être modèle, il faut encore faire beaucoup de travail. La question de la sécurité dans les centres d'asile est extrêmement préoccupante, y compris en Suisse, y compris à Genève. Comme vous le savez, la Suisse est un pays fédéral, l'organisation de l'asile est relativement complexe et les centres dépendent directement du national, de l'État fédéral. J'ai bon espoir que maintenant que l'État fédéral s'est enfin doté d'une cellule LGBTQ+, au sein du Bureau fédéral de l'égalité, on va pouvoir dialoguer de manière beaucoup plus concrète pour faire avancer ces dossiers au niveau national et fédéral. L'autre levier, c'est aussi au niveau de l'État de Genève, avec à travers la commission consultative qui a reçu déjà Asile LGBTQ+. On a déjà discuté avec l'Hospice général qui gère aussi ces centres de ces aspects-là. Donc, il y a du travail qui est en cours. Maintenant, j'ai tout à fait conscience que il y a encore beaucoup de travail à faire et qu'il y a une certaine urgence parce qu'évidemment, on parle là de sécurité au quotidien. Moi, je vous encourage vraiment à documenter au maximum les situations et à les faire remonter à travers SOAS LGBTQ+, directement à la ville de Genève, à l'État de Genève. Et avec, ça a été dit beaucoup aujourd'hui, hein, ce qui nous manque, c'est des informations, des datas concrètes. Je sais que ça peut paraître frustrant de parler de data quand en même temps, on doit assurer la sécurité, qu'il y a des personnes qui sont atteintes dans leur intégrité ou qui sont en danger. Très concret, mais c'est le seul levier qu'on a, c'est de faire remonter les datas et de documenter au maximum. Donc, merci pour ce travail-là. Merci aux organisations aussi de le faire. On y travaille et on a conscience de la taille des enjeux. Ce qui ne veut pas dire qu'on ne fait rien, mais il y a encore beaucoup de travail à faire. Une réponse un peu probablement insatisfaisante, mais on y veille. Merci.
Thank you. I invite Hüsnü Yılmaz for his closing remarks. Thank you very much for your presence and patience.
Je vous remercie encore une fois pour votre patience, pour votre participation. On est conscient que ce fut un marathon de commencer à 8 heures du matin jusqu'à cette heure-ci, en plus un samedi. Merci d'avoir pris ce précieux temps pour ce sujet. Nous, de notre côté, on a filmé l'intégralité des présentations. Il faudrait qu'on regarde encore comment est-ce qu'on peut les utiliser, peut-être faire des résumés des présentations avec un petit peu de montage ou bien les donner avec quelques coupures, des moments un peu morts pour le public qui va pouvoir les regarder. On va bien évidemment demander à tous les intervenants et intervenantes s'ils sont d'accord qu'on fasse le travail. S'il y en a qui sont réticents, ne désirent pas qu'on le fasse, on ne le fera pas. Mais pour nous, ça a été très enrichissant et on va se pencher sur l'ensemble des présentations, les notes que nous avons prises pour voir comment est-ce qu'on peut continuer le travail. Et merci aussi à tous les partenaires d'avoir fait en sorte qu'on puisse se retrouver aujourd'hui. Le travail va continuer et j'espère qu'on se reverra dans d'autres circonstances à une autre reprise. Comme ça a été annoncé, en sortant d'ici tout de suite à gauche, nous avons dans le parc préparé une table avec des boissons, il y a un apéro et on espère vous retrouver dans quelques instants à l'extérieur. Merci encore une fois et bonne soirée.